which was supposed to happen at 12 noon, and it exactly on time, as you can see. It's the sun rays that are offering a tilak to Lord Shri Ram, Prabhu Shri Ram. Lord Ram Lalla getting a Surya Tilak right now. This is the exact moment where a beam of sunlight is directed onto the forehead of Ram Lalla using a special system of mirrors and lenses. Ladies and gentlemen, witness this spectacular moment, witness this moment which is very close to the hearts of millions and millions of Hindus across the globe. As you can see, Lord Shri Ram and the Surya Tilak. A beam of sunlight directed onto the forehead of Ram Lalla using a special system of mirrors and lenses. This will last for just for a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And this also establishes Ram Lalla's, Lord Shri Ram's lineage to the Suryavanshi. The Suryavanshi lineage of Lord Shri Ram. Now, this is a divine cosmic alignment, and this is the most visually powerful and spiritually significant moment of the entire celebration in Ram Navami. Now, this is the day. Today, Ram Navami, as per the Hindu calendar, and the main celebrations are happening across the globe, but primarily at the birthplace of Lord Shri Ram, Prabhu Shri Ram Lalla. This is happening right now. Devotees have gathered from across the world who have come there to catch a glimpse of Lord Shri Ram and be part of this spectacular moment. As you can see, the Aarti is underway right now. And this is the video, the visuals of the Surya Tilak. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this will only last for a very short time, for a very short while. This is happening in Ayodhya. Today, Mangla Aarti took place. The Abhishek of Lord Shri Ram took place. The temple opened for the devotees, and people gathered in large numbers to be a witness to this spectacular moment. Ayodhya, the birthplace of Lord Shri Rama. The bhog was offered. Lakhs of devotees, as we speak, have gathered. Many of them, some of them inside the temple premises. Visuals from the sanctorum of the temple. You can see the tilak is spectacular, most significant and remarkable visual on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. There was a Shobha Yatra, Ramayana recitations, and bhajans, kirtans, and spiritual gatherings happening as we speak. Now, these are the visuals of the tilak of Lord Shri Ram, Prabhu Shri Ram, Ram Lalla. A massive crowd has gathered right now in the celebrations, and this is the live telecast which is happening of the Surya Tilak. The timing was around 12, and it will last for a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. The Surya Tilak of Lord Shri Ram. Now, this is a spectacular event which combines, it's an extraordinary blend of faith, science, astronomy. That is the Surya Tilak which is happening now. And Ayodhya has become a global spiritual epicenter of what we are witnessing right now. Now, this is technology enabling divine experience. Crowd gathered and with devotion praying to Lord Shri Ram, seeking blessings from Lord Shri Ram on the occasion, on the holy occasion of Ram Navami. This is coming from Ayodhya. Visuals from Ayodhya on your screens, as you can see. The visuals on your screen of the Surya Tilak. Lord Shri Ram and the Surya Tilak. A combination of science, faith, and astrology, as you can see on your screen. Lakhs and lakhs of people have gathered as we speak in Ayodhya to seek blessings of Lord Shri Ram. And this is the Surya Tilak which is happening in Ayodhya, and the spectacular moment for which many have gathered to be a part of, to seek the blessings of Lord Shri Ram. Now, this is not just a ritual, it is a precision engineered phenomenon. There are mirrors, there are lenses, and there have been careful calculations of solar angles in this case. Works only when sun is at a specific altitude. Alignment hits exactly at the noon window That is why the time of 12 noon was selected for the Surya Tilak. Sun being at a specific altitude, and alignment hits exactly at the noon window. And even a slight shift in sunlight angle would break the alignment, making it a rare and spectacular fusion of astronomy plus devotion. Entire Ayodhya has now been turned into a high security spiritual zone, ladies and gentlemen. Thousands of police and paramilitary, drone surveillance, AI cameras, all for Lord Shri Ram, all for the devotees of Lord Shri Ram, because millions want to be a witness and seek blessings of Lord Shri Ram. Ayodhya becomes, every Ram Navami, you can see, Ayodhya becomes a mega religious city for more than a day or two. Grand celebrations happening at the Ram Janmabhoomi Temple, at Ram Lalla Temple in Ayodhya. And this holds emotional significance for devotees after decades-long movement for Lord Shri Rama. Now, devotees and tourists have come from across the globe, from Europe, from US, from Southeast Asia, and these are the pictures, the visuals coming in from Ayodhya, the live broadcast from Ayodhya. As you can see, the Surya Tilak has taken place. The priests are there and praying to Lord Shri Ram. The Aarti is happening. The Surya Tilak happened just as we showed you the visuals live. You are also, ladies and gentlemen, a witness to this spectacular moment, to this spectacular event. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting live visuals of Ram Lalla, first floor and second floor, all the floors, and the visuals, as you can see, of the Surya Tilak. It's a miracle and a scientific design of faith, as you can see. The priests have gathered praying to Lord Shri Rama. You can see Lord Rama in these visuals and the Surya Tilak being completed right now. Ayodhya, which has transformed into a religious economy powerhouse, a birthplace of Lord Shri Ram. Ram Navami, which is India's civilizational identity, on display, as you can see. There will be special prasad logistics for lakhs. It's a precision-engineered phenomenon, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, of the Surya Tilak, which is happening. These are happening as we speak. We'd like to give you the nats of the prayers that are happening. Let's listen to the sound of the bhajans that are happening right now in Ayodhya, in Ram Mandir, ladies and gentlemen. Surya Tilak happened just now, and devotees have gathered to seek blessings of Lord Ram. This is Ram Navami in Ayodhya. The Mandir hosts grand celebrations on the occasion of Ram Navami at the sacred Ram Janmabhoomi Temple as the clock strikes noon, and this happens. A perfect beam of sunlight traveled across a precisely engineered path touches the forehead of Ram Lalla, forming the Surya Tilak, which happened. And the temple atmosphere turned electrifying, yet still thousands of devotees stand still, witnessing, praying to Lord Shri Rama, their eyes filled with emotion, seeking blessings of Lord Rama. Bells, chants, shlokas rise in unison. It feels as if the sun itself is becoming a witness to this special occasion, the Surya Tilak, because as per Hindu scriptures, Lord Shri Ram is a Suryavanshi, and hence the significance of the Surya Tilak of Lord Shri Rama. The Suryavanshi lineage of Lord Rama. Divine blessings from the nature itself when the Surya Tilak is happening, and it is that spectacular moment when lights are switched off and it's just the ray of the sun on the forehead of Ram Lalla, of Prabhu Shri Rama. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a blend of engineering, astronomy, and bhakti on the screens, as you can see. People have gathered in large numbers, and thousands and thousands, lakhs and lakhs of devotees have gathered in the Ayodhya city, and many have been fortunate enough to be witness while being inside the temple premises and being witness and seek blessings of Lord Shri Rama, or seek blessings of Prabhu Shri Ram Lalla. The beautiful, mesmerizing picture, the very visuals of Lord Rama, and the priests which are offering prayers, offering bhajans in unison on your screens, praying to Lord Rama, bowing down to Lord Rama and seeking blessings of Lord Ram. And as you can see, these are the visuals of the thousands who have gathered. Uncountable, lots of people have gathered just to seek the blessings of Lord Ram right now at the temple of Ram Lalla in Ayodhya. Live visuals coming in from Ayodhya, where devotees have gathered to seek blessings of their deity, that is Lord Rama, the Suryavansh lineage, Lord Prabhu Shri Ram, as we say. This is the Ram, on the occasion of Ram Navami, that the Surya Tilak is happening and the prayers are being offered. And this is a 75 mm Surya Tilak which happened, which you were also a witness to. And we would ask everybody to seek blessings of Lord Ram as you see these visuals and the Surya Tilak. It's one of the rarest phenomena, a blend of astronomy, of science and devotion, which was displayed on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from Ayodhya. Visuals from Ayodhya of the spectacular event of Ram Navami and the Surya Tilak, which happened just a while ago, because it was supposed to happen for a very short time. It is the visual of the Surya Tilak, the Ram Navami celebrations which are happening in Ayodhya temple, the grand Surya Tilak at the Ram temple, ladies and gentlemen. This happened with the advanced systems of mirrors and lenses. The sunlight entered the sanctum and formed a radiant tilak on the deity's forehead, and it happened for a few minutes. It continued for a few minutes. Now this ceremony, it symbolizes the divine blessings and of Lord Shri Rama, and it's a blend definitely of tradition and the modern science. It is the sacred festival of Ram Navami being celebrated across the globe by millions and millions of Hindus, and also by many people from other faith who deeply pray and respect Lord Ram and his way of life, his teachings, his blessings. People have gathered in Ayodhya. Visuals are coming from Ayodhya, from the Ayodhya Ram Mandir temple. One of the major highlights of the celebration was the Surya Tilak ritual, which was held precisely, which began around 12 noon. These are the visuals, ladies and gentlemen, on the occasion of birth of Lord Rama, Ram Navami, on the occasion of Ram Navami, as you can see. These are the visuals of the Surya Tilak. Now this has happened with the advanced system of mirrors and lenses. The sunlight entered the sanctum and formed a radiant tilak on the deity's forehead for a few minutes. Now the ceremony symbolizes divine blessings and showcases blend of tradition and the modern science. Many devotees were fortunate enough to be witness of these mesmerizing visuals at the Ram Lalla temple at Ram Mandir. Advanced system of mirrors, lenses were used for this special phenomena which happened just merely for a few minutes. And as you can see, we'll also show you the visuals where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was also witnessing the exact moment of the Surya Tilak as he happened. This is the exact visual. Prime Minister Narendra Modi offered prayers to Ram Lalla, witnessing the exact moment of the Surya Tilak. This moment is close to the hearts of millions and millions of Hindus and those who have faith in Lord Rama. Live visuals from Ayodhya, from the Ram Mandir, and also this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi offering prayers to Lord Shri Ram. One of the major highlights of the day in the celebrations of Ram Navami. As you can see, these are the visuals of the Surya Tilak of Lord Rama. Surya Tilak of Lord Rama on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see. And this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi being witness to this spectacular spectacular event, seeking blessings like millions of other Hindus, offering prayers to the lotus feet of Lord Shri Rama, praying for the nation, for the betterment of the society, for the upliftment of the society. And this shows a complete blend of science, faith, and tradition. Today is the day of Ram Navami. The celebrations of Ram Navami are happening across the nation, and this is part of those special celebrations at the Ram Lalla Temple in Ayodhya of the celebrations, where a spectacular phenomena of the Surya Tilak takes place for a few minutes on the day of the divine birth of Lord Ram. Celebrated by Hindus worldwide with great fervor and religious ceremonies. Now the celebrations in Ayodhya are especially above the mark, ladies and gentlemen, above the mark, drawing millions of devotees to the city of Lord Rama's birth, celebrated as part of the Chaitra Navratra. Ram Navami marks the birth of Lord Shri Rama and is observed with special rituals, artis and devotional gatherings which happen across the nation, across India and across the globe, I would like to say. Now, Ayodhya is especially in focus because it is the birthplace of Lord Rama. And here the grand Ram Mandir becomes the heart of the festivities for millions and millions, for billions of Hindus across the globe, as you can see. Devotees were eager to witness the Surya Tilak, and they were part and they witnessed the exact moment of the Surya Tilak in which the sunlight precisely was directed onto the forehead of Lord Shri Rama, Lord Ram Lalla, the idol of Lord Prabhu Shri Ram, at around noontime. The special arrangements were there for darshan, artis and crowd control to manage the expected influx of lakhs and lakhs of pilgrims who wanted to be a witness of this beautiful, remarkable, spectacular, miraculous moment of the divine Surya Tilak of Lord Shri Rama. Now this day, the special day, Ram Navami, is celebrated as the birth of Lord Shri Ram, which as per the Panchang-based reports of the Drik Panchang, Ram Navami falls on March 26, 27, and with the Navami Tithi of the Shukla Paksha in Chaitra month, this is the exact moment the Surya Tilak happens on the day of Ram Navami. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news. Moving on from the Surya Tilak now to national developments which are happening right now. Now, Ministry of Petroleum writes to all states to increase commercial LPG allocation by up to 70%. This is from the Ministry of Petroleum, who has written to all states to increase commercial LPG allocation by up to 70%. Now, this additional LPG will be allocated primarily to industries. Now, priority will be accorded to sectors such as steel, automobiles, textiles, dyes, chemicals and plastics. Now, the government has clarified that priority in LPG allocation will be specifically to those industries that require it for specialized heating processes and for which natural gas is not a viable alternative. The government has also urged states to promptly avail themselves of the 10% additional allocation linked to performance-based reforms if they have not already done so. Now, this initiative is expected to provide further relief to industries and facilitate smoother operations. And the government asks states to increase the LPG allocation. Ministry of Petroleum to increase commercial LPG allocation have asked states to increase the commercial LPG allocation by up to 70%. Now, this particularly pertains to the commercial LPG allocation, which is vital, very important for those businesses which depend entirely on the LPG supply for their daily routine work. This is Ministry of Petroleum asking states to increase the LPG allocation right now. All right, viewers, this was a big breaking news development, and now it's time to slip into a short commercial break right now. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, after a short commercial break, PM to hold meet with CMs. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to hold virtual meeting with chief ministers on West Asia crisis today. And also coming up next, another vessel expected, pine gas carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at New Mangalore port today, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। एमडीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है।
Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petroleum. Retail prices remain unchanged. Even as government slashed excise duty, Indian markets open in red. Meanwhile, rupee also falls to a record low at 94 against US dollar. Amid tensions with NATO allies, Trump hails PM Modi, says Modi gets things done. Massive uproar in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. NC MLAs protest against Khomeini's killing and anti-US and Israel slogans raised in Assembly. Indian LPG vessel Jug Vessel docks at Kandla port carrying over 42,000 metric tons of LPG. Buying gas carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at New Mangalore port today. Getting pictures coming in of the Nepal leader swearing in. Those are pictures that we're getting for our viewers on Republic TV. And these are live updates as Balendra Shah to take oath as a Nepal Prime Minister shortly. Rashtriya Swatantra Party leader Balendra Shah will be sworn in as a Prime Minister of Nepal. The swearing-in ceremony is taking place at the President's office in Sheetal Niwas in Kathmandu at around 12:34 p.m. So it's going to exactly, it's 12:31 right now. So we can see that the swearing-in is happening. Preparations are underway. Balendra Shah was elected as a leader of the RSP parliamentary party, paving his way to become Nepal's youngest elected prime minister. His party, RSP, secured a landslide victory in the March 5th parliamentary polls. Now, Balendra Shah is a 35-year-old rapper turned politician, will also be the first person from one of the Madhya region to hold the top executive post in the country. Nepal chose former Kathmandu mayor Balendra Shah, popularly known as Balin, and his RSP to form the next government, decimating the traditional parties in the first general election since last year's violent protests that sought generational change and a corruption-free regime. The RSP had projected Balin as the prime ministerial candidate, securing a massive 182 seats out of a total of 275 seats in the House of Representatives. Of the 275 members of the House of Representatives, 165 are elected through direct voting and 110 through proportionate voting. So we see that Balendra Shah, who will be sworn in, also called Balin Shah. Balin has defeated four-time Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli in the Jhapa 5 constituency, a long-standing stronghold of the Communist Party of Nepal, by a huge margin. So those are the pictures coming in live from Nepal. And it's a big change, rather a generational change that we are seeing in Nepal. Balin Shah to take oath as the Nepal PM following the landslide victory. So those are live pictures that are coming in on your screen. And a very, very interesting turn of events because Balendra Shah is a symbol of change in the country whose government was toppled last year in the youth-led uprising. And he's a rapper, he's turned politician, Balendra Shah, who's being sworn in as a prime minister. And he had issued his first post-election message in a form of a rap urging unity.
र यसरी आजै नवनियुक्त मन्त्रीहरूले पनि राष्ट्रपति रामचन्द्र पौडेल समक्ष शपथ लिनु भएको छ, पद तथा गोपनीयताको शपथ लिनु भएको छ। र हामीले यहाँहरूलाई राष्ट्रपति कार्यालय शीतल निवासबाट यो प्रत्यक्ष प्रसारण यहाँहरू समक्ष हामीले देखाइरहेका छौं। राष्ट्रिय स्वतन्त्र पार्टी मात्र 3 वर्ष अगाडि गठन भएको थियो। रासोपाले 2/3 अर्थात 182 सीट जितेर पहिलो दल बनेको छ गत फागुन 21 गते भएको प्रतिनिधि सभा सदस्य।
Right, okay, so those are live pictures that we are getting for our viewers. And just letting you know, it's a big political shift in Nepal. Balendra Shah is becoming Nepal's youngest prime minister. He's just 35 years of age, a very, very young prime minister. He represents the Rashtriya Swatantra Party, RSP, which is a new party on the block. So this is a huge update that we're getting for our viewers. And we are just getting these updates coming in as we keep tracking the latest update here. So we see Balendra Shah is known as Balin, and his RSP are going to form the next government now. RSP won a landslide victory with 182 out of 275 seats in the House of Representatives. This is a clear rejection of the traditional parties and a strong mandate for change. Surendra Fuyal is joining us. Okay, let's go to Surendra Fuyal, our reporter live from Kathmandu in Nepal. Surendra, अभी RSP ने landslide victory पाया है नेपाल में, and अभी क्या हो रहा है? Now the new prime minister is being sworn in. This is the youngest prime minister of Nepal. Yes, Surendra.
Yeah, he's not only the youngest prime minister of Nepal. He's just 1 month shy of turning 36. He's 35. And he's also the first prime minister from Madhesi community in southern Nepal. So it is historic in two ways. And also he's leading a cabinet of mostly very, very young ministers. He's unveiled a cabinet of a total of 15 ministers, including himself. So there's a lot of excitement in Nepal now because the former mayor who quit his mayoral position just 2 months ago to join the RSP has elevated himself as the country's prime minister. So hopes are quite high in this country that things will change, corruption will end, good governance will be ensured, and all-round development will take place. So these are the kind of hopes that people are expressing across the country.
Also, you know, I want to go across to our guest who's joining us. We've been joined by Mr. Prahlad Prasad Shah. He is from the RPP, General Secretary, joining us here. Mr. Shah, you know, your party has been talking about monarchy के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. But right now we see that a new prime minister is being sworn in. अभी आपके पार्टी का रिएक्शन क्या है?
हमारे पार्टी इसको पॉजिटिव लेता है, एकदम सकारात्मक रूप में लेता है, क्योंकि राष्ट्रीय प्रजातंत्र पार्टी जो मुद्दा को अभी तक उठा रहा है, हिंदू राष्ट्र का मुद्दा को उठा रहा है, उस मुद्दा को ही आज प्रमाणित किया जा रहा है कि हमारे सनातन धर्म को लेकर जिस तरह से आज तक जो नहीं हुआ था अभी तक, राजशाही के समय में हुआ था, राजतंत्र के समय में हुआ था, उसके बाद अभी पहला बार 35 वर्ष के बाद पहला बार जिस किस्म से स्वस्ति भाषण, बौद्धिक धर्मगुरु से मंगल कामना और ये सब करते हुए जिस किस्म से साहित्य देकर, समय देकर एकदम ज्योतिषीय हिसाब से जिस किस्म से शपथ ग्रहण लिया गया, इसको एकदम हम लोग सकारात्मक रूप से ले रहे हैं.
Surendra Fuyala, reporter. Surendra, if you would also want to ask some questions to our guest, the General Secretary of the RPP, because obviously right now, what RPP was talking about, they were talking about change in the nation towards a monarchy. That has not really happened. Now we see a generational change. We see a very young Prime Minister. You can go ahead and ask RPP what their views are on this development.
I was wondering, Malai, मुझे क्या लग रहा था कि अब ये राष्ट्रीय प्रजातंत्र पार्टी जो है वो राजशाही के पक्ष में था, हिंदू राजशाही को वापस लाने के पक्ष में था. अब ये चुनाव में एक ही सीट मिला है आपका पार्टी को. अब ये राजशाही का पुनर्स्थापना का मुद्दा जो है आप उठा रहे थे, उसको क्या करेंगे? मैं यही सवाल मेरे दिमाग में वो चल रहा था.
है हम लोग मुद्दा उठाएं, हम लोग का व्यक्तिगत मुद्दा नहीं था, हम लोग के देश के पक्ष का मुद्दा था, ये देशवासियों का मुद्दा था. इसलिए हम लोग चाहते हैं कोई भी, हम लोग वहां बोलते ही आ रहे थे, कांग्रेस, एमएलए, माओवादी और राजनीतिक दल जो भी हो, राजा और राजनीतिक दल के बीच में और जेनजी जो पुस्ता के आंदोलन हुआ अभी, वो तीनों पक्ष मिलकर इस देश को राजा को कोई न कोई किस्म से स्पेस देकर वहां पर संविधान का संशोधन होना चाहिए और बहुत किस्म सारी बात है और हिंदू राष्ट्र होना चाहिए. ये मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे थे, इसमें तो कोई फर्क वाली बात नहीं है. अब जिस किस्म से परिवर्तन आया है, जिस किस्म से युवा को नेतृत्व दिया गया है, युवा पुस्ता अभी जिस किस्म से मंत्री परिषद में गए हैं, अभी नेपाल के इतिहास में पहला मधेसी युवा, उसमें युवा 35 वर्ष का युवा, अभी तक का इतना कम उम्र वाला प्रधानमंत्री पहली बार हो रहे हैं. इसको हम लोग सकारात्मक रूप ले लेते हैं और वास्तव में खास कर ये कांग्रेस, एमएलए, माओवादी जिस तरह से 35 वर्ष कुशासन किए, जिस तरह से अपना हठीय स्वभाव दिखाएं, किसी भी तरह से अपने को सबसे इस देश का सुप्रीमो बनकर दिखा रहे थे, आज उसका अंत हुआ है. आज उनका अंत हुआ है. इसलिए ये कांग्रेस, एमएलए, माओवादी के ये 35 वर्ष का जो किस्म से कुशासन, भ्रष्टाचार, अन्याय, अत्याचार और लूट खसोट जिस किस्म से था, उसी का परिणाम है. वो होना ही था, क्योंकि हम लोग बार
मेरे को ये भी लग रहा है कि जिस हिसाब से आपके पार्टी को चुनाव में हराया गया, सिर्फ एक ही सीट मिला है, उसका अर्थ तो ये भी हो सकता है कि बहुसंख्यक नेपाली जो है मतदाता है वो राजशाही के वापसी और पुनर्स्थापना के पक्ष में तो नहीं है, वो तो वोट ने जवाब दे दिया ना. आपको क्या लगता है?
इसमें हम नहीं है, इसमें नहीं है. इसमें क्या हुआ है, इस बार का मतदाता एक तो युवा पुस्ता पर विश्वास किया है, क्योंकि आंदोलन ही युवा पुस्ता किया हुआ था। उसके बाद हम लोग का पार्टी का भी मैक्सिमम आदमी, जो हम लोग राजा चाहने वाले आदमी लोग थे, जो हिंदू के पक्ष में थे, वो लोग को आस जगा की नहीं, एक नया परिवर्तन होना चाहिए। हम लोग को भी कांग्रेस एमएलए माओवादी के ही रैंक।
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prahlad Prasad Shah, RPP General Secretary. Thank you, our colleague Surendra Fayal, on this latest development which is coming in from Nepal, where Nepal is getting the youngest prime minister. This is from the RSP party, a new change, a new generational change that we are seeing in Nepal. So we will be coming back to the story as a new Nepalese prime minister takes oath. Okay, let's go ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. The Ministry of Petroleum has written to all states to increase commercial LPG allocation by up to 70%. This additional LPG will be allocated primarily to industries. Priority will be accorded to sectors such as steel, automobiles, textiles, dyes and chemicals and plastics. The government has clarified the priority in LPG allocation will be given specifically to those industries that require it for specialized heating processes and for which natural gas is not a viable alternative. The government has also urged states to promptly avail themselves of the 10% additional allocation linked to performance-based reforms. If they have not already done so, the initiative is expected to provide further relief to industries and facilitate smoother operations. Commercial LPG's allocation to states to be increased by 70%. Ministry of Petroleum writes to all states to increase commercial LPG allocation by 70%. So a lot of measures are being taken by the government in view of the global energy crisis. Now, we already told you earlier that the big update which came in today itself was that the excise duty on petrol and diesel has been slashed very, very significantly. So government has now asked states to increase commercial LPG allocation. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, especially as the government tries to tackle the energy crisis. Also remember that the government earlier said that we will protect the Indian consumers from rising global oil prices, and 10 rupees per litre has been cut already in excise duty in both petrol and diesel. Diesel duty reduced from 10 rupees to 0. Okay, Harsh is joining us. Government asks all states to increase commercial LPG allocation. This is a huge update coming in. We have seen multiple updates of how the government is trying to protect the Indian consumer, the Indian household from the brunt of the heavy energy prices which are soaring all across the globe due to the West Asia situation. Yes, go ahead.
Well, right, this comes as a big breaking 70% additional allocation of LPG cylinders to all states. Now, this is an advisory released by the Petroleum Ministry. Now, let me tell our viewers that this comes as an additional 70% allocation that caters to the 10% additional allocation of commercial LPG cylinders, which will be given to states that implement on the criteria that is set by the Petroleum Ministry, which includes prioritization of the PNG pipelines and clearance of all the PNG pipeline laying that is halted at the moment. Now, this comes as a big breaking also ahead of the Prime Minister's video conference meeting, which is scheduled for 6:30 p.m. later in the day today. Now, Prime Minister Modi is also scheduled to speak to all the chief ministers of India, which are not bound for elections later in the day today. This comes as a big breaking considering the LPG crisis. Now, Petroleum Ministry continues to maintain that LPG remains to be a cause of concern, despite also saying that 100% supply of at least domestic LPG is being ensured and LPG is reaching to the end consumer, at least when we consider domestic allocation of LPG. Now, this adds up with 70% additional allocation of commercial LPG to all states. Now, also let me tell you that government is prioritizing the industries, including steel, automobile and textile, where alternative viable energy sources are not an option, and LPG is the only source that can be used. Now, this comes as a breaking information for our viewers that 70% additional allocation of commercial LPG cylinders is being ensured by the Petroleum Ministry to all the states of India.
All right, well, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this. Okay, let's move ahead. We're getting some more updates coming in on Republic TV, and we are coming to know that the US-Israeli strikes have hit an area very close to the Pakistan embassy in Iran. This is a big update we're getting for our viewers. US-Israeli strikes hit areas very close to Pakistan embassy in Tehran. Pakistani media reports also say US-Israel offensive against Iran continues unabated, with the neighborhood housing the Pakistan embassy in Tehran hit by strikes. Reports suggested that the neighborhoods of Fatimid and Pasadaran, which house Islamabad's embassy in Pakistan house, were heavily bombed. However, those buildings were not targeted. The embassy had already shifted away from the Iranian capital since the start of the war, with staff only returning briefly for the Pakistan Day ceremony on March 23rd. A diplomatic source has said this. Staff is safe as neighborhood housing Pakistan embassy comes under heavy bombardment. Okay, we're getting some updates coming in. This is a huge update. US State Department puts Pakistan in high-risk category with a no-go area for American citizens. Pakistan at level 3, one notch just below the no-go countries. Okay, Pakistan has been put in a different category altogether, viewers. This is a big update we're getting for our viewers on Republic TV, where US State Department puts Pakistan in high-risk category. And huge updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's stick with these updates which are coming in. Latest is the US State Department has placed Pakistan under a level 3. This is level 3 is reconsider travel advisory due to terrorism, kidnapping, civil unrest and high crime risks. And after that, we see that there's some travel restrictions have been imposed. So Pakistan is at level 3, which is one notch below the no-go countries. And so travel restrictions have been put up. US government personnel are restricted in their movement and must use authorized security often. This is very important update coming in here. So US State Department has placed Pakistan under a level 3 reconsider travel advisory due to terrorism, kidnapping and civil unrest and high crime risks. And these are the top updates coming in. So level 4 is do not travel. So Pakistan is not placed at level 4. Pakistan is placed at level 3. So level 3 is reconsider travel. Level 4 is considered as do not travel. Yes, so big updates coming in here. We will get our viewers more updates. Let's go ahead and tell our viewers about India now. India gets a major energy lifeline. An LPG carrier, Pine Gas, is nearing the coast after a high-risk Hormuz transit, escorted by the Indian Navy. Take a look at this report as we highlight the latest developments coming in.
Indian-flagged LPG carrier Pine Gas is now approaching India's west coast, carrying around 43,000 metric tons of cooking gas. The vessel, with 27 Indian crew on board, safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz amid rising tensions and is expected to dock at the new Mangalore port by March 27th. Sailing alongside was Jug Vasant, carrying another 47,600 metric tons of LPG with 33 Indian crew members on board. Together, both ships bring over 92,000 metric tons of LPG, a crucial boost for India's domestic supply. Both vessels were escorted by the Indian Navy through the volatile Hormuz route, ensuring safe passage. The Strait of Hormuz remains one of the world's most critical oil routes, handling nearly 20% of global energy trade, and recent threats and instability in the region had sparked fears of supply disruption. But with coordinated naval protection and diplomatic efforts, India has managed to secure key fuel supplies with no immediate shortage expected.
We're getting a big breaking news. Suspicious Chinese national found in the Karanpur area of Sri Ganga Nagar. And this is suspicious Chinese, by the way, suspicious Chinese national detained near the international border. Police immediately detained an individual and initiated interrogation. Preliminary information suggests a connection to a mobile company. Security agencies become active in the region. Intensive scrutiny of the nation, the documents, national documents, underway. Police investigating this case from every angle possible. Okay, we have put out that picture. This is a Chinese national detained near the international border. A very suspicious Chinese national detained in Rajasthan. Now, the investigation would, of course, now point or try to go towards what was the reason that this Chinese national was here. Links relate to suspicious activities being scrutinized. Security arrangements are heightened at the local level. Okay, what was this Chinese national doing? I want to go straight across to my colleague Hina to help us understand what this latest development is. Suspicious Chinese has been found near the international border. Now, of course, agencies would be trying to look into this issue, try to understand what was this Chinese doing around the international border, because the entire situation is looking very suspicious to the security agencies, Hina.
Absolutely, Shivangi. So we are getting the reports that one Chinese national, in fact, apprehended in Karanpur in Sri Ganganagar area in Rajasthan. Now, remember, we're talking about an area which is merely 32 kilometers from the border with Pakistan. So a particularly vulnerable area as far as national security is concerned. So this Chinese national, in fact, is allegedly linked to a mobile companies, but more details are still awaited. But we're hearing that central intelligence agencies, along with local authorities in Sri Ganganagar, are now leading a high-level joint investigation to find out any potential links, in fact, of this Chinese national to any sort of espionage activities. The police authorities and intel agencies will also be looking at various documents, whether it's the personal details, identification cards, and travel documents of this particular Chinese national. Now, remember, Shivangi, this also comes after, in fact, one individual, Akashdeep, was also arrested because of the alleged links, in fact, to a Pakistani terrorist and handling and, in fact, giving out various sort of information in terms of videos of sensitive sites to the Pakistani terrorist via WhatsApp and other social media platforms. So, in fact, in Sri Ganganagar earlier, we also saw reports of balloons where PIA was written on balloons. They were found in the Sri Ganganagar area. So, back-to-back security alert has been issued. In fact, in this particular case, when a Chinese national was arrested, security officials are on high alert and alert that any untoward incident should not take place in the region. Shivangi.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Hina. Suspicious Chinese has been identified by the security agencies, and now the next step is to find out what was the suspicious Chinese doing near the international border in the first place. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Prime Minister Modi is holding a virtual meeting with chief ministers on West Asia crisis today. So it's a very important meeting which is taking place. And Pine gas carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG are expected to arrive at New Mangalore port today. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and the government of India has slashed the central excise duty on fuel for petrol from rupees 13 earlier to now rupees 3 per litre, and for diesel from rupees 10 earlier to 0. Now the big question is, will fuel prices also reduce? Getting you all the details on that, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petrol. Retail prices remain unchanged. Even as government slashes excise duty, Indian markets open in red. Meanwhile, rupee also falls to a record low at 94 against the US dollar. Amid tensions with NATO allies, Trump hails Prime Minister Modi, says Modi gets things done. Massive uproar in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. NC MLAs protest against Khamenei's killing. Anti-US and Israel slogans raised in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Indian LPG vessel Jug Vasant docks at the Kandla port carrying over 42,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas. Pine gas carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at New Mangalore port shortly today. Viewers, now first starting up with a fresh breaking development that comes from the defense sector. Now, the Defense Acquisition Council is likely to give its nod to several major programs aimed at strengthening the armed forces, including proposals to acquire 60 medium transport aircraft and 5 more units of the S-400 air defense systems, the same air defense systems that brought the Indian Defense Forces laurels and proved its mettle in Operation Sindoor. Now, the meeting is scheduled to take place today and is also expected to clear a proposal to acquire around 4 squadrons of indigenous remotely piloted strike aircraft, also referred to as unmanned combat jets for the Indian Air Force. Now, reports in the defense establishment reveal that the Indian Army's plan is set to acquire a large number of BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles with a strike range of at least 800 kilometers. That's also likely to come up for approval. Now, the DAC is the apex body of the Defense Ministry for all procurement and new weapon systems related issuing and for the armed forces. Now, the meeting will be led by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and will also include top military leadership, the tri-services chiefs, the CDS, and including that will be the Defense Secretary. That's the big development that we're getting in. India eyeing multiple defense procurements. In fact, joining me live is my colleague Ishan to get us more updates on the matter. Ishan, speak to us about these procurement plans. You know, one side the Air Force is eyeing an unmanned aircraft, and on the other side the Army is eyeing multiple BrahMos cruise missiles. Not just that, S-400 air defense systems also set to get a boost. Ishan.
Absolutely. The most important big ticket item on the DAC's agenda will be the 60 medium transport aircraft. This is a multi-billion-dollar deal that will take place, and it is one of the most crucial pieces of the puzzle because this medium transport aircraft is one that has been pitched by multiple suppliers for the Make in India project. There are multiple companies, including Mahindra Defence, Tata Advanced Systems, which have joined hands with Western companies to provide these aircraft that are manufactured in India to the Indian forces. Apart from that, we know that 5 more additional S-400 have been on the table for the last few DACs, but they are still pending, and this time again the same will be taken up. Apart from that, 300 howitzers for the Indian Army, Dhanush howitzers for the Indian Army is also on the table. This is again another very big investment because after the M777, this is the first time an Indian howitzer is being taken up by the Indian Army, and the Indian Army, if the order is placed, will make history with this. Apart from the S-400, the advanced system of the BrahMos, that is the 800-kilometer variant of BrahMos, is also on the table, and a large order for replenishment of supply of BrahMos missiles has been also proposed to the DAC for order. Now, this entire DAC has been focused on big ticket items because a lot of the replenishment had already taken place, and now we are seeing advancement in items that are required for bolstering the defense of India. And a key focus for this DAC, as always, is Make in India, and this will be very important in deciding which units to be taken and which units to be proposed forward. The 300 Dhanush howitzers are also very important because this is the key element in the artillery division of the Indian Army. Apart from the M777, this will be the first time that India will be inducting Indian-made howitzers in the Indian Army. Back to you.
Right. In fact, this time around, the defense budget was also a massive one, Ishan, no doubt about that. But also with this procurement, India is now eyeing Atmanirbharta. Self-reliance remains at the center of this. And what are the details that you can get us when it comes to domestic defense manufacturing, that industry getting a boost because of the procurements as Indian defense now gets ready for a complete rehaul? The Indian Air Force, Army and even the Navy eyeing a complete rehaul of their armament and of their weaponry.
Absolutely. The Indian Armed Forces is on a very important mission of self-sustainability and Atmanirbharta. They have been eyeing products, and most of the deals have been focusing through multiple projects such as IDEX and other projects to ensure that Indian manufacturers get a fair chance against these Western manufacturers. And the Indian Armed Forces as an ecosystem has been providing a lot of support to these Indian manufacturers to make in India, develop the weapons in India, and then ensure that these are inducted into the armed forces. This time also we can see that the medium transport aircraft, which is the largest item on the agenda, has been focused on Indian manufacturing and making the same in India. This will provide not only to the larger companies, but a lot of MSMEs will be involved in making components and parts for it. And if we see that BrahMos has already started a factory in Uttar Pradesh, and you can see that the newer version, which is the 800-kilometer version of the BrahMos, has also been put on the agenda. Apart from that, Made in India Dhanush and Made in India Strike aircraft, which is the unmanned aircraft that we were talking about earlier, is also there. This is the refitment of older aircraft so that they do not require pilots anymore and then can still be used and the service lives can be extended. This will be a great solution to the dwindling numbers of fighter squadrons in the Indian Air Force. Back to you.
Right, Ishan. In fact, also very important to note that officers in the military have already started training over these specialized systems. And like you mentioned, Tata Advanced Systems being at the helm of this entire project. But we will closely keep tracking the conversation. For now, viewers, shifting focus and taking a look at what's happening to global concerns over energy supply disruptions that have arisen due to tensions around the strategically crucial Strait of Hormuz. Now, India continues to maintain steady fuel inflows even through the contentious strait. Apollo Ocean has been carrying about 16,000 tons of LPG and is now docked at the New Mangalore Port authorities. Now, many other crude oil vessels are also scheduled to berth over the next few days, ensuring that domestic energy supplies remain intact. Here's more on that. Take a look.
The LPG tanker Apollo Ocean docked at the New Mangalore Port Authority and is scheduled to offload nearly 16,000 tons of liquefied petroleum gas. Sources say a portion of the cargo will be discharged at New Mangalore before the vessel proceeds further to Kochi Port for the remaining offload. The LPG cargo originally arrived aboard the tanker Shivalik, which carried nearly 46,000 tons of LPG after passing through the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz earlier this month. The cargo was later transferred at Vadinar Port in Gujarat before being routed to the Apollo Ocean for delivery. Meanwhile, another LPG tanker, Alain, carrying 23,000 tons of LPG, is expected to arrive at the port on March 27th after departing from Yanbu Industrial Port in Saudi Arabia. In addition, crude oil tanker Poppy P, carrying nearly 1.41 lakh tons of crude oil, is also expected to reach the port on the same day after sailing from the Red Sea region in Saudi Arabia. With multiple LPG and crude oil shipments continuing to reach Indian ports, authorities say the country's energy supply chain remains stable, even as tensions persist around key global shipping routes like the Strait of Hormuz.
Viewers, Viewers, now this next story is a perfect example of how India has been tackling the energy crunch that's been ongoing because of the war, not just by diversifying oil routes, but also shifting policies. Now, a big relief has come in for oil firms. The centre has reduced excise duty on both diesel and petrol. However, the retail prices now remain unchanged. Now, even as the government has slashed the excise duty, Indian markets opened in the red. Meanwhile, rupee also took a hit and fell to a record low of 94 against the US dollar. In fact, let's also take a look at what political debates are breaking over the matter. Not just the rupee taking hit, but also central excise duties being slashed. Listen in.
हमारे देश में गैस और ऑयल कितने कम प्रोडक्शन होते हैं और हम बाहर से निर्भर रखते हैं। आम जिंदगी में सबको गैस चाहिए, सबको पेट्रोल डीजल चाहिए, तो इसको किसी तरह से दाम ना बढ़े, नियंत्रण में रखे, इसके लिए इतना बड़ा फैसला लेना, वो भी पेट्रोल तब 3 रुपया एक्साइज ड्यूटी रख दिया, इतना कम आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, और डीजल में 0 कर दिया।
देखिए, पहले विषय, जब भी ऐसे दुनिया में संकट आता है और उसका प्रभाव भारत के ऊपर पड़ेगा, इससे पहले कोविड हो या हम हो, जिस तरीके से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी तुरंत उसको रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं, जिससे जनता के ऊपर बोझ ना लगे और जनता के ऊपर ये कष्ट भी ना हो, किल्लत ना हो पेट्रोल और डीजल का और एलपीजी का भी। इस कारण अभी क्योंकि विदेश में मार्केट में दाम बढ़ रही है क्रूड का, उसके कारण पेट्रोल और डीजल का, एटीएफ का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये चाहा कि कंज्यूमर का प्राइस बढ़ना नहीं है। उसके कारण हम निर्णय लिए हैं कि ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट दें और जिससे वो ज़्यादा दाम में खरीदने वाली चीज़ों को सरकार उनको मदद करेगी, मगर जनता के ऊपर रेट बढ़ाना नहीं होना चाहिए। देखिए, पहले विषय, जब भी ऐसे दुनिया में संकट आता है और उसका प्रभाव भारत के ऊपर पड़ेगा, इससे पहले कोविड हो या हम हो, जिस तरीके से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी तुरंत उसको रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं, जिससे जनता के ऊपर बोझ ना लगे और जनता के ऊपर ये कष्ट भी ना हो, किल्लत ना हो पेट्रोल और डीजल का और एलपीजी का भी। इस कारण अभी क्योंकि विदेश में मार्केट में दाम बढ़ रही है क्रूड का, उसके कारण पेट्रोल और डीजल का, एटीएफ का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये चाहा कि कंज्यूमर का प्राइस बढ़ना नहीं है। उसके कारण हम निर्णय लिए हैं कि ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट दें और जिससे वो ज़्यादा दाम में खरीदने वाली चीज़ों को सरकार उनको मदद करेगी, मगर जनता के ऊपर रेट बढ़ाना नहीं होना चाहिए।
Viewers, now getting in a fresh breaking development, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who we just heard moments ago over the excise slashes, is going to present the central excise duty slashed over petrol and diesel on the table of the House. That's the latest that we're getting in. Now, the Government of India has slashed central excise duties on petrol and diesel by about 10 rupees per litre each. For petrol, it's been reduced from an earlier 13 rupees to now just 3 rupees per litre. And for diesel, it's been reduced from an earlier 10 rupees to absolutely nil costs as of now, as the energy crisis looms large over the globe. And now the Finance Minister is supposed to lay out the reduced excise duty on the table of the floor today. She will present it in front of the cabinet, the opposition, explaining what the government is doing. Now remember, the government has deployed what is known as the shock absorber system, where even when there is a crisis, petrol and energy prices, something something that is so central to about 1.2 billion people in the country, the prices do not fluctuate. And to manage that fluctuation, a shock absorber system is put in place by the government, where extra prices are taken care of by adjusting the metrics. In fact, also joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Harsha to get us more details. Harsha, speak to us about the finance minister all set to speak about the slashed excise duties on the table of the House today.
As you rightly pointed out, Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, will be tabling the excise duties, which will lower the cost of petrol and diesel from now onwards. As you very well know that the oil marketing companies are offset at the heavy losses on the pump sales because of the conflict of the war situation. And what we've got to know that the prices will be slashed to rupees 10 per litre, which will bring the centre imposed taxes down to rupees 3 per litre for petrol, and it will make it 0 for diesel. What we are learning is that it will help consumers a lot, and it will also going to help the oil marketing companies as well, as they are already at the offset of the heavy losses. But now that's not going to happen. What we've also got to know that the oil marketing companies are currently losing rupees 48.8 per litre of petrol or diesel, which has been sold in large part due to the surge in the Brent crude prices. And what we have understood that the global benchmark is already $100 US per barrel, which is already at the red line because of the Strait of Hormuz blockade. So what we've got to know, with this tabling of the reduction of the excise duties of petrol and diesel, will help consumers and oil marketing companies a lot. And we have got to know that the Nirmala Sitharaman will be tabling it in another hour, and likewise it will be passed and after that in Rajya Sabha as well.
Right, Harsha. Thanks for getting us a rundown on that. Now, we were shifting focus to another breaking development that we're getting in the same aspect. Now, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has reacted on the excise duty cut by the central government. In fact, he called this a swift and decisive intervention by the Prime Minister to shield 1.4 billion Indians from global price and supply shocks amid the West Asia crisis that has impacted energy and commodity markets. Now, central excise duty on petrol and diesel have been slashed, and the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has called this a swift and decisive intervention by the Prime Minister to shield over 1.4 billion people from the fluctuating prices of fuel, of diesel, petrol, and also other energy resources. That's the latest that we're getting in. S. Jaishankar now gives his first reaction, calls the move swift and decisive as an intervention by the Prime Minister. Now, viewers, remember the excise duty, the central excise duty has been cut on petrol and diesel prices. Now, the overall price remains the same. Now, India is one of the very few countries in the global south that has been able to manage the price of fuel even as West Asia tensions escalate. In Pakistan, it is close to about 300 rupees per litre now, with availability going down and reducing. They have introduced work from home. Even Sri Lanka and Bangladesh are reeling with a similar fate, but India has been able to hold its ground. Viewers, but no country has not been impacted, and India's ceramic capital, Morbi in Gujarat, has come to a near standstill, with most factories shut for almost a month. A sharp gas supply crunch has triggered that, the disruptions have been linked to the conflict that's widening in Iran, Israel, and the United States. That has forced over 400 units to halt all production work. Now, Morbi, which contributes nearly 80% of India's ceramic output, is now facing one of its worst slowdowns in many years, impacting not just manufacturers, but the entire supply chain, right down to the workers who've been working in these factories and have now been forced to return to their home states.
Most factories in Morbi, India's ceramics hub in Gujarat, have shut down for nearly a month due to gas shortages triggered by the Iran war. Morbi produces about 80% of India's ceramics, mainly tiles and sanitary ware, and exports to the Middle East, Africa and Europe.
If we talk about Gujarat's Morbi ceramic industry, which is second largest in entire world, has kind of come to a standstill and hit the pause button. If we talk about this industry, the cluster has more than 600 units, and each unit has an investment of around about 15 crores to 150 crore. This industry is currently not functional for 1 month. Association had declared this in mid-March. and it could go on till April.
Manufacturers say they halted operations after supplies of propane and natural gas, key fuels for ceramics production, was squeezed. India's ceramics industry is estimated to be worth about 70,000 crore rupees, with Morbi at its core. Over 400 factories shut, nearly 90% of units offline.
आधी फैक्ट्री है तो नहीं, लेकिन 400 फैक्ट्रियाँ जो है करीबन वो बंद है। वो गैस की अनिश्चितता के कारण, गैस सप्लाई में जो डिस्टर्बेंस हुआ था, उसकी वजह से हम लोगों ने तय किया कि हम लोग जो है अपनी फैक्ट्री 20 दिन या तो 25 दिन के लिए शटडाउन स्वैच्छिक करके आगे जब गैस सप्लाई जब स्टेबल होगी उसके बाद हम लोग प्लान चालू करेंगे। गवर्नमेंट से भी हमारी बात चल रही है, तो गवर्नमेंट का मानना भी यही है कि गैस जो सप्लाई है वो 10 से 15 अप्रैल तक तो फुल फ्लैश हो जाएगी। उसके बाद अभी हमारी जो डिमांड है वो करीब 60 लाख क्यूबिक मीटर के आसपास है। उसके पास अवेलेबल है 30 लाख क्यूबिक मीटर, लेकिन वो 15 अगर हम डिमांड रखते हैं उसके पास तो 15 तारीख से हमको गैस देने के लिए रेडी है।
From packaging units, transporters, raw material suppliers, the shutdown is choking the entire ecosystem. Industry leaders say this is a rare and unprecedented crisis, one they haven't seen in years.
मोरबी का अंदर एक महीने के अंदर मिनिमम 500 से 700 करोड़ का डायरेक्टली इंडस्ट्रीज के ऊपर लॉस है, और साथों साथ जो भी गुजरात गैस लो, पावर सप्लाई लो, इतना पावर कंजप्शन यहाँ पे मोरबी में हो रहा है, तो पीजीवीएससीएल को भी लॉस होगा। और जितने सोलर प्लांट गुजरात में लगे हैं वो सोलर प्लांट का भी पावर यूज होने वाला नहीं है, तो वो भी सोलर प्लांट को भी शट डाउन करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन अगर एक महीने के अंदर मतलब अगर 15 अप्रैल तक ये इंडस्ट्रीज को गैस नहीं मिला तो काफ़ी बड़ा नुकसान इंडस्ट्रीज को भी हो सकता है। साथों साथ जो भी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए अलग अलग इंडस्ट्रीज जो हमारे सप्लायर है उसको भी इफेक्ट होगा, और हमारे जो वर्कर है उसको भी इफेक्ट होगा।
The shutdown is expected to last till mid-April.
हमारा प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी पर डे का 7,000 to 10,000 स्क्वायर मीटर का प्रोडक्शन हमारा पर डे का है। वैसे यहाँ पर काफ़ी फैक्ट्रियाँ हैं, बट हर एक फैक्ट्री का प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटीज प्लस और माइनस रहता है। रफली आइडिया मैडम ऐसे कैलकुलेट करना बहुत मुश्किल है, वैसे तो नुकसान काफ़ी है, बट होपफुली नेक्स्ट मंथ में अप्रैल में, मिडल ऑफ अप्रैल में हमारा रीओपन होने का भी काफ़ी अच्छा एक स्कोप हमें दिख रहा है कि थोड़ा सा ब्रेक हुआ है तो अच्छा मार्केट फ्लो मिल सकता है।
For now, Morbi waits for gas, for relief, for revival.
Viewers, even as the Asian markets continue to remain in the red, global markets are now rebounding as Trump has extended the Iran peace deal deadline. Brent crude fell 0.8% to $107 per barrel. Crude price, on the other hand, gained 5% before Trump extended the deadline. S&P Global set to rebound after closing at a 6-month low. So Western markets are now gaining. Western markets are opening better than before. These openings also are heavily relied upon Trump's extension of the Iran peace deal deadline. Now, Brent crude fell about 0.8%, coming over $207 per barrel, whereas on the other hand, crude price gained 5% before Trump's extension of the so-called peace deadline. Now, S&P 500 is set to rebound after closing at a 6-month low as well. A huge relief that comes in for the American stocks, a huge relief that comes in for global Western markets as they continue to rebound as Trump now has extended the Iran peace deal deadline. Now, to reiterate, the crude prices fell about 0.8%, bringing the entire price down to $107 per barrel. And now the crude prices gained about 5%. This happened before Trump extended the deadline, and S&P Global is set to rebound after closing at a 6-month low. That's the latest that we're getting in. Now, remember, markets in Asia continue to suffer. They continue to open in the red. If you talk about indices from Japan's Nikkei all the way to Sensex and Nifty in India, or even if you talk about Chinese stock markets, they continue to open in the red. But global stock markets on the other side, the Western stock markets, especially ones from the US, are looking at a rebound as Trump has now extended the peace deal deadline in the fighting that's ongoing with Iran in West Asia. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side. Now, Trump, amid his war with his NATO allies, has spoken well of Prime Minister Modi. Hailing him, he says that Modi gets things done. We're going to get you all the details on that explosive statement from the US President after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Pine gas carrying over 45,000 metric tons of LPG is expected to arrive at New Mangalore port shortly today.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
This week on Get Me Right, is America's Iran war a crusade? That's what comes out of the Christian imagery being used by the Trump administration, particularly its Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. This, even as the chief priest of the Christendom, Pope Leo XIV, has called for an immediate ceasefire and launched a sustained campaign for the end of war. Then, from West Asia's theatre of war, we travel to Kathmandu, where an engineer turned rapper turned politician has taken over as the youngest Prime Minister of Nepal. What it means for the Himalayan kingdom and what it means for India. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिम। MDH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिम, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the relief that has been given by the government of India for the OMCs when it comes to the excise duty on oil or petrol, so that the burden does not get passed on to the consumers like it happened in other countries as we speak, because our neighboring countries are facing a major oil crisis, and we are definitely well better placed compared to the neighboring nations and nations across the globe. We'll get you all the updates on this story and all the latest national and international breaking news developments. But first up, now let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petroleum. Retail prices remain unchanged. Markets and rupee fall even as government slash excise duty. Indian markets opened in red. Meanwhile, rupee also falls to a record low at 94 against US dollar. Amid tensions with NATO allies, Trump hails PM Modi, says Modi gets things done. And massive uproar, huge ruckus in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. NC MLAs protest against Khamenei's killing. Anti-US and Israel slogans were raised in Assembly today. Indian LPG vessel Jagvasant docks at Kandla port carrying over 42,000 metric tons of LPG. And Pine gas carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at New Mangalore port today. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first big breaking news that we are getting. Defence Acquisition Council meet is underway in Delhi. And the meet is chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. And it's the DAC, that is the Defence Acquisition Council, which is likely, I repeat, likely to clear major deals for S-400 air defence systems, unmanned combat jets, BrahMos cruise missiles and transport aircrafts today. Big development we're closely monitoring because it's the DAC meeting that is underway in Delhi. It's a major push that will help in boosting our defence preparedness. Now, Defence Acquisition Council meet is underway in Delhi, and the meet is chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. All right, I have my colleague Ishan for more details on the story. Ishan, what is the latest that you are fetching? What likely major deals can we expect today? S-400 air defence and transport aircrafts. Put this into perspective for our viewers.
This is a very crucial DAC meeting. It began around 1 PM as per information provided, and this meeting will be clearing a lot of large ticket items. The most important of them would be the 60 medium transport aircraft, or the 60 MTA aircraft deal that will be around 20,000 crore rupees deal. And this is very important because the Indian Air Force has been eyeing these transport aircraft for quite some time now. We have the large heavy lift transport aircraft such as the C-130s and C-17s and IL-76, but however we do not have is a medium transport aircraft. The AN-32 fleet is getting old and we need to replace them, and this is the deal which will see that the medium transport aircraft gets inducted into the Indian Air Force. The other thing very important about the medium transport aircraft deal is that this will be a Make in India project, and a lot of Western companies have tied up with Indian companies to provide expertise and knowledge, but the manufacturing will take place in India, and not only the manufacturing of the aircraft, but the components of the aircraft will also be manufacturing. This will not be a assemble in India project, but a true Make in India project, and we can see that this will boost a lot of MSMEs in India to international standards. Apart from this, we have also come across information that a lot of BrahMos missiles have been ordered by the Indian Army. Now, these BrahMos missiles have proven the mettle in Operation Sindoor and a lot of times before that as well. We can see that a lot of BrahMos missiles will be ordered by the Indian Army. Apart from that, we are also getting information that the extended range version or the 800-kilometer version of the BrahMos that has been co-developed by India and Russia will also be put to the test, and a lot of them will be ordered. Apart from that, 4 squadrons of refitted aircraft, that is the old aircraft that have been refitted to be flown without pilots, and that can be flown without pilots but with all sensors and upgrades. This will give a boost to and extend the life of the aircraft that is set to retire. Now, this is also important because these 4 squadrons can be a stopgap solution for the Indian Air Force, as the Indian Air Force has seen its squadrons dwindle down, and we need to boost production for fighter aircraft while we wait for the 119 Rafale aircraft. This will be a great stopgap solution to ensure operational capabilities of the Indian Air Force. Apart from that, we will also see 60 Dhanush 300 Dhanush howitzers be ordered for the Indian Army. Now, the Indian Army has not ordered artillery for a very long time, and the last large order for artillery was the M777 for the Indian Army. Now we can see that the homegrown, homemade Dhanush artillery system by Bharat Forge is also on the table, and the DSC can approve this, and if approved, it will be a very big significant move for the Indian metallurgical and design bureaus, because this is a howitzer that has been completely designed in India and is tailor-made for the needs of the Indian Army. Yeah. This is all on the table at the DSC today, and it is a very exciting day for us today. Back to you.
Yeah, Ishan, the primary focus, as you very well mentioned, for a very long time, we haven't focused much on the artillery, but it's very crucial, very critical at this moment, since we were in a war with Pakistan, and artillery plays a very important role when it comes to combat at border regions. Now, what major developments on the artillery front? And also, if you can put into perspective the requirement of fighter aircrafts, because we have 2 hostile neighbors when it comes to either Pakistan and at times China. Where do we stand when it comes to our fighter aircrafts, the squadrons?
It is very important that India is facing a 2-front scenario where China and Pakistan both are hostile nations, and they pose a significant channel to the Indian defense. And the Indian Armed Forces has been preparing for a 2-front war for a very long time. And for this, we require a certain number of squadrons. That is the number of squadrons that need to be with the Indian Air Force. We have seen those squadrons dwindle down because of the retiring of MiG-21 and a lot of the older aircraft. Okay. A lot of aircraft have been lost in accidents as well. So we need a significant number of these aircraft, and we need the squadrons numbers to rise up.
True. Thanks a lot, Ishan, for the latest details, and we'll come back to you as more details unfold in this story. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, a total of 6 Maoists, now 5 of them from Rajnandgaon, Kanker border division, and 1 from the Border 5 company have surrendered, and they are coming to the mainstream. Now, this comes after many Maoists have surrendered in the last few days. Let's watch this report for more information.
Ahead of the 100% neutralization of armed Naxals deadline of 31st March, a total of 6 Maoists, 5 of them from Rajnandgaon Kanker border division and 1 from company number 5, have decided to surrender and return to the mainstream of rehabilitation. Out of these, 3 Maoists have surrendered along with their weapons. According to the Kanker SP, other Maoists active in the area are also being continuously contacted, and efforts are being made to bring them back to mainstream as soon as possible. Currently, there are a few Naxalites remaining in Kanker and company number 5. Efforts are ongoing for their surrender.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we're getting. A major terror plot has been uncovered in the Sri Ganganagar district. where the police have arrested a youth involved in a conspiracy to carry out bomb blasts. Now, the accused has been identified as 19-year-old Akash Deep, a resident of Chakkera village within the Lalgarh Jatan police station area. Preliminary investigations have revealed that he was in contact with a Pakistani terrorist named Shehzad Bhatti and was carrying out suspicious activities across various states of the country under Bhatti's instruction. Now, this is a major terror plot uncovered in the Sri Ganganagar district. All right, viewers, we have Ishita from the newsroom for more details on the story. Ishita, what is the latest that you are fetching in the story? It pertains to a youth, a 19-year-old who was planning to conduct bomb blasts. More details, please.
Right, Shriram, it's a big win for Indian forces in the arrest of this 19-year-old youth called Akash Deep from Sri Ganganagar district of Rajasthan. Now remember, even though he's been arrested from Rajasthan, he was planning attacks all across different states. He was carrying out surveillance and recce in the areas of Delhi, Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan, and he was sending all of these operational plans, the access to these potential targets back to his handler in Pakistan, who's also a terrorist named Shehzad Bhatti. Now all of these crucial links to these potential targets were being sent to Pakistan. He had links, cross-border links to this terrorist called Shehzad Bhatti. And not only that, he was in constant touch with him for several past months. He was sharing information through social media, including Instagram and Telegram. And all of these operational plans, the routes to these potential targets spanning across different states of Delhi, Haryana and Rajasthan were being shared by Akash Deep to his handler based in Pakistan. And now government right now he's been arrested and investigation is going on. They're trying to contact his family, his potential accomplices in this terror bid, and also his local friends who could also be involved in this case. Now remember, there was earlier also several accused who were arrested from Ambala in March, and all of their links were traced back to this terrorist in Pakistan, Shehzad Bhatti as well. So it is now found that Akash Deep could also be linked to these other accused who were arrested earlier from Ambala in March, and this could be a major group who were operating from India and had cross-border links to Pakistan. They were trying to carry out a blast all across India. Several states were on their target, including the capital city, Rajasthan, and Haryana, Punjab as well. And they were trying to recce and carry out surveillance in these potential areas and then sending back all the plans to Pakistan.
Thanks for the details on this story. I will come back to you as more details unfold in this news development. Now let's move on to another big breaking news and big development, a big story. Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says that his government has made constructive contribution to the Iran war. Now this after Donald Trump said that he was surprised by Australia's refusal to help the US secure the Strait of Hormuz, while again lashing out at NATO allies for their inaction. Take a listen to this.
I said very early on that I wasn't going to comment on all of his commentary on a day-to-day basis, but I again reiterate that there is no request being made to Australia that has not been agreed to. President Trump is up to him to explain his comments, but of course I make the point as well that Australia wasn't consulted before this action was undertaken, and I respect that. That's a matter for the United States. What Australia is responsible for, and what I, as the Prime Minister of Australia, are responsible for, is Australia's response. And we've been constructive. We've provided the E-7 Wedgetail aircraft that is playing a critical role in support of the Gulf states who've been attacked by Iran unprovoked.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, in a Sanjay Kapoor estate dispute in Delhi High Court today. During the hearing before the Delhi High Court, now both parties jointly requested the court to defer the matter. Now, accepting the request, the court adjourned the hearing without entering into the merits of the case. Now, the matter has now been listed for further consideration on July 23rd, 2026, when arguments are expected to be addressed. Big development in the Sanjay Kapoor estate dispute case, which was to be heard in the Delhi High Court today. Now, during the hearing, Before the Delhi High Court, both parties jointly requested the court to defer the matter. Accepting the request, the court adjourned the hearing without entering into the merits of the case. And also, the matter has now been listed for further consideration on July 23rd, 2026, when arguments are expected to be addressed. All right, I have Sarthak for more details on this story. Sarthak, if you can explain our viewers the entire chronology of events that took place when it comes to this entire case and the latest developments and the details of which you have fetched today.
Absolutely, Shivam. At this point, what we know of about this family dispute, that multiple cases have been filed in courts across Delhi. There are two cases pending in the Delhi High Court. One is the dispute regarding the estate of Sanjay Kapoor. Rani Kapoor filed a petition in the Delhi High Court where she questioned the validity of the will. There is a civil defamation suit that was filed by Mandira Kapoor against her sister-in-law Priya Kapoor, and Priya Kapoor as well filed a criminal defamation suit against Mandira Kapoor in the Patiala House Court. So what we know of, there are multiple cases pending today. Today the hearing was regarding the will dispute. However, it was a purely procedural hearing. No significant arguments took place on this date. It was mutually decided between the two parties that they need to defer the matter on a future date, and the court agreed to that. Now the court has listed the matter for July 23rd, 2026 for arguments. Let me remind the viewers, a few days ago, Republic got an update regarding a legal notice that was served by Rani Kapoor to Priya Kapoor, where she tried to remove her as a trustee in the will. Against that, a few days later on March 24th, Priya Kapoor served a similar kind of notice to Rani Kapoor, where she tried removing her as a trustee in the will because she happens to be a trustee and a beneficiary. That is something that she claims. Now the case is pending before the Delhi High Court regarding the validity of the will and what will happen in this family dispute, because at this point there are multiple cases pending. It is becoming complicated with every passing day, with every passing week. So what will happen in this family dispute, and that is something that only time will tell. Back to you,
Sarthak. Thanks a lot for the details. We'll come back to you with more information as more details unfold in the story. Now, moving on to another top story. Now, this is a very big development that is coming in. The Kuwait Ports Authorities says that the attack has taken place. A big development. A Shuaib port attacked by hostile drones with no human casualties. The Kuwait's main commercial port has been damaged in a drone attack on Friday. Authorities say that as Iran presses on with its campaign in the Gulf in retaliation for US-Israeli strikes, Kuwait Ports Authorities say that a Shuaib port attacked by hostile drones with no human casualties. Kuwait's main commercial port has been damaged in a drone attack on Friday. Authorities say as Iran presses on its campaign in the Gulf in retaliation for US for its campaign for its attacks. And now the Kuwait's main commercial port has been damaged in a drone attack on Friday, authorities say, as Iran presses on its campaign in the Gulf in retaliation for US-Israeli strikes. Big development here coming in from the Kuwait Ports Authority, which has said that a Shuaib port has been attacked by hostile drones with no human casualties which have been reported. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu announced the elimination of IRGC Navy commander, that is Eli Reza Tangsiri, in a precise IDF strike, now highlighting his role in blocking the Strait of Hormuz and the terrorist operations. Now, Defense Minister Israel Katz detailed the operation that neutralized Tangsiri and top naval officials, now all of which leads to the question, who is Tangsiri? A key figure in Iran's asymmetric warfare, Tangsiri led fast boat swarms and anti-Western tactics in the Persian Gulf. Let's listen in to know more.
אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף בעוצמה את המטרות של משטר הטרור האיראני. אמש חיסלנו את מפקד חיל הים של משמרות המהפכה. לאיש הזה יש הרבה דם על הידיים, ובנוסף הוא זה שהוביל את סגירת מצרי הורמוז. זוהי עוד אחת מהדוגמאות של שיתוף הפעולה בינינו לבין ידידינו ארצות הברית, במטרה משותפת להשיג את
הלילה סיכל צה"ל בפעולה מדויקת וקטלנית את מפקד חיל הים של משמרות המהפכה, טנגסירי, יחד עם בכירי פיקוד חיל הים. האיש היה אחראי הישיר על פעולת הטרור של מיקוש וחסימת מצרי הורמוז לשיט, פוצץ וסוכל.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story, a big breaking news development. Now, this is about Balendra Shah, who is the new Prime Minister of Nepal, who just sworn in. There was a swearing-in ceremony which happened a little while ago, and we showed you the live broadcast of the swearing-in ceremony. And now there's a big development here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi extends warm congratulations to Balendra Shah on being sworn in as the Prime Minister of Nepal. Now, this is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, and I quote, he said, "Your appointment reflects the trust reposed in your leadership by the people of Nepal. I look forward to working closely with you to take India-Nepal friendship and cooperation to even greater heights for the mutual benefit of our two peoples." Now, this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi extending warm congratulations to Balendra Shah, Balen Shah, on being sworn in as the Prime Minister of Nepal. Now, these are the visuals from the swearing-in ceremony on your screens, as you can see, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has congratulated Balendra Shah for being sworn in as the Prime Minister of Nepal, one of the youngest Prime Ministers in the world, because he's just a 35-year-old. He is a rapper turned politician who will also be the first person from the Madhya region to hold the top executive post in the country. So this is the congratulations that was given, the congratulations given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another story. Now, tensions between Hungary and Ukraine are escalating over disrupted Russian oil supplies. Now, Hungary has now cut natural gas supply to Ukraine and says that it will not sign any new energy contracts. Here's a report on everything we know so far.
Hungary has stopped supplying natural gas to Ukraine, marking a sharp escalation in tensions between the two countries. The decision comes amid an ongoing dispute over disruptions to Russian oil shipments through the Druzhba pipeline. Hungarian officials say they will honor existing contracts but will not sign any new agreements with Ukraine. Russian oil supplies to Hungary and Slovakia have been disrupted for weeks after reported damage to the pipeline running through Ukrainian territory. Budapest has accused Ukraine of deliberately blocking supplies, a claim Kiev denies. Ukrainian officials say repeated Russian attacks have made repairs to the pipeline dangerous and difficult. President Volodymyr Zelensky has also signaled reluctance to allow continued transit of Russian oil through Ukraine. Hungary, which still relies heavily on Russian energy, has called the move blackmail and responded by cutting gas supplies.
Ami pedig az ukrán helyzetet illeti, ott azt tudom mondani, hogy Magyarország és a magyar kormány tegnap világos döntést hozott, ez meg is jelent ezzel kapcsolatos kormányhatározat a közlönyben az éjjel. Tehát Magyarország a kifutó szerződéseket teljesíti, de újabb szerződést nem köt Ukrajnával. Ezek a szerződések a második negyedévben ki fognak futni. Hogy milyen eszközeink vannak még, én úgy gondolom, hogy nincs szükség újabb eszközre, mert a jelenleg rendelkezésre álló eszközeink elegendőek ahhoz, hogy Ukrajna a barátságkővezetéket megnyissa. Ennek csak az időpontja kérdéses.
Ukraine depends on Hungary for a significant portion of its gas imports, making the cut a major pressure point in the dispute. The standoff highlights growing divisions in Europe over energy and the war, with no immediate resolution in sight.
All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break. But don't go anywhere, because coming up next, there's a big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petroleum. Retail prices remain unchanged. Coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, a big relief for Indian consumers as government absorbs the shocks and cuts excise duty on petroleum and diesel. We'll get you all the details on that, but first up, a quick check at the headlines. Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petroleum. Retail prices remain unchanged. Even as government slashes excise duty, Indian markets open in red. Meanwhile, rupee also falls to a record low at 94 against a US dollar. Amid tensions with NATO allies, Donald Trump hails Prime Minister Modi, says Modi gets things done. Massive uproar in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. NC MLAs protest against a Khamenei's killing raise anti-US and Israel slogans in the Assembly. Indian LPG vessel Jagvasant docks at Kandla port, carrying over 42,000 metric tons of LPG. Pine gas carrying over 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at New Mangalore port today. All right, here's our top focus at this hour. A second incident has now been reported from the state of West Bengal, where a government employee has now been beaten by a TMC goons. Now, this incident was reported when the government employee had gone for his training at Ranaghat. He was then attacked by TMC people with clear instigation from a local BDO. Now, viewers, what was exactly the reason which triggered this incident? Now, before the commencement of the training, there were advertisements of Mamata Banerjee being played, which is in fact a clear violation of MCC. And upon protesting this person, the government employee Saket Chatterjee was beaten up by TMC leaders. A second incident has now been reported of pre-poll violence, where a government employee has been beaten by TMC leaders. My colleague Harsha now joins me on this. Harsha, another incident has now been reported from the state of West Bengal, where a government employee has been beaten up by TMC leaders. Give us more details. What exactly triggered this, and is there any investigation going on in this case right now?
So yes, this was an incident where the training of the polling person was taking place. It is a Devnath institution where this entire incident took place in the Ranaghat area, and that was the time when polling person Saket Chatterjee complained about the advertisement of Mamata Banerjee being displaced. And why not to complain? Because model of code of conduct is in force in the state of West Bengal. Also, elections are due on 23rd and 29th, and it is it is the violation of the model code of conduct, that how can the advertisement of the state government could play anywhere when the model code of conduct is in force. And he complained about that. That was a time when the VTO, who is being alleged as he is still the party loyalist, he is working as the loyalist of the Mamata Banerjee's party, he complained, and the polling officers and few officers, they attacked Saket Chatterjee. He had got injuries in the head and hands and knee as well. He has been taken for a treatment nearby hospital, but it's clearly the violation of the model code of conduct. And what is being alleged is that at this time of the elections, which is very crucial, there are few officers who are working as the loyalists of Mamata Banerjee. This is right now the state of the West Bengal, where how the people who are complaining against state government, they are being attacked by the TMC. They are being attacked by the TMC loyalists, and that has been complained to Election Commission as well. The Election Commission has asked the DEO to inquire into this entire matter, and also a proper investigation should take place against the officer who attacked the polling officer who was deployed there, Saket Chatterjee. How come there could be an attack on the polling officer? And yes, the investigation has already begun, and those involved in attacking to Saket Chatterjee will be taken into will be taken into police custody. That has been ensured by the police officers as well. But the DEO is inquiring about the entire matter, that how come during in an institution where the training of the officers are taking place for the election, how can the advertisement be allowed to put up for the view of each and every one? No such advertisement and no such promotion of the state government is allowed at this point of time. There was advertisement of the Diga temple, there was advertisement of the work which has been done by Mamata Banerjee, and the Psychic Chatterjee objected and he complained about it, and that was the reason why the TMC loyalist personnel, they attacked Psychic Chatterjee. So the entire incident has been taken into consideration by the Election Commission itself. The CEO has ordered the DEO of that particular area to investigate into this entire matter, and the needful action must be taken against the culprits. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. So as of now, investigation is underway. But I want to ask you, we have been witnessing several such incidents in West Bengal. There was a Chief Election Commissioner also. He had to come out and ask, why is there not adequate security personnel on the ground? So has security situation also changed ever since that intervention was made by the Election Commission?
So the security staff was deployed at different vantages. Yesterday it was, yes, the CEC also called the CEO regarding the inadequate security personnel be deployed in vantages of the West Bengal. And we are witnessing the incidents from each and every sector of West Bengal. Today it's Rana Ghat. Yesterday it was the area where the police personnel were attacked in the Basanti area, where the BJP rally was attacked in the Basanti area, and also several places where the Ram Navami Shobha Yatra was carried out. There are also the disturbing elements ensured that it does not carried out smoothly. So we are seeing the lack of police personnel even after the CEO has instructed the CRPF forces to be deployed in huge numbers at different vantages. We are witnessing such incidents which are being reported by people from each and every corner. This clearly states that how the police personnel are not working at the behest of the Election Commission. They are not working under the guidelines of the election, which has been templated to them for the movement and for the deployment during the MCC enforced. And that is the reason why the needful actions must be taken against all those who are responsible for creating disturbances. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. Thanks so much for joining us and giving us these details. We'll be coming back to you for more details as the state of West Bengal continues to witness such incidents. And now, viewers, moving on to more developments coming to light from West Asia. Now, IDF continues with its assault on several targets in Iran. This time it has hit the primary target facility for the production of missiles and mines in Iran. Now, it is a storage unit that's been hit by the IDF in its latest assault. The site here was used for planning, development, assembly and storage of advanced missiles intended for launch from cruise platforms, submarines and helicopters. Now, these targets have been hit as Israel continues its assault all across Tehran, and this is the primary facility which has now been hit in Iran. It's a site which was used for storage and production of missiles and mines. It's a major platform that's now been hit by the IDF as it continues its assault all across Iran. Now remember, despite the 10-day pause announced by Donald Trump, Israel's attacks against Iran have not stopped, and the latest one is now coming in on a missile facility, a storage unit, but also a production unit for missiles and mines. In fact, we are getting more and more developments about these attacks that are now taking place across Iran. The one that's now been carried out in Iran is on a storage.
The community of states, the human collective, hold them accountable for the abhorrent crimes they are committing against Iranians. Iran has never sought war. Iranians are a peaceful, noble nation inheriting one of the richest civilizations on earth. Yet, they have demonstrated absolute resolve and determination to defend themselves against the brutal aggressors who know no boundary in perpetrating all sorts of crimes. A defense that shall persist as long as needed. And thank you for your attention.
All right, viewers, that was Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who now says that Iran will continue strikes for as long as it is necessary. Remember, the early statements made by Iran as well, saying that it did not start the war, but it will end the war on its own terms and conditions. And the foreign minister also reiterating the same, that Iran will continue the strikes for as long as it's necessary to protect its land. That's the first statement made by the foreign minister as he talks about where the war is headed after Donald Trump announced a 10-day pause. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi now says Iran will continue the strikes for as long as it's necessary. It also says that at this point, the US cannot be absolved of the responsibility for the crime of targeting Minab school. All right, viewers. That's a big statement coming in from Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who now says that Iran will continue strikes for as long as it is necessary, which means we're not certainly looking at a pause or a de-escalation in this conflict between Iran and the US. And this comes despite Donald Trump extending the 5-day pause to now a 10-day. In fact, we are seeing a pause in US strikes on Iran's energy sector till 6th of April. But despite the pause announced by the Washington, Iran here says it did not start the war, but it will end the conflict on its own terms and conditions, while also reiterating that it will continue the strikes for as long as it is necessary for Tehran to protect its mainland. That's the statement coming in from Iranian Foreign Minister. Now remember, even though Donald Trump said that he's extended the pause on Iran's request, Iran had come out contradicting that statement, saying it did not request for a pause in the conflict. And on the same lines now, the foreign minister also saying they will continue with the strikes for as long as it is required on their part, which basically means we're getting two contradictory statements coming to light. One from the US, where Donald Trump pauses the conflict, says will not be striking Iran's energy sector for now 10 days till April 6th. All right, let's listen in to Iranian Foreign Minister.
In the face of earlier manifestations of lawlessness and atrocity in occupied Palestine, Lebanon, and elsewhere, indifference and silence in the face of injustices would bring no security and peace. It would invite more insecurity and right violations. The United Nations and the core values it embodies, as well as the overall human rights framework, are at serious stake. You all need to call out the aggressors and let them know that the community of states, the human collective conscience, hold them accountable for the abhorrent crimes they are committing against Iranians. Iran has never sought war. Iranians are a peaceful, noble nation inheriting one of the richest civilizations on earth. Yet, they have demonstrated absolute resolve and determination to defend themselves against the brutal aggressors who know no boundary in perpetrating all sorts of crimes, a defense that shall persist as long as needed.
All right, viewers, we're getting more breaking news. Abbas Araghchi now has warned of strikes at US and Israeli assets, including their bases all across the Gulf nations. Iran says it will immediately leave locations. It has, in fact, requested for people to leave the locations near these bases all across the Gulf nations. Abbas Araghchi, Iran's foreign minister, has warned of more strikes against US assets, including their bases all across the Gulf nations. It has also requested people to leave the locations located nearby to these US bases all across the Gulf. So we are certainly looking at an escalation in the conflict from Iran's side. While Donald Trump announces a 10-day pause, Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi says they will be striking US bases. Let's listen in.
In the face of earlier manifestations of lawlessness and atrocity in occupied Palestine, Lebanon, and elsewhere, indifference and silence in the face of injustices would bring no security and peace. It would invite more insecurity and right violations. The United Nations and the core values it embodies, as well as the overall human rights framework, are at serious stake. You all need to call out the aggressors and let them know that the community of states, the human collective conscience hold them accountable for the abhorrent crimes they are committing against Iranians. Iran has never sought war. Iranians are a peaceful, noble nation inheriting one of the richest civilizations on earth. Yet, they have demonstrated absolute resolve and determination to defend themselves against the brutal aggressors who know no boundary in perpetrating all sorts of crimes, a defense that shall persist as long as needed.
All right, Gesu, we've got some major statements now being made by Iran's foreign minister. He says that they will continue the strikes and US bases will now become their targets. And this is in complete contradiction to the pause announced by Donald Trump. Give us more details.
Now, Ishita, again, the pause, like you said, has been announced by the US President Donald Trump, who claims that talks are happening. But Iran, since the beginning of the war, has maintained that no peace talks are ongoing whatsoever. In fact, Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, continues with Iranian resolve that they will continue to hit US and Israeli bases harder as the conflict in West Asia escalates. Now, also remember, this comes at a crucial moment when the entire Iranian military leadership has almost been wiped out by the Israeli Defense Forces, and now one of the senior most standing personnel in the Iranian regime, their foreign minister Abbas Araghchi, comes to the media and he says that Iran is not looking for a slowdown in the war. He's in fact also reiterated that Iran did not ever ask for a premature ceasefire in the war. This quashes all attempts that Donald Trump has made, saying that Iran was the one begging to make a deal. Just last night he made that statement. Now Iranian foreign minister Abbas Araghchi has not just cleared the clouds over that statement, he also says that the Minab attack, which killed over 175 people, out of which there were 160 elementary school girls, he says that that will not be forgotten so easily. In fact, he also goes on to mention that US and Israel together know no boundaries when it comes to committing crimes of war in the ongoing escalations. Not just that, he's also said that all US and Israeli bases across the Gulf region, like they've maintained since the beginning, they say that they are under a massive threat. They've asked people to evacuate the areas that house these military bases and their diplomatic assets, including their embassies. Now, not just that, they've also issued a warning to all the hotels and restaurants that are hosting the US bases, as US has sent out reports of a ground incursion as more and more Marines, naval units, even their military regiments are being deployed in the West Asian region. Now, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi also says that they will continue to hold their sovereignty, they will continue to defend their land, their people, and they will do it for as long as it's necessary, and they will continue hitting the US and the Israel harder in case there is an escalation and there is no slowdown in the war. They also continue to maintain that a ceasefire is not something that they are looking for, and the war will slow down on their own pace. Ishita, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Gesu, for joining us and giving us that crucial input coming in from Iran's foreign minister. And now joining us on the broadcast is Major KK Sinha. Thank you, sir, for joining us on Republic TV. So I want to ask you, we're certainly climbing up the escalatory ladder in this conflict. On one hand, Donald Trump says he's paused the strikes on energy sector in Iran for 10 days. On the other side, Iran's foreign minister now comes out and saying they will continue with their strikes, and in fact, US bases will be their targets. How do you gauge these developments, sir?
Good afternoon, and Jai Hind. The way what is happening in the West Asia, from one side, the way, especially with the United States of America and Israel, they thought that, on 28th, they have carried out unprecedented way of air assault. And I think, everything will fall in place. That was a wrong appreciation, in spite of the fact that, the military experts of United States of America, especially Joint Chief of Staff, was saying that, it is not possible, to do this thing the way you are planning. So the design is a sinister. When a design in a military is a sinister design, thinking that everything falls place because I think this way, it is not happening. The way the Iran is retaliating, and Abbas Araghchi has just told that, they will continue. See, hitting 19 bases out of 13 has been, more or less totally destroyed, which is in the Persian Gulf. Now, these areas, especially like Bahrain and all, where the fifth, fleet was there, United States of America, only 100 people have left in the base, and they have also shifted deep inside in these areas, in the hotels and like that. Now, as per the convention, any place which is occupied by military and activities are carried out, it has got a legitimate target. So this is what they are saying. The Iran is saying that they will carry out, it might be in the hotels, it might be in the public places, that they, it's a legitimate target. So they are doing it, and they have got those stockpiles which they have probed it. After so many days of 27 days of war, still they are having, and they are retributing it in deep inside Israel, and it is effective. The part is that is not effective. All interceptors and all air defense systems are not able to hold. See, America is saying that they are going to carry out the air assault in Karg. They are talking about now in Abu Musa area, that island they will capture. See, these are all deceptions. The surprise and deceptions are not, you don't, declare your target and then carry out your air assault or amphibious landing. I think it's a hawk's call by them, and they have been caught in this. And I think only time will tell how the things will take place. But I think Iran is determined. People of Iran has actually joining in a big way. Now the 4 lakh additional reserves have come.
Right, Major General, it certainly seems like Iran has hardened its stance, and I'll come back to you for more on this, but let's also listen into what exactly Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said on these latest strikes.
Of earlier manifestations of lawlessness and atrocity in occupied Palestine, Lebanon, and elsewhere. Indifference and silence in the face of injustices would bring no security and peace. It would invite more insecurity and right violations. The United Nations and the core values it embodies, as well as the overall human rights framework, are at serious stake. You all need to call out the aggressors and let them know that the community of states, the human collective conscience, hold them accountable for the abhorrent crimes they are committing against Iranians. Iran has never sought war. Iranians are a peaceful, noble nation inheriting one of the richest civilizations on earth. Yet, they have demonstrated absolute resolve and determination to defend themselves against the brutal aggressors who know no boundary in perpetrating all sorts of crimes, a defense that shall persist as long as needed.
All right, viewers, and now Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced the elimination of IRGC Navy Commander Ali Reza Tangsiri in a precise IDF strike, highlighting his role in blocking the Strait of Hormuz and the terrorist operations. Defense Minister of the country also detailed the operation that neutralized Tangsiri and top naval officials. Now, all of which leads to one question: where and who is Tangsiri, a key figure in Iran's asymmetric warfare? Tangsiri led fast boat swarms and anti-Western tactics in the Persian Gulf. Let's listen into this report that tells you more about who this IRGC Navy chief was and why was he killed.
אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף בעוצמה את המטרות של משטר הטרור האיראני. אמש חיסלנו את מפקד חיל הים של משמרות המהפכה. לאיש הזה יש הרבה דם על הידיים, ובנוסף הוא זה שהוביל את סגירת מצרי הורמוז. זוהי עוד אחת מהדוגמאות של שיתוף הפעולה בינינו לבין ידידינו ארצות הברית במטרה משותפת להשיג את מטרות המלחמה.
הלילה סיכל צה"ל בפעולה מדויקת וקטלנית את מפקד חיל הים של משמרות המהפכה, טנגסירי, יחד עם בכירי פיקוד חיל הים. האיש היה האחראי הישיר על פעולת הטרור של מיקוש וחסימת מצרי הורמוז לשיט פוצץ וסוכל.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. Thank you so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, amid tensions with the NATO allies, Donald Trump hails Prime Minister Modi, says Modi gets things done. Coming up on the other side and more lined up on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव रहने की प्रबल आशंका है। देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Viewers, this weekend on the 6th edition of Nationalist Collective, we bring you voices that define the spirit of Bharat, from powerful perspectives in politics to inspiring stories of women leading nation building. From the unmatched courage of our armed forces to the lived experiences of Kargil veterans. This is a celebration of nationalism, sacrifice and the idea of India, and that unites us all. Do not miss these powerful conversations that echo the heartbeat of the nation. Watch the 6th edition of Nationalist Collective this weekend only on Republic TV. It's time for the headlines. Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petroleum. Retail prices remain unchanged. Even as government slash excise duty, Indian markets open in red. Meanwhile, rupee also falls to a record low of 94 against the US dollar. Amid tensions with NATO allies, Trump hails PM Modi, says Modi gets things done. Massive uproar in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. NC MLAs protest against Khomeini's killing. Anti-US and Israel slogans raised in Assembly. Indian LPG vessel Jagvasan docks at Kandla port, carrying over 42,000 metric tons of LPG. Pine gas carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at New Mangalore port today. Viewers, today the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju spoke on rumours regarding a lockdown, stating that they are absolutely baseless rumours and such reports are misleading regarding the reduction in excise duty. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister stated that members of Parliament would like to express their gratitude to the Prime Minister in Parliament. The measure has been taken to alleviate the burden on the public. Therefore, the MPs wish to thank the Prime Minister. The Government of India has kept the situation under full control. Citizens are advised to refrain from any kind of panic. Let's listen in to that statement.
हमारे देश में गैस और ऑयल कितने कम प्रोडक्शन होते हैं और हम बाहर से निर्भर रखते हैं। आम जिंदगी में सबको गैस चाहिए, सबको पेट्रोल डीजल चाहिए, तो इसको किसी तरह से दाम ना बढ़े, नियंत्रण में रखे, इसके लिए इतना बड़ा फैसला लेना, वो भी पेट्रोल तब 3 रुपया एक्साइज ड्यूटी रख दिया, इतना कम आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, और डीजल में 0 कर दिया।
And viewers, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman also reacted to rumours regarding lockdown and clearly mentioned, and I quote here, I want to reassure the people that there shall not be any lockdown. Nirmala Sitharaman also went on to say that, and I quote here, I'm surprised that some leaders are saying there will be a lockdown and there will be shortages of fuel. These are just baseless statements, such as remarks coming from those in political domains is worrisome. There will be no lockdown such as we saw during COVID. I want to reassure people that there shall be no such lockdown as we saw in COVID. A very big update, the government rubbishing those speculations of a lockdown. We have that statement. Let's go ahead and play it out.
देखिए, पहले विषय, जब भी ऐसे दुनिया में संकट आता है और उसका प्रभाव भारत के ऊपर पड़ेगा, इससे पहले कोविड हो या अब हो, जिस तरीके से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी तुरंत उसको रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं, जिससे जनता के ऊपर बोझ ना लगे और जनता के ऊपर ये कष्ट भी ना हो, किल्लत ना हो पेट्रोल और डीजल का और एलपीजी का भी। इस कारण अभी क्योंकि विदेश में मार्केट में दाम बढ़ रही है क्रूड का, उसके कारण पेट्रोल और डीजल का, एटीएफ का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये चाहा कि कंज्यूमर का प्राइस बढ़ना नहीं है। उसके कारण हम निर्णय लिए हैं कि ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट दें और जिससे वो ज़्यादा दाम में खरीदने वाली चीज़ों को सरकार उनको मदद करेगी, मगर जनता के ऊपर रेट बढ़ाना नहीं होना चाहिए। दूसरा, बड़ा दाम विदेश में बढ़ रही है, उसके कारण ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज खरीदना रोकें। ये से हालत ना हो, वो फिर
We're getting some big breaking news. S. Jaishankar has reacted on the excise duty cut by the government, and he said that it was a swift and decisive intervention by PM Modi to shield 1.4 billion Indians from global price and supply shocks amid the West Asia crisis impacting energy and commodity markets. So this is a new statement coming in. Central excise duty on petrol and diesel for domestic consumption cut by 10 rupees per litre, each cushioning the consumers from rising prices. This had come in earlier today, viewers. And this is a big update we're getting for our viewers, where Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, has hailed this action and said it's a swift and decisive intervention by Prime Minister Modi. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Excise duty on petrol has been cut to ₹3, diesel to 0. This is coming amid fears of fuel price hike due to the US-Israel war on Iran. Now the government has slashed prices for petrol and diesel by ₹10 per litre. We're getting a reaction coming in. Manoj Tiwari has said the public would directly benefit from the reductions in excise duty. I express my gratitude to Prime Minister Modi. This is a reaction coming in. Also saying the language used by the SP leaders completely undignified and highly inappropriate. The people of UP and the nation will not forgive this. I think we have that reaction. If we have the reaction, let's go ahead and play out that statement.
बीजेपी सांसद मनोज तिवारी हमारे साथ, उन्हीं से बात करेंगे और जानेंगे क्या कुछ कहेंगे। जिस तरीके से मध्य एशिया में स्थिति है, लेकिन भारत सरकार ने जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी कम की है, क्या कहेंगे?
इस पल का बहुत बड़ा समाचार है ये कि भारत सरकार ने डीजल और पेट्रोल के एक्साइज ड्यूटी को 10 रुपया प्रति लीटर कम कर दिया है। आज का ये समाचार है और इसका सीधा लाभ जनता को मिलेगा, क्योंकि इस समय खाड़ी देशों में युद्ध को देखते हुए पूरे आसार थे और बहुत वाजिब आसार हो गए थे कि डीजल पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़े, लेकिन डीजल पेट्रोल के दाम न बढ़ाए जाए, इसके लिए एक्साइज ड्यूटी को ही भारत सरकार ने कम कर दिया है। और मैं समझता हूं ये कार्य नरेंद्र मोदी जी जैसा प्रधानमंत्री, उनकी सरकार ही कर सकती है, जो देश की जनता को प्यार करती है, जो देश की जनता के लिए सरकार चलाती है। और मैं इसके लिए मोदी सरकार का बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
सर, आज जिस तरीके से भगवान राम का जन्म पूरी जगह हर्षोल्लास से मनाया जा रहा है,
Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says that his government has now made constructive contributions to the Iran war. This after Trump said he was surprised by Australia's refusal to help the US secure the Strait of Hormuz. Now, while again lashing out at NATO allies for their inaction, take a look at this report and listen in to those latest reactions we're getting for you.
I said very early on that I wasn't going to comment on all of his commentary on a day-to-day basis, but I again reiterate that there is no request being made to Australia that has not been agreed to. President Trump is up to him to explain his comments, but of course I make the point as well that Australia wasn't consulted before this action was undertaken, and I respect that. That's a matter for the United States. What Australia is responsible for, and what I as the Prime Minister of Australia are responsible for, is Australia's response. And we've been constructive. We've provided the E-7 Wedgetail aircraft that is playing a critical role in support of the Gulf states who've been attacked by Iran unprovoked.
And getting some updates coming in, Pentagon has announced that the U.S. has deployed some unmanned vessels in the Middle East as part of the war with Iran. So this is the update that we're getting for our viewers right now. The U.S. saying that some unmanned vessels have now been deployed. Let's take a look at this breaking news which we are getting for our viewers. U.S. saying unmanned vessels deployed in West Asia. This is an update coming in the U.S.-Iran war. So unmanned vessels deployed in West Asia, and these are the top updates we're getting for you here. We will also tell our viewers a little bit more about this development that is coming in. And this is coming in the backdrop of Turkey, which had earlier blown up a US-made unmanned vessel that washed ashore amid Iran war. So US is using these unmanned vessels very extensively. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And coming in the backdrop of the unmanned surface vessels which are being used. These are autonomous or remote control crafts used by the Navy and commercial sectors for surveillance, reconnaissance and hydrographic surveys. So US saying the unmanned vessels have been deployed in West Asia and are currently being deployed in West Asia. So it has many unmanned vessel projects and vessel of the United States. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced that the elimination of IRGC Navy Commander Ali Raza Tangsiri in a precise IDF strike highlighted his role in blocking the Strait of Hormuz and terrorist operations. Defense Minister has said in detail the operation that neutralized Tangsiri and top naval officials, all of which leads to the question, who is Tangsiri, a key figure in Iran's asymmetric warfare? Tangsiri led fast boat swarms and anti-Western tactics in the Persian Gulf. Let's listen in and take a look at this report for more.
אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף בעוצמה את המטרות של משטר הטרור האיראני. אמש חיסלנו את מפקד חיל הים של משמרות המהפכה. לאיש הזה יש הרבה דם על הידיים, ובנוסף הוא זה שהוביל את סגירת מצרי הורמוז. זוהי עוד אחת מהדוגמאות של שיתוף הפעולה בינינו לבין ידידינו ארצות הברית, במטרה משותפת להשיג את מטרות המלחמה.
הלילה סיכל צה"ל בפעולה מדויקת וקטלנית את מפקד חיל הים של משמרות המהפכה, טנגסירי, יחד עם בכירי פיקוד חיל הים. האיש היה אחראי הישיר על פעולת הטרור של מיקוש וחסימת מצרי הורמוז לשיט, פוצץ וסוכל.
coming in. Japan government has asked wholesalers to switch to bread from Dubai. Pricing Japan's industry ministry has now asked domestic wholesalers to switch to Brent crude oil pricing from the Dubai benchmark when setting gasoline prices. In an attempt to contain price increases, a measure adds to the tools that Japan, who is dependent on the Middle East for more than 90% of its oil, have deployed to contend with the disruptions from the Iran war. These have ranged from the partial release of oil reserves to considering an intervention in the crude oil futures market to address the yen's vulnerability. Japan urges wholesalers to shift to Brent crude oil. This is a big update coming in here on Republic TV. So every nation is trying to deal with the energy crisis in its own way. So speaking specifically of Japan, what they're doing is that they've decided to take some measures and have asked wholesalers to switch to Brent from Dubai pricing. Japan's industry ministry has asked domestic wholesalers to switch to Brent crude oil pricing from the Dubai benchmark when setting gasoline prices in an attempt to contain price increases. The measure adds to the tools that Japan, which is dependent on the Middle East for more than 90% of its oil, has deployed to contend with disruptions from the Iran war. And these have ranged from the partial release of oil reserves to considering an intervention in the crude oil futures market to address the yen's vulnerability. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Getting some more updates coming in. The central government on Thursday cut excise duty on petrol and diesel for oil marketing companies. The centre has slashed excise duty on petrol to around rupees 3 per litre from 13 rupees, and on diesel has been cut from rupees 10 to 0 now. The move aims to help oil marketing companies with OMCs reduce under-recoveries amid the ongoing Middle East conflict, which has caused volatility in the oil market due to the near closure of the Strait of Hormuz. However, there will be no change in the pump prices of petrol or diesel. Take a look.
A day after Nayara Energy, India's largest private fuel retailer, hiked petrol prices by rupees 5.30 per litre and diesel by rupees 3 per litre, government has now stepped in to absorb the energy shock. The central government has announced duty cut on petrol and diesel, a move seen as a huge relief to oil firms struggling with the global energy crisis.
The centre has stepped in to cushion the impact of the rising crude oil prices globally by cutting the excise duty on petrol and diesel. The excise duty on petrol, which was earlier levelled at 13 rupees per litre, is now brought down to 3 rupees per litre, and the diesel, which was earlier levelled at 10 rupees per litre, is now brought down at 0 rupees per litre. Now, this step has not yet yielded any results for the consumers yet, which means that this change in price will not be directly impacting the consumers yet. The prices remain the same, but this is in simpler terms a step from the government to cushion and to absorb the shock which was caused to these oil marketing companies, be it Indian Oil, BPCL, HPCL, which were losing huge funds when the global prices of the crude oil was brought over $100 a barrel.
क्योंकि विदेश में मार्केट में दाम बढ़ रही है क्रूड का, उसके कारण पेट्रोल और डीजल का, एटीएफ का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये चाहा कि कंज्यूमर का प्राइस बढ़ना नहीं है। उसके कारण हम निर्णय लिए हैं कि ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट दें और जिससे वो ज़्यादा दाम में खरीदने वाली चीज़ों को सरकार उनको मदद करेगी, मगर जनता के ऊपर रेट बढ़ाना नहीं होना चाहिए।
The excise duty for petrol per litre has been reduced by 10 rupees and now stands at 3 rupees per litre, while for diesel the excise duty has been entirely waived off by the government. The duty cut is also a big relief for retail consumers. This as the government is bearing the cost of the crisis, and oil firms will now be expected to keep the retail prices stable for consumers. The government also decisively quashed the rumors of a lockdown, saying there is no shortage of oil.
हमारे देश में गैस और ऑयल कितने कम प्रोडक्शन होते हैं और हम बाहर से निर्भर रखते हैं। आम जिंदगी में सबको गैस चाहिए, सबको पेट्रोल डीजल चाहिए, तो इसको किसी तरह से दाम ना बढ़े, नियंत्रण में रखे, इसके लिए इतना बड़ा फैसला लेना, वो भी पेट्रोल का 3 रुपया एक्साइज ड्यूटी रख दिया, इतना कम आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, और डीजल में 0 कर दिया।
Amid the ongoing war, another LPG tanker, Pine Gas, crossing the Strait of Hormuz, is set to dock in India. This as India secures itself against the energy crisis.
The government has set up an inter-ministerial group headed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to monitor issues arising from the Middle East conflict. Home Minister Amit Shah, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri are among the members along with other ministers. So this is a source-based information coming in right now on Republic TV, and the government has set up an inter-ministerial group headed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to monitor issues arising from the Middle East conflict. Home Minister Amit Shah, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri are among the members along with other ministers. So this is a big update coming in because the West Asia conflict is being looked at very closely from the government side. There are multiple meetings which have been taking place. Prime Minister Modi has held those meetings, and the latest is that this is Defence Minister Rajnath Singh holding a meeting to monitor issues arising from the Middle East conflict. Home Minister Amit Shah, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri are among the members along with other ministers. The government has set up this meeting. Just also letting our viewers know that the big update coming in from the government side today is that the government has slashed excise duties for petrol and diesel by ₹10 per litre each, bringing them down to ₹3 per litre of petrol and 0 for a litre of diesel. The government on Friday slashed special additional excise duties for petrol and diesel by ₹10 per litre each, bringing the centre-imposed taxes down to ₹3 per litre of petrol and making it 0 for diesel. This is coming in as OMCs are currently losing ₹48.8 per litre of petrol or diesel sold. All right, and now as the situation unfolds, we saw that the Petroleum Minister earlier posted on X that the Modi government had two choices: either increase prices drastically for citizens of Bharat as well as other nations have done, or bear the brunt on its finances so that Indian citizens are insulated from international volatility. Okay, let's go to Harsh, who's joining us on the phone line. Harsh, take our viewers through this Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's meeting that he has called to monitor issues arising from the Middle East conflict. All right, so, okay, Home Minister Amit Shah, Finance Minister Sitharaman and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri are among the members along with other ministers according to the sources. So government has set up an inter-ministerial group headed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to monitor issues arising from the Middle East conflict. We have Harsh back with us. Harsh, we have seen Prime Minister Modi hold multiple meetings. We have seen multiple meetings being held, all-party meetings being held on the West Asia situation. And now this meeting will be headed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. What is the agenda of this meet?
Well, right. In fact, top sources have confirmed Republic that the government of India has now set up an inter-ministerial group headed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who is set to mentor issues arising from the Middle East conflict. Now, since the situation at Middle East is intensifying, this inter-ministerial group has been set up. Among other top cabinet ministers is Home Minister Amit Shah, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. There are some other ministers as well. This has been confirmed by top sources. And this is at a time when the situation in the Middle East is intensifying. It is an evolving situation. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also set to meet the chief ministers of all states in India at 6:30 p.m. via video conference. Now, this is another big step that the government of India is ensuring. A high-level interministerial group has been set up to ensure that India's energy demands are met amid the conflict that is intensifying in Middle East.
Yes, well, thank you for getting us those details, Harsh. I will be coming back to you for more. Let's take a short break. Much more coming up. A big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petroleum. Retail prices remain unchanged.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हम धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj, and viewers, this weekend on the 6th edition of Legends, we're getting you all the details, all the rigmarole that's ongoing in the Republic TV headquarters. Now, just this weekend on the 6th edition of Legends, we get you all the details of the people who will be participating and talking about their journey, what drives them and what has brought them to this point in life and what keeps them going. An interesting conversation that will unfold at the Republic TV headquarters. Stay tuned this weekend, the 6th edition of the Legends. Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petroleum. Retail prices remain unchanged. Even as the government slashes excise duty, Indian markets open in red. Meanwhile, rupee also falls to a record low at 94 against the US dollar. Amid tensions with NATO allies, Trump hails Prime Minister Modi, says Modi gets things done. Massive uproar in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. NC MLAs protest against Khamenei's killing. Anti-US and Israel slogans raised in the Assembly. Indian LPG vessel Jagvasant docks at the Kandla port, carrying over 42,000 metric tons of LPG. Pine gas carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at the New Mangalore port today. Viewers, now the AIADMK has released a second list of 127 candidates for the Tamil Nadu polls. Now, AIADMK's second list of all India Anna Dravida Muntra Kazgam candidates comes as the state is inching closer to elections. Now, legislative assemblies are the general elections for 2026. There is a second list that has come out, but before we speak about that, a Petroleum Ministry briefing is ongoing. Listen into that.
Getting into as far as the Indian economy is concerned, particularly in relation to the disruption in the supplies of the petroleum products. Now, following this crisis, there has been a significant surge in the international crude oil prices. इस crisis की वजह से जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय crude के prices हैं, उनमें स्वाभाविक रूप से काफ़ी बढ़ोतरी हुई है. और उसके अलावा there has also been a higher surge in the prices of petrol, diesel and aviation turbine fuel. तो इससे हुआ क्या है कि this creates a market and it also creates an incentive for the refineries to be exporting at higher international prices. So the government's response on that has been a very calibrated response. And Yesterday, we came up with certain export duties in the form of special additional excise duty, SAED, and a road and infrastructure cess. Both these duties and cess have been imposed on the export of diesel and the aviation turbine fuel, which has been imported from outside India. अगर मैं रेट की बात करूं तो डीजल पे 21.5% रुपए पर लीटर है और ATF पे 29.5 नहीं 29.5 rupees per liter है. Now these duties on petrol and are nil at present. So the duties which have been imposed on diesel and ATF. The duties on petrol are nil based upon the present crack margins. However, the rates will be reviewed on a fortnightly basis. हर 15 दिन में सरकार एक mechanism लाएगी जिससे कि ये rates review हो. अब इस changes का फ़ायदा क्या होगा? इससे हम क्या हासिल करने वाले हैं? The idea behind having these changes is to prioritize a domestic availability of these products, that is diesel and ATF, and at the same time to ensure an energy security for the country in the midst of global uncertainty, which has been exacerbated by the disruption in the supply chain. And of course, the uncertainty prevailing in the international markets, both in terms of availability and price. Revenue gain at the back of the envelope calculation for these proposals would be roughly around 1,500 crores rupees in a fortnight. Situation, however, as I said earlier, will be monitored on a fortnightly basis. Now, there have been also, these were the changes on the export side. I will now come to the changes that have been made on the domestic side. Because as you would have read the Gazette notification yesterday, the changes are in two parts. One is an imposition of an export duty, and secondly, there have been changes in the excise duty on petrol and diesel for domestic consumption, where there has been a reduction by rupees 10 per litre by reducing the domestic special additional excise component of the current stack of levy that these products suffer when they are imported. So, in real terms, the revised duty on petrol comes now from rupees 21.90 rupees per litre to 11.90 rupees per litre. The revised duty on petrol में जो संशोधित ड्यूटी है वो पहले 21 रुपये 90 पैसे प्रति लीटर थी, and from 21.90 rupees per litre it will now come down to 11.90 rupees per litre, 11.90 रुपये per litre. एक रिडक्शन है 10 रुपये पर लीटर का. Similarly, डीजल पर the existing duty was 17.80 रुपये per liter, which now will come down to 7.80 per liter. Now these above steps have been taken largely to reduce the under-recoveries for the oil marketing companies, while at the same time ensuring that there is no increase in the prices of petrol and diesel for the consumers on account of the ongoing crisis. Revenue implications will be seen by the department. As I said earlier, on the side of the export, there was a revenue implication. We will be looking at the trends of imports for the fortnightly period and then coming up with what has been the revenue implication. Because please understand that the situation is dynamic. It is not business as usual where you would have a certain predictability कि इतना metric ton माल इतने period में आएगा. We are living in difficult times. You are all aware from the media about passages of ships and attendant problems. So any implication on that will of course have to factor in the actual supplies of goods coming into the country. And therefore, even within a limited time frame of fortnight, the department will have to also look at the supplies before you are able to come up with a very realistic implication as far as the revenue is concerned. So these are my broad opening remarks. I'm open to questions. And I also have the Joint Secretary Tariff Research Unit in the CBIC, Mr. Kandhari, with me. So in case there are any further drill downs, we'll be very happy to answer your queries. And I'll now pass on to Anupma Madam so that she can conduct the further proceedings.
Thank you, sir. अब मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पेट्रोलियम एंड नेचुरल गैस की जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी सुजाता शर्मा जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि वे एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी और एलपीजी सप्लाई के बारे में आपको जानकारी दें.
नमस्कार. जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं कि वी आर स्टिल इन द वॉर सिचुएशन और इस मिडिल ईस्ट में इस वॉर की वजह से हमारे जो सप्लाईज है क्रूड का, एलपीजी का, एलएनजी का सब अफेक्ट हुए. क्रूड का प्राइस, बाकी प्रोडक्ट्स का प्राइस भी इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में बढ़ा. बट भारत सरकार ने कई स्तर पर कई इम्पॉर्टेंट डिसीजंस लिए और इस सिचुएशन को बहुत इफ़ेक्टिवली मैनेज करने के लिए आज की तारीख में वी हैव सफिशिएंट क्रूड इन्वेंट्रीज और अगले 2 महीने के लिए सप्लाईज हैव बीन लाइंड अप. Situation is comfortable with respect to LPG and PNG also. हमारी refineries 100% या उससे भी ज़्यादा कैपेसिटी पर ऑपरेट कर रही हैं और domestic production of LPG has increased by almost 40%. LPG आप जैसा जानते हैं कि वी हैव अ ह्यूज इम्पोर्ट डिपेंडेंसी और इसका 90% जो आ रहा था वो स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मूज से आ रहा था. इसलिए भारत सरकार ने निर्णय लिया कि डोमेस्टिक कंज्यूमर्स को प्रायोरिटाइज किया जाएगा और इसी क्रम में उनको प्रायोरिटाइज करते हुए कमर्शियल सप्लाईज को सबसे पहले कुछ समय के लिए रोका गया. उसके बाद बहुत कैलिब्रेटेड डिसीजन लेते हुए पहले 20% कमर्शियल सप्लाईज को रेस्टोर किया गया. उसके बाद 10% बेस्ड ऑन ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस फॉर द एक्सपेंशन ऑफ पीएनजी नेटवर्क. उसके बाद भारत सरकार ने इसको 50% किया और आज इसको 70% किया गया है. इन सभी प्रयत्नों के फलस्वरूप कमर्शियल एलपीजी लगभग पिछले 14 मार्च से कल तक लगभग 30,000 टन कमर्शियल कंज्यूमर्स को दी गई है. जब भारत सरकार ने ये निर्णय लिए तो ये भी डिसीजन ये भी ख्याल रखा कि रेस्टोरेंट, ढाबा, होटल, इंडस्ट्रियल कैंटीन, माइग्रेंट लेबर उनको प्रायोरिटाइज किया जाए. इसके अलावा जो आज ऑर्डर दिया गया है उसमें ये स्पष्ट रूप से कहा गया है कि प्रायोरिटी शैल बी टू स्टील, ऑटोमोबाइल, टेक्सटाइल, डाइज, केमिकल्स एंड प्लास्टिक्स. लगभग 30,000 सिलेंडर माइग्रेंट लेबर को 5 किलो के FTL सिलेंडर्स भी दिए गए हैं, सेल हुए हैं. ये सब बताने का कारण ये है कि मैं ये दोबारा से स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूँ कि हमारे पास सफिशिएंट अमाउंट में क्रूड अवेलेबल है, पेट्रोल डीजल पर्याप्त मात्रा में उपलब्ध है, एलपीजी की सप्लाईज इंश्योर्ड हैं, एलएनजी की सप्लाईज इंश्योर्ड हैं, पीएनजी की सप्लाईज इंश्योर्ड हैं. बावजूद इसके कई जगह पर र्यूमर्स देखे गए हैं और उन र्यूमर्स की वजह से पेट्रोल पंप्स पर लंबी लंबी लाइनें भी देखी गई हैं। आपने देखा कि क्रूड का प्राइस, इंडियन बास्केट का भी प्राइस जो लगभग $70 पर बैरल के आसपास घूम रहा था, वो $100 से भी ऊपर पहुंच गया। लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी भारत सरकार ने ये इंश्योर किया कि किसी भी प्रोडक्ट की कोई शॉर्टेज ना हो। हमारे आसपास के देश, दुनिया भर में फ्यूल प्राइसेस इंक्रीज हुए हैं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ पेट्रोल, डीजल का कोई प्राइस इंक्रीज नहीं हुआ है। इसी क्रम में जैसा कि आपको अभी बताया गया है कि एक्साइज ड्यूटी रिडक्शन हुआ है। भारत सरकार के पास दो ऑप्शन थे, या तो कंज्यूमर्स पे पास ऑन होता या सरकार खुद हिट लेती। तो यहाँ पर सरकार ने खुद हिट लिया है और ये इंश्योर किया है कि पेट्रोल और डीजल का प्राइस ना बढ़े। इस संबंध में मैं ये आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि अप्रैल 2022 से पेट्रोल और डीजल का प्राइस या तो कम हुआ है या वही रहा है, ये कभी इंक्रीज नहीं हुआ है। अप्रैल 2025 में जब ₹2 एक्साइज ड्यूटी बढ़ाई गई, तब भी इसको कंज्यूमर को पास ऑन नहीं किया गया था। सो ये एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट तथ्य है जो हमें ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। इसी क्रम में हमें एक पीएनजी नेटवर्क को एक्सपैंड करने की भी एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली। इस संबंध में डिफरेंट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को, सेंट्रल मिनिस्ट्रीज़ को भी लिखा गया, सभी से सहयोग भी प्राप्त हुआ। मॉर्थ ने अपनी टाइमलाइन स्क्वीज़ की अप्रूवल के लिए, डीपीआईटी पैसों ने भी अपने टाइमलाइन स्क्वीज़ की अप्रूवल देने के लिए। इसी तरह स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स ने भी ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के अंतर्गत कई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने कई सारे ऑर्डर्स इशू किए। इन सभी प्रयासों के वजह से अब प्रतिदिन लगभग 10,000 से ज़्यादा पीएनजी कनेक्शंस कंज्यूमर्स को दिए जा रहे हैं। इस सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल करने के लिए, र्यूमर्स को कंट्रोल करने के लिए, ब्लैक मार्केटिंग को कंट्रोल करने के लिए, होर्डिंग को कंट्रोल करने के लिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स का बहुत क्रूशियल रोल है और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के सहयोग से इसको काफ़ी हद तक कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश भी की गई है। हर रोज़ रेड हो रही हैं, सिलेंडर सीज हो रहे हैं, एफआईआर भी बुक हुई हैं। अगर मैं आपको कल का डाटा बताऊं तो लगभग 3,000 रेड हुई हैं, 1,500 सिलेंडर सीज हुए हैं और अभी तक लगभग 710 एफआईआर रजिस्टर हो चुकी हैं। इसके अलावा हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज़ की जो टीम्स हैं वो भी एक्टिव हैं और वो भी सरप्राइज इंस्पेक्शन कर रही हैं। लगभग 350 डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स को शो कॉज नोटिस इशू किए गए हैं। अंत में मैं आप सभी के माध्यम से ये देशवासियों को कहना चाहूँगी, मैं दोबारा ऑन द कॉस्ट ऑफ रिपीटिशन मैं ये कह रही हूँ कि हमारे पास पर्याप्त सप्लाईज़ हैं, क्रूड की भी, एलपीजी की भी, पेट्रोल की भी, डीजल की भी। इसलिए कृपया किसी भी अफवाह पर विश्वास न करें, ज़रूरत होने पर परचेज़ करें और पेट्रोल पंप पर जो इतना भीड़ है उसकी कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सुजाता। अब मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट्स, शिपिंग और वाटरवेज के स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी श्री राजेश कुमार सिन्हा जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि वे शिपिंग ऑपरेशन से जुड़े मुद्दों पर आपको अपडेट दें। ओवर टू यू।
धन्यवाद महोदय। आप सभी को नमस्कार। खाड़ी क्षेत्र में कोई भी भारतीय ध्वज या नाविक के विषय में कोई सूचना पिछले 24 घंटे में नहीं है, सभी सुरक्षित हैं। पर्शियन गल्फ में जो 20 जहाज़ हैं भारतीय ध्वज के, उस पर 540 भारतीय नाविक हैं, वे भी सुरक्षित हैं। पिछले 24 घंटे में डीजी शिपिंग का जो डीजी कॉम सेंटर है, जो 24/7 सक्रिय रहता है, उसमें 98 कॉल्स और 335 ईमेल्स प्राप्त हुई जिनका जवाब दिया गया। और पिछले 24 घंटों में 25 भारतीय नाविकों को सेफली इंडिया वापस लाया गया, रिपैट्रिएट किया गया आफ्टर साइन ऑफ फ्रॉम वेरियस पार्ट्स ऑफ द गल्फ एरिया। किसी भी पोर्ट पे, मेजर पोर्ट या अदर देन मेजर पोर्ट पे कोई कंजेशन या भीड़ भाड़ की कोई सूचना नहीं है। ये हमने मेजर पोर्ट से भी, सारे मेजर पोर्ट से भी और स्टेट मैरीटाइम बोर्ड्स गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, गोवा, केरला, आंध्र प्रदेश, पुदुचेरी सभी से इसकी पुष्टि की है। सभी जगह पोर्ट का ऑपरेशन, संचालन सुचारू रूप से चल रहा है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट शिपिंग, वाटरवेज, विदेश मंत्रालय, भारतीय मिशन और हमारे मैरीटाइम सेक्टर के जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनके साथ लगातार समन्वय बनाए रखे हुए हैं। इससे नाविकों का कल्याण और निर्बाध समुद्री संचालन सुरक्षित कर रहा है। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर। अब मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स के एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री रणधीर जायसवाल जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स के पर्सपेक्टिव्स में आपको अपडेट दें।
Thank you, ma'am. Our conversation with global partners continue. In this regard, I would like to update you with the recent conversations that we are having with countries abroad. External Affairs Minister is presently visiting France to attend the G7 Foreign Ministers meeting, which is being held on 26th and 27th, that is yesterday and today. On the sidelines, he held several meetings with his counterparts from participating countries, where aside from bilateral ties, the leaders also discussed the ongoing developments in West Asia. He met with foreign ministers of France, Canada, South Korea, Japan, Brazil, UK, Germany, and Ukraine. External Affairs Minister spoke at the G7 Foreign Ministers meeting session on global governance reform. This happened yesterday. He highlighted the urgency of UN Security Council reforms, streamlining peacekeeping operations and strengthening humanitarian supply chains. He specifically raised Global South's concerns about energy challenges, fertilizer supplies, and food security. At the second session of the G7 Foreign Ministers meeting, External Affairs Minister conveyed the uncertainties arising from the conflict in West Asia and made a stronger case for more resilient trade corridors and supply chains. Thank you.
Thank you. अब मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स के एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी गल्फ श्री असीम आर महाजन जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि गल्फ एरिया से जुड़े लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट में आपको अपडेट दें। ओवर टू यू।
गुड आफ्टरनून। The Ministry of External Affairs continues to closely monitor the developments in the Gulf and the West Asia region.
Viewers, now Malabar Gold and Diamonds has announced a rupees 200 crore corporate social responsibility outlay for the financial year 2026 to 27. Now with a major thrust on education, healthcare, food security and social welfare initiatives across the country. Take a look. Malabar Gold and Diamonds, the world's 5th largest retail jewellery group and a responsible jewellery brand, has announced their CSR initiatives worth 200 crore rupees for the financial year 2026 to 2027. The event was held in New Delhi in the presence of Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. The CSR program will be implemented across over 3,000 locations in 19 states, covering 15 major initiatives and is expected to benefit over 2 lakh people.
It is a written rule in Malabar that whatever profit we make, 5% have to go as a charity and it has to be spent locally. And since beginning, we have started that and we are continuing that till now. Last year, 22,000 girl students have got the scholarship and Honorable Minister himself have done that.
Amid tensions with NATO allies, Trump hails Prime Minister Modi, says Modi gets things done. Pine gas carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at the new Mangalore port today. Getting you this and a lot more after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हम
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख
Welcome back, friends. This weekend, on the 6th edition of Nationalist Collective, we bring to you voices that define the spirit of Bharat. From powerful perspectives in politics to inspiring stories of women leading nation building. From the unmatched courage of our armed forces to the lived experiences of Kargil veterans. This is a celebration of nationalism, sacrifice, and the idea of India that unites us all. Don't miss these powerful conversations that echo the heartbeat of the nation. Watch the 6th edition of Nationalist Collective this weekend, only on Republic TV. Let's begin with the headlines. Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petroleum. Retail prices remain unchanged. Even as government slash excise duty, Indian markets open in red. Meanwhile, rupee also falls to a record low, breaches the 94 mark against the dollar. Amid tensions with NATO allies, Trump hails Prime Minister Modi, says Modi gets things done. Massive uproar in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. NCMLA's protest against Khamenei's killing. Anti-US and Israel slogans raised inside the House. Indian LPG vessel Jagvasant docks at Kandla port in Gujarat carrying over 42,000 metric tons of LPG. Another tanker, Pine Gas, carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at the new Mangaluru port later in the day. All right, let's begin with a war breaking from the Middle East, where detection of the launch of 6 ballistic missiles towards the Riyadh area happened by the Saudi forces, and 2 of those 6 missiles were intercepted, while the other 4 fell in the waters of the Gulf and uninhabited areas, which essentially means that Iran is still capable of launching 6 ballistic missiles at one go towards Saudi Arabia. And remember, they must be sending missiles and drones to other countries in the region. And Riyadh has now confirmed that 6 ballistic missiles came their way a while back. They were detected. 2 of them were successfully neutralized because they were moving towards habitation, and 4 of them fell either in the waters of the Persian Gulf or in the uninhabited areas, because their trajectory was seen to be not harming, so they were allowed to go waste. And this is a mark of escalation. This is again a picture of continuing war in West Asia, despite the ceasefire claims made by President Trump. In fact, he said that he has extended some parts of the ceasefire, not all of the ceasefire, but some parts specific to power infrastructure, for example, by another 5 days to 10 days total. All right, moving on, staying with the war situation, but its impact at home. The central government early on late Thursday evening cut excise duty on petrol and diesel for oil marketing companies. This obviously has a cascading impact on what you pay at the pump as consumers. The centre has slashed the duty on petrol to rupees 3 per litre from rupees 13, that's by rupees 10 per litre. And on diesel has been cut from rupees 10 to 0. Again, all of the excise duty foregone. The move aims to help the oil marketing companies reduce under-recoveries amid the ongoing Middle East conflict, which has caused volatility in the oil markets due to the near closure of the Strait of Hormuz. However, there will be no change in the pump prices of petrol and diesel. If you look at it, this is essentially the government foregoing some of its revenue at rupees 10 per litre, both in the case of petrol and diesel, and letting the oil marketing companies, which are now paying much more than what they were just before the war, and some recoveries there happening for them. All right, we have some details packaged for you on this, what it means for you at the pump. Let's take a listen.
A day after Nayara Energy, India's largest private fuel retailer, hiked petrol prices by rupees 5.30 per litre and diesel by rupees 3 per litre, government has now stepped in to absorb the energy shock. The central government has announced duty cut on petrol and diesel, a move seen as a huge relief to oil firms struggling with the global energy crisis.
The centre has stepped in to cushion the impact of the rising crude oil prices globally by cutting the excise duty on petrol and diesel. The excise duty on petrol, which was earlier levelled at 13 rupees per litre, is now brought down to 3 rupees per litre, and the diesel, which was earlier levelled at 10 rupees per litre, is now brought down at 0 rupees per litre. Now, this step has not yet yielded any results for the consumers yet, which means that this change in price will not be directly impacting the consumers yet. The prices remain the same, but this is in simpler terms a step from the government to cushion and to absorb the shock which was caused to these oil marketing companies, be it Indian Oil, BPCL, HPCL, which were losing huge funds when the global prices of the crude oil was brought over $100 a barrel.
क्योंकि विदेश में मार्केट में दाम बढ़ रही है क्रूड का, उसके कारण पेट्रोल और डीजल का, एटीएफ का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये चाहा कि कंज्यूमर का प्राइस बढ़ना नहीं है। उसके कारण हम निर्णय लिए हैं कि ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट दें और जिससे वो ज़्यादा दाम में खरीदने वाली चीज़ों को सरकार उनको मदद करेगी, मगर जनता के ऊपर रेट बढ़ाना नहीं होना चाहिए।
The excise duty for petrol per litre has been reduced by 10 rupees and now stands at 3 rupees per litre. While for diesel, the excise duty has been entirely waived off by the government. The duty cut is also a big relief for retail consumers. This as the government is bearing the cost of the crisis and oil firms will now be expected to keep the retail prices stable for consumers. The government also decisively quashed the rumours of a lockdown, saying there is no shortage of oil.
हमारे देश में गैस और ऑयल कितने कम प्रोडक्शन होते हैं और हम बाहर से निर्भर रखते हैं। आम जिंदगी में सबको गैस चाहिए, सबको पेट्रोल डीजल चाहिए, तो इसको किसी तरह से दाम ना बढ़े, नियंत्रण में रखे, इसके लिए इतना बड़ा फैसला लेना, वो भी पेट्रोल तब 3 रुपया एक्साइज ड्यूटी रख दिया, इतना कम आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, और डीजल में 0 कर दिया।
Amid the ongoing war, another LPG tanker, Pine Gas, crossing the Strait of Hormuz, is set to dock in India. This as India secures itself against the energy crisis.
All right, breaking news coming in connection with the trade war, ongoing trade war between China and the United States. China has announced counter probe against United States Section 301 investigations, which means trade war is back on before Trump's visit. It gains significance because just yesterday, the White House announced that President Trump's visit to Beijing, which was postponed from the end of this month, which is now going to take place in the month of May, and China carrying out this counter strike, so to say. Gesu joining us live from our newsroom for more on this. Gesu, what are the contours of this counter probe launched by China? Is it a bargaining chip that Beijing is using against Washington, D.C. ahead of President Trump's much announced visit?
Right, Abhishek, not exactly a bargaining chip. Instead, it'll be right to call this a retaliation, because these are two countermeasures that, the Chinese Commerce Ministry has now come up with. And this comes in retaliation to US's Section 301 that was imposed on Chinese imports within the US. Now, Chinese Ministry they've maintained that their imports inside the US, their exports are getting hindered, their businesses are taking a hit, and there is no particular reason for that to happen, and which is why they have now launched 2 countermeasures. 2 of these have been launched, and these are expected to conclude within the next 6 months. Now, I have more details on this. The ministry also said in a statement that these are reciprocal to US's 301 sanctions and investigations that are ongoing against Chinese imports in the country. Now, China will take corresponding measures also to defend its rights and interests. That's what the Chinese Commerce Ministry has said verbatim about the matter. Now, they've initiated 2 counter probes into US's practices of what they say hampering the flow of Chinese products inside the United States of America. So, not really a bargaining chip, but reciprocal, a retaliatory measure that China is now taking as the trade war climbs between Beijing and Washington, D.C. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. Thank you so much, Gesu, for joining us with those details. And we move on. The trade war, of course, panning out for the last year. And so China now stepping on the pedal. Moving on, Russia has denied providing any intel to Iran in the ongoing war in West Asia. And it's coming from Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, who has said that these accusations do not hold any water and that Moscow is providing intelligence support to Iran is all hogwash, according to Lavrov. And he has, of course, confirmed the ongoing military technical cooperation between the two nations, including the supply of certain defense equipment. This is through an interview that Lavrov has made this comment. Let's listen to him.
Мы действительно имеем с Ираном очень тесные отношения, в том числе у нас есть соглашение о военно-техническом сотрудничестве. Мы поставляли в Иран определенные виды продукции военного назначения, но мы не можем согласиться с обвинениями в том, что мы помогаем Ирану передачей разведданных. Координаты американских военных баз в регионе знают все. Это не скрывается, это открытая информация. И то, что Иран атакует эти военные базы, у меня лично не вызывает какого-то удивления. Когда руководящие члены администрации Соединенных Штатов с бравадой, с какой-то гордостью говорят о хладнокровных убийствах верховного лидера страны, других членов иранского руководства, конечно, это иначе как цинизмом трудно назвать. Поэтому мы выступаем за обеспечение интересов и Ирана, и всех стран региона.
All right, Sergei Dvoryanov joins us live from Moscow. He's a geopolitical expert. And thank you so much, Mr. Dvoryanov, for joining us. Lavrov there denying that Russia is giving any intelligence support to Iran, at the same time admitting that there is, of course, a military technical cooperation, and that that information about the United States military bases in the region is anyway publicly available. Is this a denial or is this a confirmation to begin with?
First of all, namaskar. I would like to tell that right now we're experiencing a big crisis. It's a crisis of humanity and international law. We can see that come to the history of the conflict. Conflict was start from the American side during the holy month Ramadan. And it was start after the negotiation of peace, where Iranian government already confirmed all the points of agreement. They completely agree with everything which was proposed by American politicians, establishment. And finally, Donald Trump so badly and so aggressively don't cheat Iran. He cheat all global international society. It's a big crisis. Because we can tell that international law based on divine law. And if you will not agree with this, we are not humans, we are animals. Yes, regarding the statement of Sergei Lavrov, I am highly appreciate because definitely he confirmed that we have some military agreement of cooperation between Russia and Iran. But I would like again to tell that we are not on the Iran side, we are not on the American side, and we are not on the side of Arabian countries. We are on the side of international law. If we will follow to these rules, international law, we will make some will bring peace to the region. That's why it's a very principal position of Russian Federation, where always follow international law.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Dvoryanov. Thank you so much for joining us with that perspective. And the war, of course, is going to continue, it seems, because it has gone out of control of all the sides. And we are keeping close watch. Thank you so much for joining us from Moscow there. Moving on and to some domestic news. AIADMK has released second list of its candidates, 127, for Tamil Nadu polls. The AIADMK's second list released by the General Secretary of the party and leader EPS, and that list includes 127 names. Okay, moving on, but staying with Tamil Nadu. Sexual harassment complaint has been filed against Anna University professor by a student pursuing final year, alleging that the professor A. Naval Babu had harassed her for 3 years through phone calls, inappropriate conversations and explicit messages. The student submitted her complaint at the Chennai Police Commissioner's office, prompting an inquiry. In the complaint, the student said despite blocking the professor on all social media platforms, he continued to contact her through her friends. All right, friends, a total of 6 Maoists in the Rajanandgaon Kanker border division and one from company number 5 surrendered, and they returned their weapons, joined the mainstream in Chhattisgarh. Remember, just a couple of days we had Papa Rao also doing so in Chhattisgarh. Essentially, Maoism on its last of breaths and on its deathbed, so to say, with 31st March deadline fast approaching, more surrenders taking place. Here are the details.
Ahead of the 100% neutralization of armed Naxals deadline of 31st March, a total of 6 Maoists, 5 of them from Rajnandgaon Kanker border division and one from company number 5, have decided to surrender and return to the mainstream of rehabilitation. Out of these, 3 Maoists have surrendered along with their weapons. According to the Kanker SP, other Maoists active in the area are also being continuously contacted, and efforts are being made to bring them back to mainstream as soon as possible. Currently, there are a few Naxalites remaining in Kanker and company number 5. Efforts are ongoing for their surrender.
This week on Get Me Right, is America's Iran war a crusade? That's what comes out of the Christian imagery being used by the Trump administration, particularly its Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. This, even as the chief priest of the Christendom, Pope Leo XIV, has called for an immediate ceasefire and launched a sustained campaign for the end of war. Then, from West Asia's theatre of war, we travel to Kathmandu, where an engineer turned rapper turned politician has taken over as the youngest Prime Minister of Nepal. What it means for the Himalayan kingdom and what it means for India. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV. All right, Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has said that his government has made constructive contribution to the Iran war. This after Trump said he was surprised by Australia's refusal to help the United States. Albanese, of course, says that's Trump's view and Trump is entitled to it. Albanese would do what is best for Australia. Take a listen.
I said very early on that I wasn't going to comment on all of his commentary on a day-to-day basis. But I again reiterate that there is no request being made to Australia that has not been agreed to. President Trump is up to him to explain his comments, but of course I make the point as well that Australia wasn't consulted before this action was undertaken, and I respect that. That's a matter for the United States. What Australia is responsible for and what I, as the Prime Minister of Australia, are responsible for is Australia's response. And we've been constructive. We've provided the E-7 Wedgetail aircraft that is playing a critical role in support of the Gulf states who've been attacked by Iran unprovoked.
Okay, back to the war. Strait of Hormuz closed and any attempt to cross it will face harsh response. That's the statement coming in from the IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, which is the military wing of the regime there, and they have said that we will prevent the passage of any ships to or from the ports of countries allied with and supporting America and Israel to any destination and through any passage. Remember, this is a bit contrary because earlier we had the Iranian External Affairs or Foreign Minister Arakchi maintained just last evening that the Strait of Hormuz is free and open and that those ships which are not of hostile countries would be allowed. Now this seems to be saying that any ship, if it is coming from these allied countries, are going to be targeted. Moving on, back home and to politics and to Bengal. IPAC has alleged infiltration of poll training sessions. We'll try and connect with Harsha for more on this to understand what exactly this means. Is this IPAC's allegation in support of Trinamool? Is it IPAC's allegation against the Election Commission? Is this IPAC's allegation against the local administration? We'll try and connect for more on this with Harsha. She's there in our Bangla newsroom. If you can connect with her on phone and try to understand what this means. Serious allegations have surfaced regarding election training sessions in Bengal, according to IPAC. And this allegation is about polling personnel facilitating this infiltration. Not clear this is infiltration by whom. The election body has denied those claims, and that these videos that IPAC is talking about are tampered with. And all right, we'll take a quick break on that note and move to the next one after that. This week on Get Me Right, is America's Iran war a crusade? That's what comes out of the Christian imagery being used by the Trump administration, particularly its Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. This, even as the chief priest of the Christendom, Pope Leo XIV, has called for an immediate ceasefire and launched a sustained campaign for the end of war. Then from West Asia's theatre of war, we travel to Kathmandu, where an engineer turned rapper turned politician has taken over as the youngest Prime Minister of Nepal. What it means for the Himalayan kingdom and what it means for India. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
Trump's misguided war on Iran. Trump's military pose a strategic deception. Iran's strategy keeps America at bay. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Co-presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by Greenply, हर जरूरत का रिप्लाई।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें
Battle to reopen Strait of Hormuz. Pentagon's three-phased plan to open strait. Iran's mine warfare, a game changer. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Co-presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by Greenply, हर जरूरत का रिप्लाई।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both the diesel and petroleum. Retailer prices remain unchanged. Even as government slashes excise duty, Indian markets open in red. Meanwhile, rupee also falls to a record low at 94 against the US dollar. Amid tensions with NATO allies, Trump hails Prime Minister Modi, says Modi gets things done. Indian LPG vessel Jagbasant docks at Kandla port carrying over 42,000 metric tons of LPG. Pine gas carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at New Mangaluru port today. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour now. MOD, that's the Ministry of Defence, has inked contracts worth rupees 858 crore. Now this is for Tunguska Air Defence Missile System and inspection of P-8I aircraft. The Ministry of Defence has now signed several contracts worth a total of about 858 crore rupees. Now viewers, these contracts are for procurement of Tunguska Air Defence Missile System as well as inspection of P-8I long-range maritime aircraft. Now the contracts were inked at Kartavya Bhavan today in New Delhi. This comes as there was a big crucial meeting also of Defence Acquisition Council that took place, and now we're looking at several defence contracts being inked worth over 858,100 crore rupees. Now this is regarding the air defence missile system as well as the surveillance aircraft, that's a P-8I aircraft. Now, these are massive defence deals that have now been inked today by the Ministry of Defence. My colleague Ishan, who's been closely tracking all these developments, joins me in more details. Ishan, help us understand how crucial are these defence deals. They are worth over 858 crore rupees. Help us understand what exactly are we expecting.
Absolutely. The Tunguska air defence system is a tracked vehicle with having dual capabilities. It has anti-aircraft missiles, wherein 8 anti-aircraft missiles are on board. Apart from that, 2 double-barrel 30mm cannons are there. Now, this is a very important system in the current warfare scenario, wherein drones and cheap munitions and loitering munitions are being presented as the crucial threat for tanks. And this is a mobile air defense unit which can move with the troops and provide them air cover against these loitering munitions and drones. This system has these 8 missiles. Now these 8 missiles are short-range missiles, providing them with a multi-layered air defense capability, wherein the initial wave, if they are strong candidates, they may be engaged with the missile, or if it's a loitering munition, then it can be engaged with the 30mm cannons. And this Tunguska system will be provided by the Russians. It is a Russian developed system, and it has been very effectively proven during the Ukraine war. It has been deployed to the front, and a lot of these systems have been providing engagement and protection to troops against these aerial threats. Apart from that, the second is the P-8I maintenance overall unit inspection system. Now the P-8I currently has to fly all the way to the United States, and then it will inspected for its mid-life review or its maintenance. But now this can be done in India. Boeing, a subsidiary of Boeing called the Boeing in India, will be handling the entire MRO facility in India, and slowly and steadily India will be developing the entire ecosystem and logistics required to ensure that the entire system or the entire overhaul of the aircraft can be done in India. This MRO facility, when in India, will provide a crucial link to ensure that we have compatibility of P-8I, or we can ensure that P-8I is put in the air sooner, and it does not have to fly all the way to the United States for maintenance activities. Back to you.
Right. Thanks, Ishan, for joining us and giving us these crucial inputs about the big defense deals that have been inked by the Ministry of Defense. Now, viewers, are moving on to more developments we're getting from West Asia. IRGC has now said the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed and any attempt to cross it will face harsh response. IRGC says we will prevent the passage of any ships to and from the ports of countries which are allied with or supporting America or Israel to any destination or through this passage. It also says all shipping to and from the ports of allies and supporters of Israel and American enemies is prohibited through this corridor. So we're looking at IRGC now issuing another warning regarding the Strait of Hormuz, saying that for the enemies of Iran, whether it's Israel, whether it's the United States or any of their allies, the economic corridor still remains closed. Now, remember, there has been several countries which have been allowed to pass their ships through the Strait of Hormuz, including India as well. But IRGC now reiterating its complete control over the Strait of Hormuz, saying that any vessel which is linked to US, Israel or any of their allies will be facing harsh consequences if they try and attempt to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So another warning by Iran, which sort of says that there is essentially complete control of Iran over this economic corridor, and it still holds a leverage as far as Strait of Hormuz or blockade is concerned. All right, that's the latest statement we're getting from Iranian side. IRGC now reiterating its warning regarding the Strait of Hormuz, saying that any attempt to cross it will be met with harsh response from its side. Now, remember, we have seen several tankers in the past have also been attacked from Iranian drones and missiles. Thailand tanker, Oman tankers, all of them have faced the brunt. And now IRGC reiterating its warning that Strait of Hormuz still remains closed for the enemies. And this includes US, Israel, and any country which is supporting US or Israel in their war efforts against Iran. Now, this economic corridor, in fact, has been opened for several countries, including India. But at the same time, when it comes to Iran's enemies, it still remains closed. IRGC says if there is any attempt by any of the ships linked to Israel, the US or any of their allies, it will be met with harsh response. That's the latest warning coming in from IRGC, who now says that Strait of Hormuz still remains closed for enemies. They will prevent the passage of any ships to and from the ports of countries which are allied with or they are supporting US or Israel's war efforts against Iran. All right, viewers, staying on the war, we're getting some more breaking news developments regarding IDF attacks. Now, this time Israel, in fact, has launched a wide scale of strikes against Tehran. It has struck military industries. It has struck launch sites of Iran as well. So looking at more and more missile units, storage units of missiles and mines of Iran, in fact, coming under attack. And this attack has now been carried out in the capital city of Iran, which is Tehran. The latest attack on the storage unit of missiles carried out by IDF as it continues its assault all across Iran. Now remember, despite the pause announced by Donald Trump on Iran's energy power plants, there has been no pause when it comes to Israeli strikes all across Iran, and the latest one has been carried out in the capital city. It's a storage unit which has been struck, as well as the headquarters of their launch sites, which has become the target of their latest attacks. And now we are shifting focus. The central government on Thursday cut excise duty on petrol and diesel for oil marketing companies. The centre here slashed excise duty on petrol to about 3 rupees per litre. This is down from 13, while on diesel it has been cut down to 0, down from about 10 rupees per litre. Now the move here aims to help oil marketing companies reduce their recoveries amid the ongoing conflict in West Asia, which has caused several strain to oil market due to the blockade of Strait of Hormuz. However, viewers, when it comes to retail prices of petrol and diesel, there will be no change in that. Take a look at this report.
A day after Nayara Energy, India's largest private fuel retailer, hiked petrol prices by Rs 5.30 per litre and diesel by Rs 3 per litre, government has now stepped in to absorb the energy shock. The central government has announced duty cut on petrol and diesel, a move seen as a huge relief to oil firms struggling with the global energy crisis.
The centre has stepped in to cushion the impact of the rising crude oil prices globally by cutting the excise duty on petrol and diesel. The excise duty on petrol, which was earlier levelled at 13 rupees per litre, is now brought down to 3 rupees per litre, and the diesel, which was earlier levelled at 10 rupees per litre, is now brought down at 0 rupees per litre. Now, this step has not yet yielded any results for the consumers yet, which means that this change in price will not be directly impacting the consumers yet. The prices remain the same, but this is in simpler terms a step from the government to cushion and to absorb the shock which was caused to these oil marketing companies, be it Indian Oil, BPCL, HPCL, which were losing huge funds when the global prices of the crude oil was brought over $100 a barrel.
क्योंकि विदेश में मार्केट में दाम बढ़ रही है क्रूड का, उसके कारण पेट्रोल और डीजल का, एटीएफ का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये चाहा कि कंज्यूमर का प्राइस बढ़ना नहीं है। उसके कारण हम निर्णय लिए हैं कि ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट दें और जिससे वो ज़्यादा दाम में खरीदने वाली चीज़ों को सरकार उनको मदद करेगी, मगर जनता के ऊपर रेट बढ़ाना नहीं होना चाहिए।
The excise duty for petrol per litre has been reduced by 10 rupees and now stands at 3 rupees per litre, while for diesel the excise duty has been entirely waived off by the government. The duty cut is also a big relief for retail consumers. This as the government is bearing the cost of the crisis and oil firms will now be expected to keep the retail prices stable for consumers. The government also decisively quashed the rumours of a lockdown, saying there is no shortage of oil.
हमारे देश में गैस और ऑयल कितने कम प्रोडक्शन होते हैं और हम बाहर से निर्भर रखते हैं। आम जिंदगी में सबको गैस चाहिए, सबको पेट्रोल डीजल चाहिए, तो इसको किसी तरह से दाम ना बढ़े, नियंत्रण में रखे, इसके लिए इतना बड़ा फैसला लेना, वो भी पेट्रोल तब 3 रुपया एक्साइज ड्यूटी रख दिया, इतना कम आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, और डीजल में 0 कर दिया।
Amid the ongoing war, another LPG tanker, Pine Gas, crossing the Strait of Hormuz, is set to dock in India. This as India secures itself against the energy crisis.
All right, viewers, shifting focus to more developments we're getting from West Asia. IRGC has now issued another warning saying that the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed and any attempt to cross it will be met with a harsh response from the Iranian side. It says we will prevent the passage of any ships to and from the ports of countries which are allied or supporting US and Israeli war efforts at this point of time. So completely saying that IRGC maintains complete control over this economic corridor called the Strait of Hormuz, and any ship which is linked to Israel or the US and it tries an attempt to pass through this economic corridor will be facing the brunt of IRGC. That's the warning now issued by IRGC. And joining me on this is now Colonel Rajiv Bagga. He's a defense expert, former NSG commando, and he joins us on the broadcast. He's present with us in the studio. Now, Mr. Bagga, coming to you, I want to ask you, The Strait of Hormuz still remains blocked. We have seen repercussions on oil economy, on oil market all across the world, and IRGC still maintains that chokehold over the Strait of Hormuz. How do you think this conflict will go ahead? Because Trump is hell-bent on ensuring that there is freedom of navigation in a Strait of Hormuz.
You see, one thing is very clear, one should understand. Whatever the efforts Americans are doing, they brought extra troops also. That is, I'm talking about the 82nd Airborne Division has mobilized, and 2,000 paratroopers are expected this season, and 2,500 Marines are already deployed along with the aircraft carrier. I'm talking about aircraft carrier Tripoli, right? And some amount of other elements. Okay. But that is really required to be understood ki what kind of the terrain they are going to confront. It is not really going to be very, very easy to go for any kind of offensive in this part. Let's talk about the geographical pattern of this entire region. If you see, the Iran toward the northern and the western side has got a mountainous terrain, and Iranians are very well dug. Okay, and Jargah's mountainous ranges, which I'm talking about, are really non-negotiable, and lot about of, you can say, the amount of artillery efforts and the missiles and kind of a battle procedures or whatever the practices Iran have done, that is remarkable. If you go toward the eastern side, that is, I'm talking about Afghanistan and Pakistan, they are entangled in their own war. So that area is also impossible now, okay? The only scope, the only ray which Americans they see is that is the southwestern, that is through the Kazakhstan, not that one. And that is, again, they have to really apply their mind when they are closing in. The seashores are so shallow that the ships out there, they need to be absolutely very much become a kind of a big target, because the movement of the ship in shallow water is slowed down. That is second part. Third thing, in case they want to utilize the Marines along with the 82nd Airborne Forces to capture Khargar or the ports of Iran, they have to move along the coastal regions. But moving along the coastal regions, along with the ships, if you see the Strait of Hormuz, it has got a natural, kind of a defense potential. The small attack boats can quickly go, attack, and reel back. So it is going to be difficult for Americans. If they go for this, it is going to cause a lot of attrition and the casualties at their end.
Right. Colonel, you've explained to us the geography surrounding Iran and its island, and also the kind of challenges U.S. forces could face if they go for a ground invasion. I'll come back to you for more follow-up questions. We've got some breaking developments that are coming right at the sun. A huge fire has broken out at Kuwait's Mubarak port. It comes following a missile strike by Iran. So we're looking at still Iran going for several assaults all across the Gulf nations. The recent one now reported at Kuwait's Mubarak port, and this comes following a missile strike by Iran. Viewers, we're getting you visuals of that strike as well from Mubarak port. This is where Iranian missiles have now struck the port at Kuwait. Now, those are the visuals on your screen. You can also see the plumes of smoke rising from the site of the attack. And Colonel Bagga continues to stay with us. I'll come back to you, Colonel. Sir, you were explaining to us the kind of challenges U.S. forces would face if they go for a ground invasion. My question to you is, with the kind of statements we are seeing from Donald Trump and the troop mobilization on the ground, do you think a ground invasion is inevitable at this stage of the conflict?
That is the only, scope of winning the war. Till the time Trump says that I got these type of aircraft, the second, fifth generation, sixth generation, or these type of missile system, till the time they don't establish a foothold at any of these places, what I earlier mentioned, that is through southwestern, maybe through Iraq or Kuwait. And recently you have just brought out one of their ports has been attacked. You know, it is a kind of an indication that Iranians are very well aware if they are going to be attacked, these are going to be the launching pads for the US Navy and the US ground forces. So if Trump is trying to buy the time, later, 2 days back, he was mentioning that it is a 5 days pause I'm giving, or I will open Hormuz after 48 hours. You know, he's playing a gamble. He's trying to really create a kind of a psychological warfare on the real minds of the hierarchy of Iranians. Look, there is a lull in the battle where he's buying the time. And he is definitely looking forward for a kind of a total opportunity to create a breach in or create a beachhead at the seashore region so that he can penetrate inside and capture the oil fields of Iran firstly, and thereafter contain all the ports of Iran so that he can start moving that mineral or whatever the oil refineries through those ports and all that. And that is what exactly is going to be a face-off indeed as far Trump is concerned, because his credibility day by day is really getting reduced. So he has to really prove himself at this juncture.
Right. Colonel Bagga, it does look like we are, witnessing a build-up to a massive blow that would come in from the US forces. And I'll come back to you, but we've got some breaking developments coming to light at the side. Iran here has now accused the US and Israel of clear intent to commit a genocide. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi also said that more than 600 schools have been damaged or either demolished, and more than 1,000 students and teachers, they've been killed or wounded in these strikes by Iran, by Israel and the US. They're calling him the aggressors, which are targeting pattern, accompanied by their rhetoric, which leaves a little doubt as to their clear intent to commit a genocide. Araghchi also says that there was an urgent debate going on at the Human Rights Council in Geneva, and this is where he made these latest statements. Now, viewers, it's a big allegation coming in from Iranian side of committing a genocide. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi now says there is clear intent on the part of US and Israel to commit a genocide. Colonel Bagga continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Colonel Bagga, coming back to you now. You say that Iran is also prepared for the attacks that would come in its way from US and Israel. It has fortified the Karg Island as well. I want to ask you, in case Iran is also preparing on the ground for this possible invasion, how are we looking at the escalations? Now, where is the war headed in that case?
You see, the Iranians, they really well predicted before the war only. They knew what exactly is their survival line. And they know the importance of Strait of Hormuz, right? And that's the reason they, much before the war, they carried out some amount of naval exercises along with Chinese. We all are aware that Chinese and Russians are the strategist partners to Iran at this in present scenario. The whole world knows about it. And Iranians have given a very clear message to balance of the Gulf countries. Look, we don't have any problem with you people. You vacate, you tell the US to vacate those bases, whatever they have created in that. That is firstly. Secondly, if Iranians go into a deep war or escalate further, as far the ground attack is concerned, as I mentioned earlier, Iranians are, one thing, again, you need to understand, they are created a mosaic kind of a defense system within their own country. They don't require anyone's permission from the hierarchy. Their entire thing is decentralized, and they're very well prepared for it. And they have anticipated, rather they have worked on those contingencies, and they knew it, that in case US wants to dominate this region, they have to launch a ground war, because whatever right now, sending the aircrafts or the missiles, US has the plans have definitely stalled. Now it comes to the ground war. For that, Iranians are very well dug in, and the natural topography, or rather the terrain of that particular region is as such, they have got a tremendous advantage of defense potential, what we call it in a military language.
Right, Colonel Baka, that's very interesting how you talked about Iran's model. You know, they had learned their lessons from Iran-Iraq war, and they have been preparing for this for almost 3 decades now. And I'll come back to you for more on this, but there's breaking developments coming to light at this point. Hezbollah has now claimed destroying over 100 Israeli tanks. Hezbollah is in fact releasing a video of drones striking Israeli tanks near the border. It's a claim made by Iranian media, which says about 100 Israeli tanks have now been destroyed in Lebanon in March. So it's in a span of over 25 days, about 100 Israeli tanks have been destroyed, as there's another front between Hezbollah and IDF that continues to operate in the north side of the country. Now, Colonel Baga continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Colonel Baga, I'll come back to you because there was a very interesting point that you raised about Iran's strategy. Now, we have seen IRGC preparing for this war for over 3 decades now. They built a decentralized system. Killing of one leader does not lead to the collapse of entire system. And Iran, certainly, its strategy of exhausting the enemy, it seems, has been successful so far. They have been using drones, which are low cost, but they're effective. They've been able to make, take out lethal targets. And it does seem that their strategy so far has been successful.
Yeah, Iran, if you see the past 10-15 days, what was the requirement of a C-135 aircraft, that tanker, to refuel the one fighter of US Air Force in the Midday? The reason was very simple, that at present, whatever the airfields or any military base is existing in Gulf, that is has suffered some amount of damage. So that is the one indicator that Iran in some form has really got a success as far investing or channelizing their opponents in some form. That is first. Second thing is, if US is banking much on the Air Force earlier, that was their miscalculation. They thought that with some amount of airstrikes, they will be able to degrade Iranian internal system, which they were not able to achieve. Bringing more troops now and planning to launch a ground assault or the offensive is another indicator that is they are totally exhausted.
Right, sir.
And they are really, and you must have read it in past 2 days, they are also shifting some amount of funds to buy more missiles. So there is somewhere something is happening within US also, readjustment or whatever you call it, relocation of the troops. That is, again, only happens when Iranians have done their homework correctly, and they have done it. And they have shown it to the entire world.
Right, Colonel Rajiv Baga joining us on the broadcast and sharing his inputs on this big story. And viewers, now slipping into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, even as government slashes excise duty, Indian markets still open in red. Meanwhile, rupee also falls to a record low at 94 against US dollar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए
Trump's misguided war on Iran. Trump's military pose a strategic deception. Iran's strategy keeps America at bay. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Co-presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by Greenply, हर जरूरत का reply.
Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petroleum. Retail prices still remain unchanged. Even as government slashes excise duty, Indian markets open in red. Meanwhile, rupee falls to a record low at 94 against a US dollar. Amid tensions with NATO allies, Donald Trump hails Prime Minister Modi, says Modi gets things done. Indian LPG vessel Jagwasan docks at Kandla port carrying over 42,000 metric tons of LPG. Pine gas carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at new Mangaluru port today. All right, viewers, are beginning with the developments we're getting from the war in West Asia. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz now says IDF activity in Iran against security and military targets continues without interruption. We will continue to hunt the leaders and the commanders of terror regime and destroy its strategic capabilities. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and I warned the Iranian terror regime to stop firing missiles at civilian population in Israel. But despite the warnings, the firing continues. Therefore, IDF strikes in Iran will also now escalate and expand to additional targets and areas that assist the regime in building and operating weapons against Israeli civilians. The defense minister also says they will pay a heavy price increasingly for their war crime. Now that's a big warning coming in from the Israeli defense minister, who says that there were warnings issued to Iran to not target civilian areas in Israel, but they did not pay heed to those warnings, and now IDF here will be escalating its attacks all across Iranian landscape. All right, that's a big warning that's coming in from the Israeli side. We're looking at the climbing up of escalation in this battle. And now, viewers, a massive ruckus broke out in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly as NC leaders disrupted the proceedings of the House in a show of protest against the US and Israeli strikes on Iran. This was followed up by protests which were staged by BJP leaders who criticized the ruling dispensation for raising the prices of petrol and diesel and allegedly also obstructing the establishment of a national law university. Take a look at this report.
Chaos broke out in Jammu and Kashmir's Legislative Assembly. National Conference leaders entered the assembly carrying Iran's former supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei's picture, raising slogans in his support, waving posters, disrupting the budget session.
मैंने कॉल अटेंशन भी दिया है, मैंने एडजर्नमेंट मोशन भी दिया है। हम समझते हैं कि जिस तरीके से आयतुल्लाह सैयद अली खामेनेई साहब का कत्ल हुआ, जिस तरह उनको शहीद किया गया, किसी भी मुल्क का कोई भी हक नहीं बनता है किसी मुल्क के ऊपर हमला करना, और एक मजहबी लीडर को बे तरीके से जिस तरह मारा गया, वो हम उसकी निंदा करते हैं।
The protest over Iran war soon turned political. NC leaders raised slogans against Prime Minister Modi, prompting a response from the BJP leaders. The result, a full-blown scuffle broke out between Congress MLA Irfan Hafiz Lone and BJP MLA Yudhvir Sethi. The situation spiraled. Police had to intervene to restore order in the assembly. In view of the continuous disruption, the assembly was eventually adjourned. This was followed up by BJP legislators gheroing the assembly in protest.
मैंने उस दिन भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी। ये लोग अपना 2 रुपये इन्होंने पिछली बार भी बढ़ाया, 2 रुपये इस बार बढ़ा रहे हैं। करोड़ों रुपया ये लोग कमा रहे हैं, फिर भी NLU देते इनको तकलीफ है, फिर भी युवाओं को रोजगार नहीं मिल रहा, फिर भी जो सिलेंडर मुफ्त देने थे वो नहीं दे रहे, फिर भी बूढ़ियों को जो इन्होंने पेंशन देनी वो भी नहीं दे रहे। इसलिए सिर्फ खाने का काम है, बांटने का ये सरकार नहीं करती।
BJP leaders demanded for establishment of a national law university in Jammu. BJP leaders also protested against the hike in petrol and diesel prices by the state's government. This comes as Indian government slashed the excise duty on petrol and diesel for oil marketing companies. A big relief that will cushion the pressure on the end consumers.
Now, viewers, Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says his government has made constructive contribution to the Iran war. Now, this comes after Donald Trump said that he was surprised by Australia's refusal to help the US secure the Strait of Hormuz. Now, while again lashing out at NATO allies for their inaction in this conflict. Take a look at this report.
I said very early on that I wasn't going to comment on all of his commentary on a day-to-day basis. But I again reiterate that there is no request being made to Australia that has not been agreed to. President Trump is up to him to explain his comments, but of course I make the point as well that Australia wasn't consulted before this action was undertaken, and I respect that. That's a matter for the United States. What Australia is responsible for, and what I, as the Prime Minister of Australia, are responsible for, is Australia's response. And we've been constructive. We've provided the E-7 Wedgetail aircraft that is playing a critical role in support of the Gulf states who've been attacked by Iran unprovoked.
And now, here's Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced the elimination of IRGC Navy Commander Ali Reza Tangrisi in a precision IDF strike, highlighting his role in blocking the Strait of Hormuz and the terrorist operations. Now, the Defense Minister Israel Katz also detailed the operation that neutralized Tangsiri and the top naval officials. Now, all of which leads to the big question: who is Tangsiri, a key figure in Iran's asymmetric warfare? Tangsiri led fast boat swarms and also anti-Western tactics in the Persian Gulf. Let's listen in to this report to know more.
אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף בעוצמה את המטרות של משטר הטרור האיראני. אמש חיסלנו את מפקד חיל הים של משמרות המהפכה. לאיש הזה יש הרבה דם על הידיים, ובנוסף הוא זה שהוביל את סגירת מצרי הורמוז. זוהי עוד אחת מהדוגמאות של שיתוף הפעולה בינינו לבין ידידינו ארצות הברית, במטרה משותפת להשיג את
הלילה סיכל צה"ל בפעולה מדויקת וקטלנית את מפקד חיל הים של משמרות המהפכה, תנגסירי, יחד עם בכירי פיקוד חיל הים. האיש היה אחראי הישיר על פעולת הטרור של מיקוש וחסימת מצרי הורמוז לשיט, פוצץ וסוכל.
Viewers are getting more developments from the war in West Asia. IDF has now released a statement giving details of the Iranian attacks. The statement now says a short while ago IDF identified missiles launched from Iran towards the territory of Israel. Defensive systems were operating to intercept the threat. Now it looks like that Iran is continuing with its attacks all across the Israeli territory, and IDF now giving out details of those attacks, saying that just a short while ago there were several Iranian missiles which were headed towards its territory, and defense systems were also activated to intercept the threats coming in from Iranian missiles. We're certainly looking at more and more escalations on this front. Iran has now launched its 82nd wave of strikes, mostly hitting US and Israeli targets. And now IDF says that more and more Iranian missiles were seen coming towards the territory of Israel. And as a result, its defensive systems are activated to intercept the incoming threats. That's the latest statement coming in from IDF. All right, viewers, more breaking news coming in. Now, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has denied accusations that Moscow is providing any intelligence support to Iran, while confirming ongoing military, tactical, technical, in fact, cooperation between the two nations, including the supply of certain defense equipment. In an interview, Lavrov says that the information about US military bases in the region is publicly available, adding that he was not surprised by Iran's actions and also criticized what he described as provocative rhetoric from US officials, calling instead for protecting the interests of all countries in the region. So here we have seen several reports claiming that Russia is providing intel support to Tehran to target US bases, but it seems the foreign minister now coming forward and putting an end to all of those rumors, saying that Russia is not providing any intel support to Iran in this conflict. Let's listen in to the foreign minister.
Мы действительно имеем с Ираном очень тесные отношения, в том числе у нас есть соглашение о военно-техническом сотрудничестве. Мы поставляли в Иран определенные виды продукции военного назначения, но мы не можем согласиться с обвинениями в том, что мы помогаем Ирану передачей разведданных. Координаты американских военных баз в регионе знают все. Это не скрывается, это открытая информация, и то, что Иран атакует эти военные базы, у меня лично не вызывает какого-то удивления. Когда руководящие члены администрации Соединенных Штатов с бравадой, с какой-то гордостью говорят о хладнокровных убийствах верховного лидера страны, других членов иранского руководства, конечно, это иначе как цинизмом трудно назвать. Поэтому мы выступаем за обеспечение интересов и Ирана, и всех стран региона.
Right, so viewers, now shifting focus, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis now says that no shortage of petrol and diesel in Maharashtra. Do not panic stock at this point of time. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis also says action will be taken against those spreading rumours of a lockdown. He also says that he is basically appealing to public not to believe in rumours regarding the supply of petrol and diesel. He says there's enough stock available. There's no shortage essentially at this point of time. He also says the central government's decision to reduce the excise duty on petrol and diesel by 10% is a welcome step which will help curb the rise in fuel prices. There will be no lockdown imposed in the country, he reiterates, while saying that action will be taken against those spreading such rumours. Now viewers, that's Maharashtra Chief Minister putting down the rumours regarding that a lockdown could be imposed in the country. He says specifically in Maharashtra there is no shortage of petrol. No petrol pumps are witnessing dry outs at this point. Enough stock of crude is available within the country. He also welcomes the step regarding the removal of excise duty on petrol and diesel by the central government, while also emphasizing that action will be taken against those who are fear-mongering, who are spreading the rumours that a potential lockdown could be imposed in the country. Now viewers, the central government on Thursday cut excise duty on petrol and diesel for oil marketing companies. Now the centre here slashed excise duty on petrol to about 3 rupees per litre. This is down from 13 rupees, and on diesel it has cut down to about 0 from earlier 10 rupees per litre. Now the move here aims to help oil marketing companies reduce their recoveries amidst the ongoing conflict in Middle East, which has caused a strain to oil market due to the near closure of the Strait of Hormuz. However, viewers, there will be no change in the pump prices of petrol or diesel at this point. Basically, retail prices will still remain the same. Take a look at this report.
A day after Nayara Energy, India's largest private fuel retailer, hiked petrol prices by Rs 5.30 per litre and diesel by Rs 3 per litre, government has now stepped in to absorb the energy shock. The central government has announced duty cut on petrol and diesel, a move seen as a huge relief to oil firms struggling with the global energy crisis.
The centre has stepped in to cushion the impact of the rising crude oil prices globally by cutting the excise duty on petrol and diesel. The excise duty on petrol, which was earlier levelled at 13 rupees per litre, is now brought down to 3 rupees per litre, and the diesel, which was earlier levelled at 10 rupees per litre, is now brought down at 0 rupees per litre. Now, this step has not yet yielded any results for the consumers yet, which means that this change in price will not be directly impacting the consumers yet. The prices remain the same, but this is in simpler terms a step from the government to cushion and to absorb the shock which was caused to these oil marketing companies, be it Indian Oil, BPCL, HPCL, which were losing huge funds when the global prices of the crude oil was brought over $100 a barrel.
क्योंकि विदेश में मार्केट में दाम बढ़ रही है क्रूड का, उसके कारण पेट्रोल और डीजल का, एटीएफ का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये चाहा कि कंज्यूमर का प्राइस बढ़ना नहीं है। उसके कारण हम निर्णय लिए हैं कि ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट दें और जिससे वो ज़्यादा दाम में खरीदने वाली चीज़ों को सरकार उनको मदद करेगी, मगर जनता के ऊपर रेट बढ़ाना नहीं होना चाहिए।
The excise duty for petrol per litre has been reduced by 10 rupees and now stands at 3 rupees per litre, while for diesel the excise duty has been entirely waived off by the government. The duty cut is also a big relief for retail consumers. This as the government is bearing the cost of the crisis and oil firms will now be expected to keep the retail prices stable for consumers. The government also decisively quashed the rumors of a lockdown, saying there is no shortage of oil.
हमारे देश में गैस और ऑयल कितने कम प्रोडक्शन होते हैं और हम बाहर से निर्भर रखते हैं। आम जिंदगी में सबको गैस चाहिए, सबको पेट्रोल डीजल चाहिए, तो इसको किसी तरह से दाम ना बढ़े, नियंत्रण में रखे, इसके लिए इतना बड़ा फैसला लेना, वो भी पेट्रोल तब 3 रुपया एक्साइज ड्यूटी रख दिया, इतना कम आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, और डीजल में 0 कर दिया।
Amid the ongoing war, another LPG tanker, Pine Gas, crossing the Strait of Hormuz, is set to dock in India. This as India secures itself against the energy crisis.
Now we are shifting focus to more developments we're getting from the war investigation. Our US Central Command has released a message saying that its forces will continue to eliminate Iranian regime's ability to project military power beyond its borders. We're looking at more and more attacks being conducted by Iran on Gulf countries, and US Central Command essentially responding to that we will continue to eliminate Iranian regime's ability to project its power beyond its borders. Now remember, this comes as Donald Trump here has announced a pause, a halt in strikes on energy sector of Iran. But despite that, we are certainly looking at more and more bombing by US Central Command on Iranian targets in terms of the launch pads, in terms of the storage units, the missile production units, all are being hit in Tehran. And we're looking at the recent video that's now been released by the US Central Command, also with a message saying that they will continue to eliminate the Iranian regime's ability to project military power beyond its borders. Now that's the video on your screen, released by Central Command. Now here's more developments coming to light. Iran now says about 120 cultural sites have been damaged in US-Israeli attacks. Iranian officials have now come out with a number saying that the US and Israeli strikes have hit at least 120 museums and historic sites all across the country. Now the war began, there have been concerns raised over damage to cultural heritage, and this time Ahmad Alawi, who's the head of Tehran City Council's Cultural Heritage Committee, he says that multiple sites all across Iran, they have been directly hit. He also puts out some numbers saying at least 120 museums and historical buildings have been attacked by US and Israeli strikes. These are located all across Iranian landscape, not just confined to one province. He also says that among the locations cited were Golistan Palace, Sadabad Palace, the Marble Palace, along with that Temur Tash House, also known as the War Museum. So these are some of the cultural sites which have been hit by the US and Israeli strikes as the war still continues. All right, viewers, we're now looking at Marco Rubio speaking with the Ukrainian Foreign Minister about Iran war concerns. The Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andriy also has now spoken to the US Secretary of State on the margins of the G7 Foreign Ministers meeting. It took place today, and amid the ongoing Russian support for Iran and the concerns that war in the Middle East could divert resources from Ukraine. Now, they spoke about the developments which are taking place in Middle East, and noting that Ukraine's position is that regime in Moscow and Tehran, they're working together to prolong the war. They both must face consolidated pressure. This is according to the post he shared on X, saying that Moscow is providing intelligence support to Iran about the locations and the movements of American troops, ships and aircraft, according to multiple people which are familiar with US intelligence reporting on this issue. All right, viewers, are now slipping into a short break. But on the other side, we tell you how are the markets reacting to the more developments coming in from West Asia and how rupee has now fallen to a record low of 94 against the US dollar.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित,
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhum and our top focus is going to be on the ground realities that suggest continued volatility at a time when there is a 5-day then a 10-day pause by Donald Trump. One really has to see whether this is a pause, a ceasefire or just escalation of the volatility on the ground. First a look at our top headlines. It's a big relief to oil firms in India. The central government reduces excise duty on both diesel and petroleum. Retail prices remain unchanged. Even as government slashes the excise duty, Indian markets open in red. Meanwhile, rupee also falls to a record low at 94 against US dollar. Amid tensions with NATO allies, Trump hails Prime Minister Modi, says Modi gets things done. Indian LPG vessel Jag Vasant docks at Kandla port that's carrying 42,000 metric tons of LPG. Pine gas carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG expected to arrive at New Mangalore port today. It doesn't seem that the ceasefire has possibly worked. We're getting breaking news that there's huge fire that has broke out at Kuwait's Mubarak port that's following a missile strike, and this is the big breaking news. It seems Iran is going to continue. On 27th today in Kuwait, there was a targeted coordinated attack involving drones and cruise missiles at dawn. The strike occurred amidst a broader escalation of regional conflict, and it's resulted in material damage to the port's infrastructure. This is clearly going with what Iran has said. They're not going to be backing down. It's a dual threat strike. You can see the pictures on your screen, viewers. It's hostile drones and cruise missiles that have been used. And there have been, fortunately, no human casualties. The impact is that the infrastructure at the port has sustained material damage. This is going with what Iran is saying. They will continue to damage every ally's main infrastructural abilities if US does not buckle down. Remember, authorities have immediately activated and sent an emergency response protocol to secure the strike. This is a broader escalation that we are seeing in Kuwait from Iran. Its earlier strikes include the Shuwaik port. They also include Kuwait's international airport earlier, where drone strikes had targeted the fuel storage tanks. And now we are seeing fire break out at Kuwait's port at Mubarak port following the missile strikes. Also earlier, the Abdullah port refinery had been targeted. They have earlier denied reports, but now it's very clear that the regional flight suspensions and the regional tensions have escalated once more as we're seeing a new attack from Iran. The Indian government today has executed a significant reduction in the federal excise duties on motor fuels, a move that's aimed to absorb the shock of global crude price hitting $122
a barrel without passing the burden to the public. In a late-night notification, the Finance Ministry reduced the special additional excise duty on petrol to 3 rupees per litre from 13 rupees, while the duty on diesel was also slashed to 0 from the previous 10 rupees. The combined rupees 10 per litre reduction in the largest fiscal intervention in the energy sector this year. Despite the deep tax cuts, retail prices at the pump are expected to remain unchanged. Market analysts have also pointed out the reduction intended to fill a massive under-recovery gap for state-run OMCs rather than provide a direct discount to consumers.
Well, I think the impact of this, as far as the consumers are concerned, as the people who use petrol and diesel are concerned, this is a step to neutralize the impact. Because when the petrol diesel prices, or shall I say when the crude oil prices, just before the war, they were about $60 to $70. They were hovering between $60 to $70, 60, 65, 70. Just before the war, it was around 70. And then suddenly shot up to 120, came down to 97, 98, again went up to 110. Again went up and down. So it's been moving between 100 and 120 ever since then, which means the procurement cost for the oil marketing companies, I like to name 3 of them: Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, and Hindustan Petroleum. Of course, there are a couple of other private players as well. So the cost went up for them. It was also being said that when the crude oil prices were $60, $70, these oil marketing companies, OMCs as we call them, they had accumulated profits of about 25,000 odd crores because the petrol diesel was being sold at a slightly elevated price, whereas their input cost was lower. So they accumulated this profit. I think in the last 3 to 4 weeks of the war, this profit may have eroded and they were slipping into the red. This is very important because all the reserves that they had created, they were gradually slipping away because the input cost had gone up from $70 or $65 right up to $120. So they were about to bleed. And I think obviously the government must have taken cognizance of that. And the government decided to cushion this. That, okay, all right, we will reduce the excise on petrol and diesel. We'll make it 0 for one and 3 rupees for the other. And you don't increase the price. So the impact of this on the consumers would be, as far as your petrol diesel price, listed price, would be 0, maybe 0. Because if this had not happened, that is, if the excise was not cut back, there would have been a big possibility that the OMCs anytime soon would have passed on this increase to the consumers. So we should have been, I say, prepared if this has not happened to pay higher petrol diesel prices, which would have been a very, very unpopulist move as well, because inflation is already on the rise. Unpopulist when I say I'm speaking from a political angle, because there are elections in 4 states. So just not the right time to pass on this burden to people who would not have felt very happy, and the elections were in states. So I think this is an attempt to cushion, and this is an attempt to make sure that the increased international crude prices do not impact a common man's household budget, do not have a cascading and rippling effect, because normally diesel prices, as it is used for freight, the impact is passed on to practically everything that one uses. So in an effort to neutralize the price, this has been done. So now the OMCs will be able to increase the price. However, the consumers may not feel the increase of price. Of course, there is some mathematics and calculations behind this, but I'm sure, the calculations have been done accordingly. The consumers may either have a very, very minimal impact, or a not a noticeable impact, or a no impact going forward, at least for the time being. Well, there are 2 problems on that front. One, of course, is the supply problem. That is the supply crisis, which seemingly has been eased because Iran has named India amongst those 5 countries which are friends, which means Indian ships may be allowed to pass through Strait of Hormuz. So from the supply end, we may be finding things easing out in the days to come. The queues which you're witnessing outside the LPG distribution agencies may after all disappear. I mean, the queues are, I would say man-made to a large extent, because hoarders in the black marketeers made hay when the sun was shining. When the whole news was moving around, they tried to exploit the situation. But the bigger problem is the pricing. The pricing comes, in terms of that. Then obviously there's going to be pressure on the bottom lines and people are going to be impacted. But 60% of the gas is being imported, so I think one should be prepared, to face some kind of constraints in that front. You will find that people must look for alternates. You must look for electric alternates. You must look for conserving the resources. You should not be going over the board in terms of booking your second cylinder when you already have the cylinder. Try and cook once a day or something. So I think all those measures combined to, so a little bit of effort from the government by way of increased production, by way of diversifying the resources, and a little bit of effort, I would say, from people should be able to sail us through this crisis. But all said and done, I would say the situation is very evolving. The situation is very, very concurrent, and we should wait for a while, because there are so many things happening in the war: statements, counter statements, new deadlines, extended deadlines, threats here and there. So the situation is very, very fluid as of now. I think we just need to keep a close watch. But as we stand today, I really don't see any problem.
You coming for? And now we're getting news from the US Central Command. The US forces, they say, continue to eliminate the Iranian regime's ability to project military power beyond its control. This is the news coming in from US a few days after it says there's going to be a pause on hostilities. Now the US Central Command forces are saying we are continuing to eliminate the Iranian regime's ability. Remember, this is also coming after they've already got intelligence, which is in the public domain, that in fact the regime remains intact. So we don't understand what the US forces are really speaking about when they say that in coordination with Israel, we have continued to intensify the direct military actions designed to dismantle Iran's regional powers projection, including strikes on capabilities. Now they're saying that this is the news coming in that US Central Command intensifies operations against Iran. They say we've conducted 10,000 strikes during Operation Epic Fury to signify the degrading of the Iranian regime. Notice the words very carefully that have been used in this particular social media post by the US Central Command. We continue to try and eliminate Iran's regime's ability to project military power beyond its borders. The first thing that we get is that their own internal US sources have told them that there is the regime's remaining intact. There's more breaking news coming in. And we're getting more breaking news coming in that Hezbollah claims destroying 100 Israeli tanks. The Hezbollah releases a video of the drone striking Israeli tanks. Iranian media has said 100 Israeli tanks have been destroyed in Lebanon in March. It's both the sides trying to posture that they're able to fight this and they're able to do this. They earlier said 60 plus strikes had disseminated Iranian missiles, and now we're being told 100 Israeli tanks have been destroyed. This is the Merkava tanks that Hezbollah and Iran is claiming about during the intensified clashes in southern Lebanon. They're saying that a broader escalation has taken place, and now Hezbollah is saying that there is a coordinated missile and drone strike over a 48-hour period. They're also saying that there's been an ambush of the Israelis, and that's what Hezbollah and Iran are now claiming as a victory. It's common war practice. Both the sides are stating that we are winning. I'm getting you more breaking news on this story as Hezbollah is claiming the destruction of nearly 100 Israeli Merkava tanks during the intensified clashes that have taken place in southern Lebanon. These claims are part of a broader escalation in this war, and some are also calling it a separate war against Hezbollah now in Lebanon war, which began following the India-US strikes earlier. A massive ruckus broke out in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly as NC leaders disrupted the proceedings of the House in a show of protest against the US and Israel strikes on Iran. It was followed by the protest staged by the BJP leaders who criticized the ruling dispensation for raising the prices of petrol and diesel and allegedly obstructing the establishment of a national law university.
Chaos broke out in Jammu and Kashmir's Legislative Assembly. National Conference leaders entered the assembly carrying Iran's former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei's picture, raising slogans in his support, waving posters, disrupting the budget session.
मैंने कॉल अटेंशन भी दिया है, मैंने एडजर्नमेंट मोशन भी दिया है। हम समझते हैं कि जिस तरीके से आयतुल्लाह सैयद अली खामेनी साहब का कत्ल हुआ, जिस तरह उनको शहीद किया गया, किसी भी मुल्क का कोई भी हक नहीं बनता है किसी मुल्क के ऊपर हमला करना, और एक मजहबी लीडर को बे तरीके से जिस तरह मारा गया, वो हम उसकी निंदा करते हैं।
The protest over Iran war soon turned political. NC leaders raised slogans against Prime Minister Modi, prompting a response from the BJP leaders. The result, a full-blown scuffle broke out between Congress MLA Irfan Hafiz Lone and BJP MLA Yudhvir Sethi. The situation spiraled. Police had to intervene to restore order in the assembly. In view of the continuous disruption, the assembly was eventually adjourned. This was followed up by BJP legislators gheroing the assembly in protest.
मैंने उस दिन भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी। ये लोग अपना 2 रुपये इन्होंने पिछली बार भी बढ़ाया, 2 रुपये इस बार बढ़ा रहे हैं। करोड़ों रुपया ये लोग कमा रहे हैं, फिर भी NLU देते इनको तकलीफ है, फिर भी युवाओं को रोजगार नहीं मिल रहा, फिर भी जो सिलेंडर मुफ्त देने थे वो नहीं दे रहे, फिर भी बूढ़ियों को जो इन्होंने पेंशन देनी वो भी नहीं दे रहे। इसलिए सिर्फ खाने का काम है, बांटने का ये सरकार नहीं करती।
BJP leaders demanded for establishment of a national law university in Jammu. BJP leaders also protested against the hike in petrol and diesel prices by the state's government. This comes as Indian government slashed the excise duty on petrol and diesel for oil marketing companies, a big relief that will cushion the pressure on the end consumers.
We're getting breaking news right now. US-Israel coalition forces expending 11,294 munitions in the first 16 days of the conflict at a cost of approximately $26 billion. The analysis by the UK-based institute is claiming US and Israel are running out of interceptors. After an initial salvo of 5,000 munitions in the first 96 hours, the conflict is settled into a grinding trial of attrition. I'm also going to try and make sense of this entire West Asian war. Which side is going to blink? I'm joined by retired Major General Shashi Asthana. Major General Shashi Asthana, the big question really here going to be not about interceptors, but about the volatility that's increasing in this war. On the one side, we have Trump saying twice that I've given some mediation through Pakistan. I've tried to do mediation directly or indirectly with the Iranian forces, but nothing is really yielding when Iran is showing them thumbs down as saying we've not started any negotiation. Which side do you think is going to blink first? It's obvious there's going to be a global recession if this war continues.
I think it is quite obvious that Americans are blinking first in a manner that if you see the demands of Americans in the beginning of the war, initially Trump wanted unconditional surrender. From there, coming down to negotiations and coming down to the nuclear part, and also having a regime and not asking for regime change is a come down. At the same time, if you see the pattern of the Iranians' demand, their demands, what were there before the war, they have hardened much more by addition of so many things, like total control of Strait of Hormuz by them. That was not there when they started the war. So you can see with the stance of both sides that Iranians seem to have an upper hand. And this upper hand is basically, if you come to think of it, as analysts, we analyze what was their aim and what did they achieve. The Americans' aim was regime change. It was not been achieved. They have achieved a fair amount of degradation of Iranis, but that is a tactical gain. Strategically, that doesn't add up for the simple reason because it gives advantage Russia, advantage China, as America gets weaker. So that's one part of it. Similarly, as far as Iranis are concerned, their aim is very clear. They have to survive, number one, and number two, impose cost on Trump. Both these things are happening. So when you see the outcome from the point of view of in an asymmetric war, it's an asymmetric war because the combat power of USA and Israel is much more than Iran. But at the same time, Iran has certain advantages in terms of combat with like geographical advantage. The way they have used their geography in a manner that they have been able to dictate terms in Strait of Hormuz, which has impacted America as well as the rest of the world. So that's how I think, if you analyze all this, I think Iranis are having a better say as far as the negotiations are concerned, or as far as the future trajectory of war is concerned for the time being.
Now, the big question is, yes, America is blinking, but we all know when it comes to military expertise, America does not have competition. Iran knows this, but I think trying to keep in touch with the fact that they want to defend their nation, they're going in, continuing even stronger. How do you look at the Gulf countries? Today they sent out a proper diktat, maybe I would say, to the Gulf countries that if you try and retaliate to us, especially to the UAE, we will wipe out all the infrastructure that's currently there.
See, UAE and all the Gulf countries, they are part of collateral damage. Let's not forget that they are the ones who have given bases to United States. And United States is the aggressor. United States and Israel, they are the aggressor. So therefore, given the kind of situation, Iran certainly has to respond. Now, how does Iran respond? They have to defend themselves. How do they do it? They can't, their missiles cannot reach USA. So therefore, they are going to strike the bases. Now, once the bases were struck, all these Americans, they moved into townships. Now, once they have entered the townships and gone into the civilian areas, especially in the hotels, obviously then Iran has targeted that as well. Iran has also been repeatedly saying that it's not my war with you. The question is that if an attack comes to me, to my country, from your soil, then I will have to respond in defense. So that is what is happening. Now, this I think the Gulf countries also understand, but then the kind of damages which they are suffering are getting beyond the point. So that is why perhaps they are now giving signals to Iran that if you don't stop this, then we will also have to enter the war, leaving out the Muslim Brotherhood and all other compulsions, which so far we were understanding, which you have. So I think there is a problem, and there is another problem regarding Saudi Arabia and some of the countries. They feel that unchanged regime and a radical regime in Iran still remaining in power is going to be very dangerous for them in times to come. Now, if USA degrades it even more, it is beneficial to them. So this is the kind of scenario which we are dealing with, in that maybe that not all Gulf countries, but some Gulf countries may start helping the Americans should the war prolong.
All right. Thank you, Major General Shashi Asthana, for giving us that analysis. This is a top focus we're going to continue tracking to get a sense of what lies ahead for West Asia. Viewers, the other top focus, Indian defence sector is eyeing a major rehaul aimed at modernising and better equipping the tri-services. Defence Acquisition Council, chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, is catalysing the procurement and revival of the revamp. That is, should be 85% of the indigenous manufacturers, 193 contracts and over 2 lakh crore rupees in what now becomes the most significant defence deal for the Indian Armed Forces.
India is all set to revamp its military capabilities. A record-breaking shift towards indigenous manufacturing aims to modernize the tri-services. For the Indian Air Force, at the helm of the deal is a massive contract for 114 multi-role Rafale fighter jets. Along with this, 60 medium transport aircraft, with major contenders being US's Lockheed Martin, Brazilian Embraer and Airbus. In the procurement priorities is also the S-400 air defense systems, one of the oldest layered air defense mechanisms with India. The Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter fleet is also to be boosted with specialized engines from the HAL worth over 26,000 crore rupees. Additional indigenous airborne early warning systems, also called the AWACS, are scheduled for procurement conclusions by the end of this year. For the Indian Army, 90 LCH Prachand helicopters and over 300 indigenous advanced towed artillery guns to equip 15 regiments. An additional unit of the K9 Vajra howitzers and 10,000 crore rupees worth Pinaka rocket systems are to be inducted. The Indian Navy is set to get the BrahMos cruise missile. A landmark 20,506 crore rupee deal has been signed to equip frontline warships with the world's fastest cruise missiles. The still vertical launch missiles and also advanced light helicopters along with Sea Guardian drones are also on the cards for the Navy.
All right, the Iran war of the United States is having its impact around the world, and down under in Australia it has caused some consternation. The comments that President Trump made about the allies not participating, that's Anthony Albanese, the Australian Prime Minister, taking a dig on President Trump.
I said very early on that I wasn't going to comment on all of his commentary on a day-to-day basis. But I again reiterate that there is no request being made to Australia that has not been agreed to. President Trump is up to him to explain his comments, but of course I make the point as well that Australia wasn't consulted before this action was undertaken, and I respect that. That's a matter for the United States. What Australia is responsible for, and what I as the Prime Minister of Australia are responsible for, is Australia's response. And we've been constructive. We've provided the E-7 Wedgetail aircraft that is playing a critical role in support of the Gulf states who've been attacked by Iran unprovoked.
All right, the government has made a proactive move of cutting down on excise duties so that the oil marketing companies can cushion the hit they are taking because of the rise in petroleum prices, the crude prices that are happening around the world, and of course in India also. The prices at the pump remain same.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित
This weekend, on the 6th edition of the Nationalist Collective, we bring to you voices that define the spirit of Bharat, from powerful perspectives in politics to inspiring stories of women leading nation building. From the unmatched courage of our armed forces to the lived experiences of Kargil veterans. This is a celebration of nationalism, sacrifice, and the idea of India that unites us all. Don't miss these powerful conversations that echo a heartbeat of the nation. Watch the 6th edition of the Nationalist Collective this weekend only on Republic TV. Let's begin with the headlines. Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petrol. Retail prices remain unchanged. Even as the government slashes excise duty, Indian markets open in the red, close in the red. Meanwhile, rupee also falls to a record low, breaches the 94 mark against the US dollar. Amid tensions with NATO allies, Trump hails PM Modi, says the Prime Minister gets things done. Indian LPG vessel Jagwasant docks at Kandla port in Gujarat, carrying over 42,000 metric tons of LPG. Another vessel, Pine Gas, carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG, expected to arrive at the new Mangalore port later in the day. All right, beginning with a breaking, this live in breaking at 5:30 p.m. today. That's Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, had a call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and it's being described as a difficult call where the two leaders discussed the West Asia situation, and it seems that Vance told Netanyahu that Israeli assessments for toppling the Iranian regime were not realistic enough, saying you were too optimistic in your assessments regarding the overthrow of the regime in Iran. It's clear that a breach is emerging between the allies in the Iran war. The United States communicating through Vice President J.D. Vance to Prime Minister Netanyahu that did you take us for a ride? Maybe in different words. But that's what J.D. Vance seems to have said, according to these reports to Netanyahu, that the suggestion from the Israelis that Iran is ripe for regime change with the people ready to come out in revolt does not seem to be a true assessment. We'll get Niranjan live just in a bit on this, but this is a significant development if it has happened. This means that effectively we are seeing the war, which had become directionless within 4 days of starting, is now making United States look as if it was taken for a ride by Israel. If that is the case, then of course you are looking at the winding down of the war very soon. You are looking at Trump carrying out the ceasefire on his own. We have, in fact, Niranjan Narayanaswamy, our executive editor, joining us from the newsroom for more on this. Niranjan, that seems like damning indictment of Israeli strategy by the Americans, and it cannot get bigger than this, which means we are looking at the possibility of the war winding down soon.
Well, Abhishek, we've been talking about it in the newsroom, discussing it in different discussions and debates over the last few days and weeks. I think you go by the signs in the last few days, statements that are being made, indications from both Israel and America, and it appears that they have miscalculated. Miscalculated they did, and we've been talking about it. They did, because they didn't expect the Iranian response. But look at what has happened on the ground. You and I were just talking about how, and we will talk about it in more detail at 9 p.m. tonight, when US has run out of interceptors, Israel has run out of interceptors, US is running out of not just interceptors but key missiles like Tomahawk. They say, some reports suggest, these are reports from the Western media, think tanks, institutes that say that it will take up to 5 years to a decade to try and even manufacture and replenish these stocks of missiles, key missiles that have been used in the last almost 1 month. 12,000 missiles, Abhishek, we are told that the US-Israel coalition used. They've run out of missiles, they're running out of interceptors, and they're running out of forces. You saw what the Chief of Staff said in Israel, Abhishek. The Chief of Staff in Israel went on record while addressing the Security Council, said that it is such a dire situation that they're fighting wars on many fronts, that they have, a depleted force, and they don't have enough people. They're saying that they can't even call the reservists. There is a war on the strategy and the law passed in Israel to bring in the reservists, and the opposition in Israel is up in arms. You heard from Yair Lapid, the former Prime Minister and also the primary opposition leader in Israel, slamming Netanyahu. And then you go back to what Trump has said in the last few days, saying that it's, it was Pete Hegseth who convinced him that he had to go to war. And you hear comments like the Zionist lobby forced Trump and, pushed him to go to war with Iran. And you try and put two and two together, Abhishek. So far, it is a huge disaster for America and Israel. They've run out of ideas. They started this war. They claimed their objectives were 4, but those objectives have kept changing over the last couple of months. And I think it all boils down to, what exactly is happening. And J.D. Vance, the US media has been reporting these are reporters, these are analysts.
And this is that?
Sorry, Abhishek, yes. I missed you there.
Okay, yeah, Niranjan, that's a significant news point coming out of the United States. These are media reports from the US. Remember, earlier we had the Israeli general, the vice chief of staff, I believe, suggesting clearly that Israel is running out of the ammo and the will to really fight, because the soldiers are really stretched, and that you need to dip into the reserves and you need to call them from reserves and to active duty. And now you have had reports of how the war machine is stretched, that the Tomahawks are spent, and that now it seems that Americans are having doubts about whether Israelis give them true picture. Okay, Niranjan, I believe there is a weekly press briefing of the Ministry of External Affairs going on at the Jawal.
What are the dynamics in the market? And 3, what is the global situation all? So these 3 issues or conditions are vital for us to take our decisions in regard to sourcing, and it continues to be the case. As far as specific issues where we are buying our oil from X country, Y country, on those I think it's better that you take your question to the Ministry of Petroleum, because they'll be in a better position to answer. Siddhant, your question on the tweet that you mentioned. We are all aware of the terrible atrocities that was committed by Pakistan during Operation Searchlight in 1971. The genocide involved systematic and targeted killing of millions of Bangladeshi people, innocent people, and mass sexual violence against women. It also forced millions of Bangladeshi people out of their country. They came to India, as refugees. These atrocities, needless to say, it shook the conscience of the world at large. Pakistan, however, remains in denial to this very day of its crimes. We support Bangladesh in its desire for justice. उन्नीस सौ 1971 पे जो ऑपरेशन सर्चलाइट पाकिस्तान द्वारा उस समय जो चलाया गया था, उसमें किस प्रकार का वहाँ पर बांग्लादेश में नरसंहार हुआ, उसके बारे में सभी लोग अवगत हैं। इस नरसंहार में एक सुयोजित तरीके से लाखों लोगों की जानें गई, उनको मारा गया, उनके मौत के घाट से उतारा गया। उसके अलावा औरतों के साथ, और जिनको वहाँ वीरांगना कहा जाता है, उनके खिलाफ अलग अलग तरीके के वायलेंस हुए, क्राइम्स हुए। और साथ ही साथ जो कि एक प्रकार का दहशत था उस समय उस देश में, लाखों लोग अपने देश छोड़कर, बांग्लादेशी नागरिक छोड़कर हमारे यहाँ आए शरणार्थी के रूप में। इससे पूरा दुनिया का अंतरात्मा में बहुत एक झकझोर दिया। और अभी तक इन सभी क्राइम्स को लेके, वायलेंस को लेके, नरसंहार को लेके पाकिस्तान एक डिनायल मोड में रहता है। हमारी तरफ से हम बांग्लादेश को सपोर्ट करते हैं कि उनकी जो ये न्याय मांगने की और न्याय मिलने की जो उनकी चाह है, उसके लिए।
Okay, big development on India's defense front. The Defense Acquisition Council that met just a while back has cleared purchases worth 2.5 lakh crore rupees, almost 2.5 lakh crore rupees there, and these are major ones. It includes S-400, it includes a defense track system, piercing tank ammo, this includes the Dhanush gun system, this includes the runway aerial surveillance system, this includes the IAF to get more S-400s, 5 more S-400s, and that's a big one. That alone must be about $5-6 billion. The committee chaired by the Defense Minister, Rajnath Singh, deliberated for more than a couple of hours. Remember, the proposals come in and they have been vetted earlier. The DAC approves them, and then the process of purchase. And it's a long drawn process from here on. Still in the financial year, we have seen acceptance of necessity for 55 proposals amounting to rupees 6.73, almost 7 lakh crore rupees. And this was earlier, and now 2.5 lakh crore rupees. That's about 9.5-10 lakh crore rupees. That's a huge sum of money of purchases for defense. Let's go to Shravan for more details on what this really means. Shravan, this seems like a big proposal being cleared by the Defense Acquisition Council. Includes S-400s, 5 of them, I believe. What more can you share about the scope and the specifics of this clearance of the proposal by the DAC today? How much of it is going to IAF? How much of it is going to Navy? How much of it is going to Indian Army? And what's going to be the deadline like by the time these purchases materialize?
Well, in fact, the latest now coming in is of about 503 contracts. Now, that is roughly about 2 lakh crore rupees. And if you look at the bifurcation that has basically come in a short while back, this is essentially to do with more of the air defense systems. Now, I've just got a few more details coming in terms of what are we to expect in terms of what the Air Force basically gets. First is with regards to the air defense tracked system, which is basically the real-time air defense control and report. The second is something that has been largely spoken about in the last several months, particularly post-Operation Sindoor. This is with regards to the armored piercing tank ammunition. This is basically rather the anti-tank lethality that you're basically looking at. Then you also have the Dhanush artillery gun system that is essentially for the Indian Army. That's the longer longer range, higher accuracy, firepower. That there too, you have another contract that has basically been signed. As far as the Air Force is concerned, this is what we are being told. It's the medium transport aircraft. That's the replacement of the AN-32 as well as the IL-76 fleet. S-400 you've already spoken about, given the fact that there are more contracts that are likely to be signed in the days to come, particularly as far as S-400 is concerned. They're essentially looking at a 6-month time period right now in terms of the delivery to come in. In the last 4 months itself, we are looking at the DSE coming up with the second such large bonanza, signed contracts that is basically taking place. Now this time it is not just limited to the Indian Air Force, Army as well as the Navy, but also the Indian Coast Guard actually gets a share of the pie. And in fact we are being told that the Indian Coast Guard has been assigned the heavy duty air cushion vehicles, coastal patrol as well as the SAR logistics support. So the latest now coming in is roughly about 503 contracts and within a time frame of roughly about 6 months.
All right, roughly about 6 months, and then there would be acceptance of necessity, and that has happened, and then the process, I believe, takes anything between 6 months to maybe a year and a half, but that's a big one, Shawan, and that really shows the kind of resolve with which the defense establishment going about beefing up the war machine, possibly looking at Operation Sindhu 2.0. Thank you so much for joining us as we go on to the next breaking development coming in, and that's back to the war, and we have more statements and reactions. France's Minister of the Armed Forces, Catherine Vautrin, has said the ongoing Middle East conflict, particularly the US-Israeli war with Iran and tensions around the Strait of Hormuz, is not our war. And it's not for Paris, stressing that France is not a party to the fighting and will not engage offensively in the conflict. We are seeing a hardening of positions there in Europe. G7 foreign ministers meeting is taking place in France, and this is a statement by the French defense minister comes on the sidelines of that meeting, which means there is signaling, a strong signaling by Europe that irrespective of the kind of language that's been used by President Trump, the kind of hectoring and haranguing of Europe that's been done by President Trump, the kind of name-calling that has been done by President Trump, Europe is not going to buckle down and back off on its position, which is that it's not their war, they are not getting in, and for whatever cajoling they are seeing from the American side, it's for Americans to handle because they started the war without consulting them. We had similar statement coming in from Anthony Albanese of Australia, now French Defense Minister, chiming in. All right, moving on to the next breaking. Okay, we have a statement from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard which says that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And that's a bit of a contradiction there because yesterday we had the Iranian Foreign Minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi maintained that the Strait of Hormuz was open to friendly countries, not to the enemy countries. But IRGC seems to be suggesting that it's shut for everyone and nobody without permission can pass, which means that, okay, permission can be given, but IRGC would decide who gets to pass through the narrow waterway. Not definitely the Americans, for sure not the Israelis, and all ships that are coming in from those countries which are providing safe harbor and basis for the Americans to carry out their strikes. That seems to be the condition. But the point is, what was Trump talking about when he said 10 oil tankers, oil and gas tankers have been gifted by Iran, 8 of them flagged Pakistani for the Americans. Where did the ships land ultimately is the question that we should be looking at. Okay, moving on. Okay, fair enough. The central government moved in a proactive move earlier in the day to cut excise, central excise on both petrol and diesel at the pump, and that's going to go to the oil marketing companies so that they can be cushioned against the kind of losses they have been underwriting because of the increase in crude prices. We have details in this package.
A day after Nayara Energy, India's largest private fuel retailer, hiked petrol prices by Rs 5.30 per litre and diesel by Rs 3 per litre, Government has now stepped in to absorb the energy shock. The central government has announced duty cut on petrol and diesel, a move seen as a huge relief to oil firms struggling with the global energy crisis.
The centre has stepped in to cushion the impact of the rising crude oil prices globally by cutting the excise duty on petrol and diesel. The excise duty on petrol, which was earlier levelled at 13 rupees per litre, is now brought down to 3 rupees per litre, and the diesel, which was earlier levelled at 10 rupees per litre, is now brought down at 0 rupees per litre. Now, this step has not yet yielded any results for the consumers yet, which means that this change in price will not be directly impacting the consumers yet. The prices remain the same, but this is in simpler terms a step from the government to cushion and to absorb the shock which was caused to these oil marketing companies, be it Indian Oil, BPCL, HPCL, which were losing huge funds when the global prices of the crude oil was brought over $100 a barrel.
क्योंकि विदेश में मार्केट में दाम बढ़ रही है क्रूड का, उसके कारण
हर 1 लीटर डीजल के लिए, सो उनके लिए ये बेनिफिट नहीं है। उसका उनके ऊपर जो शॉक हो रहा है विदेश में प्राइस बढ़ाने के कारण, उस शॉक को सरकार ले रही है, जिससे जनता के ऊपर वो रेट बढ़ना नहीं होगा।
मैम, पर कई जो बीजेपी नॉन शासित राज्य जैसे कि उमर अब्दुल्ला ने भी तारीफ की है केंद्र सरकार की, एक बड़ी राहत दी है। कई विपक्षी सांसदों ने भी कहा है कि सरकार ने एक अच्छा फैसला लिया, पर कुछ लोग जो है वो कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, सरकार ने अच्छा फैसला लिया।
And this is all for the political gain because the elections are, there is an election in 5 states, so this is a political move by the government. How do you see that now?
Just shows how petty they can become. इससे नीचापन दिखाने के लिए मुझे कुछ और रास्ता दिखता नहीं है। नीचे आप होना चाहते हो तो इसी रास्ते पर होएंगे, इसीलिए ये से बयान आ रहा है। जनता का राहत दिलाने वाले बात में भी राजनीति, शर्मनाक बात है।
Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right, Finance Minister there coming in and reacting to the opposition and the kind of position they have taken on the government's handling of the crisis. The Finance Minister, remember, has also today thanked the Parliament and the people for passage of the finance bill, which is the budget. Remember, this is the budget session. The budget was passed last evening completely and all process done. Okay, going to the next breaking, and we're going back to Iran. And a statement has come in from the Iranian side, which says that about 120 cultural sites have been damaged in this war launched by US, Israel jointly against Iran. And officials say the United States and the strikes carried out by them have hit at least 120 museums and historic sites, including some which are UNESCO designated World Heritage sites. And this has raised concerns about the damage to the collective civilizational heritage. Ahmad Alawi, head of Tehran City Council's Cultural Heritage Committee, has said multiple sites have been directly hit, and the number is put at 120 by the Iranians. Among the locations cited that have been hit include Gulistan Palace, Sadabad Palace, the Marble Palace, and the Temurtash House, all known as war museums. Even as we run these pictures of the war, what is significant is the kind of loss of civilizational heritage that's happened in Iran war launched by, being carried out by Israel and the United States, even as they are running out of ammunition, running out of war machine. The fact remains a lot of damage has already been done. All right, this weekend, friends, on the 6th edition of the Nationalist Collective, we bring you the voices that define the spirit of Bharat. From powerful perspectives in politics to inspiring stories of women leading nation building. From the unmatched courage of our armed forces to the lived experiences of Kargil veterans. This is a celebration of nationalism, sacrifice, and the idea of India that unites us all. Don't miss these powerful conversations that echo the heartbeat of the nation. Do watch the 6th edition of Nationalist Collective this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV. With that, we slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, more on what's happening in the theatre of war in the Middle East.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching a 6 Stories at 6 with me, Ishta Mitra, and this edition of a special coverage, we first bring you all the updates from the West Asia war. How Iran has now refuted the US claim of ongoing negotiations and has even warned of more strikes on US bases in the Middle East. Now lined up next for you is Trump's extension of deadline for Iran. Now, the US President Donald Trump has extended the deadline for negotiations to April 6th. So we show you how Trump has now turned from a complete offensive to now extending deadlines in the West Asia war. And next up in the bulletin is Trump's search for allies. Now this, as the US Embassy has now put out a social media post saying how Prime Minister Modi was one leader that gets things done. Now, this tweet comes amid Trump's worsening ties with NATO and other US allies. Also, moving on to what is happening within India. Now, next up in the bulletin will be government's slashing excise duties on petrol and diesel, a huge relief for oil firms as government now absorbs the shock of the global energy crisis. And lined up on the bulletin is also a massive ruckus that broke out in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly as the National Conference leaders disrupted the proceedings of the House in a show of protest against the US and Israeli strikes on Iran. And soon the chaos erupted and slogans were raised against Prime Minister, leading to the clashes between the MLAs. And viewers, we conclude this bulletin with the oath-taking ceremony of Nepal's youngest Prime Minister, the rapper turned politician Balendra Shah. Now, the grand oath-taking ceremony took place in Kathmandu as Shah's supporters, the Nepalese Gen Z, cheered for him. We'll get you all the details on that. Now, let's get started. Now, viewers, as the war in West Asia continues to intensify, conflicting statements are now emerging from Washington and Tehran on the future of this conflict. Now, while President Donald Trump claims that Iran is eager to strike a deal and end the war soon, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has now said that Iran will continue defending itself for as long as it is required. Now, the sharp contrast in the messaging highlights the uncertain nature of the conflict at this point of time, which is about to complete 30 days just tomorrow. Let's take a look at this report that talks about how contradicting statements are now emerging from both the sides as the conflict nears 30 days.
As the dynamics of the West Asia war continue to shift rapidly, contradictory statements are emerging from US and Iran, signaling that the conflict may not end anytime soon. US President Donald Trump, in his latest remarks, claimed that Iran was eager to negotiate and that the war could end soon.
The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, you know, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
But Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has openly denied US's statement. He said that Iran will continue to defend itself and its territory as long as needed.
In the face of earlier manifestations of lawlessness and atrocity in occupied Palestine, Lebanon, and elsewhere. Indifference and silence in the face of injustices would bring no security and peace. It would invite more insecurity and right violations. The United Nations and the core values it embodies, as well as the overall human rights framework, are at serious stake.
Araghchi also asserted that Iran has the right to defend itself against what he called acts of aggression and that US cannot so easily absolve itself of killing school children in Minab.
Among the most harrowing manifestations of this aggression was the calculated, phased assault on Shajarat Tayyib Elementary School in the city of Minab, south of Iran, where more than 175 students and teachers were slaughtered in cold blood. This barbaric attack is but the visible tip of a far bigger iceberg.
Not only this, Araghchi issued a direct threat of strikes as he asked people to evacuate areas near US-Israeli bases, saying that they might be struck. Even as questions grow over negotiations that were reportedly underway before hostilities began, the West Asia war is now nearing its 4th week. Iran has repeatedly argued that under the UN Charter, it retains the right to defend itself against what it calls external aggression. With US claiming Iran wants a deal and Tehran insisting the war will continue as long as needed, the future of the conflict remains uncertain, leaving the geopolitical situation in West Asia increasingly unpredictable.
And now, viewers, US President Donald Trump has put the bombing of Iran's power sector on hold, saying that Iran had requested the pause. Now, the next deadline, according to Trump's statement, is April 6th, and this comes only after he announced a 5-day pause for energy strikes on Iran earlier. Now, at the same time, Trump claims that there are negotiations underway. Talks are being held with the Iranian leadership to seal a deal. Now, viewers, while Trump is making these claims on one side, there's also mobilization happening on the ground on the other, with over 7,000 US troops now headed to West Asia. So the big question right now is this a genuine pause on the side of the US or just a tactical breather for the US to inflict the final blow on Iran? Take a look at this report.
From treading on a complete offensive against Iran,
dark at night, no moon, no light, every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that.
To now again extending the deadline, speculations are high on what is next for the United States in the Iran war. US President Donald Trump said he had extended the deadline for Iran to strike a deal with Washington to April 6th after Tehran sought more time. The US president said Iran had requested a 7-day pause on possible US strikes, but he is granting a 10-day window, calling it a flexible approach. This is in addition to the initial 5-day deadline set by the United States. This time, Trump warned that failure to reach a deal could trigger US strikes on Iran's power infrastructure. Trump also claimed that Iran allowed 8 oil tankers to pass the Strait of Hormuz as a goodwill gesture, though this remark remains unverified. Tehran, on the other hand, seems to have rejected the United States proposal, calling it one-sided and unfair. This development comes as the United States boosts its military presence in West Asia, raising fears of escalation. However, the markets did respond a little positive to Trump's extension, this as global equities showed recovery and Brent crude also dipped after a sharp surge. With markets desperately hoping for a respite but no diplomatic breakthrough in sight, tensions still remain high in West Asia.
Now, viewers, at a time when the US is feeling increasingly isolated, Donald Trump is bashing NATO leaders for declaring that Iran war is not their war, and none of the European allies are ready to join Trump's coalition to secure the Strait of Hormuz. The US president is now looking for more allies, and now this is evident in a post shared by the US Embassy. It hails the country's relationship with India under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Trump also says that Washington's relationship will even be going stronger going forward with India, while adding that Prime Minister Modi and Trump are only two people that gets things done, something that cannot be said for most other leaders. So take a look at this report that talks about the changing geopolitical dynamics at a time when Trump's war is finding no takers around the globe.
Only this week, US President Donald Trump openly bashed NATO, calling it a paper tiger. Trump said NATO did nothing to help US in the Iran war.
So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And when ties don't seem so good with NATO and other European allies, Trump now seems to have turned back to India. The US Embassy recently put out a post hailing the US-India relationship. The tweet quoted US President Donald Trump as saying, PM Modi and I are two people that get things done, a statement that is now being watched closely in the diplomatic circles. This also comes in the context of US-Israeli strikes close to the Pakistan embassy in Tehran and also US demarcating no-go zones for its citizens in Pakistan. This applause of India-US relationship has also fanned the diplomatic narrative, which is Trump now looking towards reviving ties with Modi when relationship with other allies doesn't seem to have fared well for him in the Iran war? This is also because Trump has said that he will never forget NATO's betrayal.
With Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to, but if you don't have, if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression. Never forget. Never forget.
Not only the US president, but other US leaders have also been on the offensive as far as NATO is concerned.
The United States is constantly being asked to help in a war, and we have more than any other country in the world, on a war that's happening in another continent, in Ukraine. But when the US had a need he didn't get proper positive responses. So right now he's just making the observation that, I think there was a couple of the leaders in Europe who said that this was not Europe's war. Well, Ukraine is not America's war, and yet we've contributed more to that fight than any other country in the world. So it'll be something to examine. The president will have to take into account down the road.
Trump's deteriorating ties with NATO and now him praising PM Modi leads to a big question. Is US now looking for new allies after NATO's betrayal? And is India one among the options?
And now we are shifting focus to what's happening inside India. Now, the central government on Thursday cut excise duty on petrol and diesel for oil marketing companies. Now, the centre here slashed excise duty on petrol to about ₹3 per litre. This is down from earlier 13, while diesel duty has been cut to about 0, down from ₹10 per litre. Now, the move here aims to help oil marketing companies reduce under-recoveries amid the ongoing conflict in Middle East, which has caused a strain in the oil market due to the blockade of Strait of Hormuz. Now, the question is that there will be no change in the pump price of petrol or diesel, which means that the retail prices will remain changed. But the question is, if the Strait of Hormuz and the war prolongs right now, for how long can India budge this crisis at this point? To take a look at this report that talks about India's energy security steps taken by the government.
A day after Nayara Energy, India's largest private fuel retailer, hiked petrol prices by ₹5.30 per litre and diesel by ₹3 per litre, government has now stepped in to absorb the energy shock. The central government has announced duty cut on petrol and diesel, a move seen as a huge relief to oil firms struggling with the global energy crisis.
The centre has stepped in to cushion the impact of the rising crude oil prices globally by cutting the excise duty on petrol and diesel. The excise duty on petrol, which was earlier levelled at ₹13 per litre, is now brought down to ₹3 per litre, and the diesel, which was earlier levelled at ₹10 per litre, is now brought down at ₹0 per litre. Now, this step has not yet yielded any results for the consumers yet, which means that this change in price will not be directly impacting the consumers yet. The prices remain the same, but this is in simpler terms a step from the government to cushion and to absorb the shock which was caused to these oil marketing companies, be it Indian Oil, BPCL, HPCL, which were losing huge funds when the global prices of the crude oil was brought over $100 a barrel.
क्योंकि विदेश में मार्केट में दाम बढ़ रही है क्रूड का, उसके कारण पेट्रोल और डीजल का, एटीएफ का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये चाहा कि कंज्यूमर का प्राइस बढ़ना नहीं है। उसके कारण हम निर्णय लिए हैं कि ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट दें और जिससे वो ज़्यादा दाम में खरीदने वाली चीज़ों को सरकार उनको मदद करेगी, मगर जनता के ऊपर रेट बढ़ाना नहीं होना चाहिए।
The excise duty for petrol per litre has been reduced by 10 rupees and now stands at 3 rupees per litre, while for diesel the excise duty has been entirely waived off by the government. The duty cut is also a big relief for retail consumers. This as the government is bearing the cost of the crisis and oil firms will now be expected to keep the retail prices stable for consumers. The government also decisively quashed the rumours of a lockdown, saying there is no shortage of oil.
हमारे देश में गैस और ऑयल कितने कम प्रोडक्शन होते हैं और हम बाहर से निर्भर रखते हैं। आम जिंदगी में सबको गैस चाहिए, सबको पेट्रोल डीजल चाहिए, तो इसको किसी तरह से दाम ना बढ़े, नियंत्रण में रखे, इसके लिए इतना बड़ा फैसला लेना, वो भी पेट्रोल तब 3 रुपया एक्साइज ड्यूटी रख दिया, इतना कम आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, और डीजल में 0 कर दिया।
Amid the ongoing war, another LPG tanker, Pine Gas, crossing the Strait of Hormuz, is set to dock in India. This as India secures itself against the energy crisis.
And now viewers, on to the northern part of the country. A massive ruckus broke out in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly as NC leaders disrupted the proceedings of the House in a show of protest, and this against the US and Israeli strikes on Iran. Now this was followed up by the protest staged by the BJP leaders who criticized the ruling dispensation for raising the price of petrol and diesel and allegedly for obstructing the establishment of a national law university. Take a look at this report.
Chaos broke out in Jammu and Kashmir's Legislative Assembly. National Conference leaders entered the assembly carrying Iran's former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei's picture, raising slogans in his support, waving posters, disrupting the budget session.
मैंने कॉल अटेंशन भी दिया है, मैंने एडजर्नमेंट मोशन भी दिया है। हम समझते हैं कि जिस तरीके से आयतुल्लाह सैयद अली खामेनेई साहब का कत्ल हुआ, जिस तरह उनको शहीद किया गया, किसी भी मुल्क का कोई भी हक नहीं बनता है किसी मुल्क के ऊपर हमला करना, और एक मजहबी लीडर को बे तरीके से जिस तरह मारा गया, वो हम उसकी निंदा करते हैं।
The protest over Iran war soon turned political. NC leaders raised slogans against Prime Minister Modi, prompting a response from the BJP leaders. The result, a full-blown scuffle broke out between Congress MLA Irfan Hafiz Lone and BJP MLA Yudhvir Sethi. The situation spiraled. Police had to intervene to restore order in the assembly. In view of the continuous disruption, the assembly was eventually adjourned. This was followed up by BJP legislators gheroing the assembly in protest.
मैंने उस दिन भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी। ये लोग अपना 2 रुपये इन्होंने पिछली बार भी बढ़ाया, 2 रुपये इस बार बढ़ा रहे हैं। करोड़ों रुपया ये लोग कमा रहे हैं, फिर भी NLU देते इनको तकलीफ है, फिर भी युवाओं को रोजगार नहीं मिल रहा, फिर भी जो सिलेंडर मुफ्त देने थे वो नहीं दे रहे, फिर भी बूढ़ियों को जो इन्होंने पेंशन देनी वो भी नहीं दे रहे। इसलिए सिर्फ खाने का काम है, बांटने का ये सरकार नहीं करती।
BJP leaders demanded for establishment of a national law university in Jammu. BJP leaders also protested against the hike in petrol and diesel prices by the state's government. This comes as Indian government slashed the excise duty on petrol and diesel for oil marketing companies. A big relief that will cushion the pressure on the end consumers.
And now we're on to what's happening in Nepal. Balendra Shah, Nepal's youngest Prime Minister, took the oath of office today after his party won a landslide victory in the elections earlier this month. Now this comes following a youth-led uprising that toppled the government in September in Nepal. Now this was a Gen Z-led uprising that has now led to the youngest Prime Minister taking oath in the country today. Take a look at this report.
Rapper turned politician and Nepal's youngest Prime Minister, Balendra Shah, today took oath in a grand oath-taking ceremony in the Nepalese capital, Kathmandu. The Gen Z Prime Minister was administered his oath by the Nepali President Ramachandra, a much-awaited ceremony that came after the nationwide Gen Z protests.
Just hours before being sworn in as Nepal's Prime Minister, former rapper turned politician Balendra Shah released a rap song calling on Nepalese to unify for the development of the nation and to make their dreams come true. Hours later, when he was sworn in and became the Prime Minister, he became not only the first youngest Prime Minister of Nepal at age 35, but also the first Prime Minister from the Madhesi community of southern Nepal.
Balendra Shah's party, Rashtriya Swatantra Party, won nearly 2/3 of the seats in the Nepali House of Representatives in the polls. The 35-year-old political outsider, widely known as Balen, will now lead a government tasked with navigating deep public frustration with Nepal's established parties, who were widely blamed by voters for corruption and chronic political instability. With a Shankhnad and a traditional Hindu ceremony, Balendra Shah today took oath with another 15 members of the new cabinet on the occasion of Ram Navami, a day symbolically chosen for political messaging. The rapper turned politician, now the youngest Prime Minister of the country, was greeted by officials and diplomats as his supporters, the Nepalese Gen Z, cheered outside the presidential residence. Balendra Shah was the crucial face of the Gen Z protest that toppled the Nepalese government on charges of corruption. And now, with a massive mandate and a strong public support, all eyes will be on Balendra Shah, who now faces the challenge of delivering on promises of reform and stability in a country that has long been troubled by political uncertainty.
All right, our viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6 with me, Ishita Mitra. Thank you so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. News and developments continue here on Republic on the other side.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप, MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है? सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, the war in West Asia is about to complete 30 days, but there are no signs of de-escalation on the ground as Iran says will continue striking US bases. We'll get you all the updates on that, but first up, a quick check at the headlines. US report claims major face-off between JD Vance and Netanyahu. Reports say Vance questioned Israeli assessment on toppling Iranian regime. Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petrol. Retailer prices remain unchanged. Massive defence push by India. Proposals worth rupees 2.28 lakh crore cleared. Dhanush gun system, runaway aerial surveillance system part of the deal. Big boost for armed forces. India signs rupees 858 crore deal for Tunguska missile system and P-8I jet maintenance. Prime Minister to interact with the Chief Ministers virtually on West Asia war preparedness shortly. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour. Reports are claiming that US Vice President JD Vance had a difficult call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Monday. Now, this is where he said that Israeli assessments for toppling the Iranian regime were not realistic enough. He also said you were too optimistic in your assessments regarding the overthrow of the regime in Iran. So we're certainly looking at a rift between the US leadership as well as Israeli leadership. Now, it's a difficult call that's now taking place between the Vice President JD Vance and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, in this call, the US Vice President JD Vance questioned Israeli assessment of toppling the Iranian regime. Now, we have seen, viewers, that right after Khamenei was killed, Ayatollah Khamenei was killed, his son Mojtaba Khamenei took over. So there was certainly not a regime change in Iran that took place that's now causing the rift between Israel and the US. And there's a tough call that's now taking place between the Vice President J.D. Vance, who has questioned that how come Israeli assessment was completely in contradiction to what has now taken place in Iran. Now, essentially, the assessment of Israel with regards to toppling of Iranian regime is what is now causing the rift between US and Israel as the war still continues unabated. Now, this time it's J.D. Vance who's questioned directly the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, asking him how come Israel's assessment was so wrong that a regime change has not taken place in Iran. Now, it's a tough call that's taken place between the two leaders on Monday, and there's still more details awaited about this call, but the rift seems to be now widening between the US and Israel. All right, my colleague Abhishek Kapurna joins me with more details on this. Abhishek, it seems that there's a rift that's growing between Israel and the US, and the recent call between the Vice President J.D. Vance and Israeli Prime Minister also highlights the same. Now, questions are being raised about Israeli assessment in a toppling Iranian regime.
Well, this is a significant development. Remember, Ishita, these are American media reports, and which means that obviously the Americans want this to come out. And the fact that J.D. Vance, who's the Vice President of the United States, has spoken to the Prime Minister of Israel and asked whether the Israelis were right in their assessment that there would be regime change. There is clearly a suggestion that the Americans are now, howsoever subtly so, distancing themselves from this war and trying to put the onus on the Israelis. There is clearly a suggestion here in these reports that the Americans were perhaps waylaid, if not exactly misled, on the exact intelligence assessment about the ground situation in Tehran, which also suggests that the Americans just went into the war at the behest of the Israelis, or on the suggestion of the Israelis, or as per the plan of the Israelis. So I think this is the first time in the last 1 month since the beginning of the war that we are hearing that there is an element of disagreement, and not only just a small disagreement, a big disagreement on the assessment of the ground situation based on which this war was picked up and has gone on for 28 days, causing disruption not just in West Asia but the entire world. So I think with the kind of pressure that's been building up on the Americans, the kind of standoffish approach that the Europeans have taken, for example, the kind of talking back that we have seen from many other countries to the United States, with a tiny Sri Lanka not allowing Americans to use their territory for landings and takeoffs. It's clear that the Americans also, for whatever braggadocio we see generally being projected, are sort of feeling hemmed in, and they need a ramp off, so to say. Ceasefire is one of them, where President Trump has sort of suggested over the last 48 hours with his statements that most of their military objectives have been achieved except for freeing the Hormuz, which are ideally those who benefit from Hormuz, including the Europeans, should have come and assisted. But since they have not, America is taking that burden on its shoulders, and it's going to send in reinforcements, including Marines, including the airborne special forces of the 82nd Division, and then free Hormuz, and then they would be done with the war. If that's the suggestion, then clearly this is yet another attempt by the Americans to really somehow come out of this situation that they find themselves in. And earlier we saw, for example, President Trump suggesting that this war happened because Pete Hegseth said, yes, let's do it. And, trying to, howsoever subtly so, shift the onus on the Secretary of War of the United States. And now with this leak coming in, that Vance has spoken to Netanyahu and asked whether the assessment of the Israelis on the ground situation in Tehran, because remember what has happened, Ayatollah Khamenei is gone, his son has come, An 86-year-old Ayatollah Khamenei has been replaced by a 56-year-old Ayatollah Khamenei. The IRGC's grip over Iran has become stronger, if anything. Those people who were rational, those people who could be spoken to, they are gone. And now the Americans or the Israelis or the world interlocutors do not know whom to speak to. So this is a very difficult quagmire in which the United States finds itself in, and the world, of course, pays the price. And so obviously this is clearly an attempt, a strong one at that, of distancing themselves for the first time perhaps since the war began from taking responsibility and onus of what's really happening on the ground.
Right, Abhishek, certainly it looks like the US here is taking the heat as there are no signs of de-escalation or no pause in the conflict that seems coming in from the Iranian side. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us and giving us these crucial inputs on this story. Now, viewers, talking about more developments we're getting from the battlefield. Now, this time Iran has targeted Israeli army's transportation center. Israel has been hit a big time this now, and Iran claims that it was in Tel Aviv that their headquarters has been hit. It's the largest transportation center of the Israeli army that's now been hit by Iran in the latest strikes as it continues with its assaults across the Israeli landscape. Now, we're looking at a big attack this time carried out on a transportation center. This is Israeli army's transportation center that's now been hit by Iranian missiles. We've also accessed the video of the attack on your screen right now. You can see Iranian missiles are being launched to carry out attacks against the US and Israeli assets. And the latest one in this case has been carried out on a transportation center. It's a transportation center belonging to Israeli army in Tel Aviv that's now been hit by Iranian missiles. We have seen more and more attacks coming on civilian infrastructure, but military targets are also being hit by the Iranian strikes across Israel. And this time it's a transportation center of the Israeli army that's been hit in the latest strikes. Now, viewers, as the war in West Asia continues to intensify, conflicting statements are now emerging from both the sides. Now, Donald Trump says that there is a pause in the conflict right now. Negotiations are underway. He's talking to some leadership in Iran to seal a deal. But at the same time, Iran comes out with a completely different statement saying that we did not request a pause in this conflict and we will continue with our strikes for as long as it's required. So in this atmosphere of uncertain warfare, we're looking at sharp contrast in the messaging coming in from both the sides. Take a look at this report.
As the dynamics of the West Asia war continue to shift rapidly, contradictory statements are emerging from US and Iran, signaling that the conflict may not end anytime soon. US President Donald Trump, in his latest remarks, claimed that Iran was eager to negotiate and that the war could end soon.
The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is unacceptable. We can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, you know, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
But Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi has openly denied US's statement. He said that Iran will continue to defend itself and its territory as long as needed.
In the face of earlier manifestations of lawlessness and atrocity in occupied Palestine, Lebanon and elsewhere, indifference and silence in the face of injustices would bring no security and peace. It would invite more insecurity and right violations. The United Nations and the core values it embodies, as well as the overall human rights framework, are at serious stake.
Araqchi also asserted that Iran has the right to defend itself against what he called acts of aggression and that US cannot so easily absolve itself of killing school children in Minab.
Among the most harrowing manifestations of this aggression was the calculated, phased assault on Shajarat Tayyib Elementary School in the city of Minab, south of Iran, where more than 175 students and teachers were slaughtered in cold blood. This barbaric attack is but the visible tip of a far bigger iceberg.
Not only this, Araqchi issued a direct threat of strikes as he asked people to evacuate areas near US-Israeli bases, saying that they might be struck. Even as questions grow over negotiations that were reportedly underway before hostilities began, the West Asia war is now nearing its fourth week. Iran has repeatedly argued that under the UN Charter, it retains the right to defend itself against what it calls external aggression. With US claiming Iran wants a deal and Tehran insisting the war will continue as long as needed, the future of the conflict remains uncertain, leaving the geopolitical situation in West Asia increasingly unpredictable.
Now here's more breaking developments coming to light. Prime Minister Modi's meeting with the chief ministers on the West Asia war has already begun at this moment. Now Prime Minister Modi virtually holding this meet with the chief ministers of several states on the West Asia war, apprising the chief ministers of the developments that have taken place in the war, as well as India's strategy regarding its energy security, the concerns of diaspora which has been stranded in the war zone areas, as well as the diplomatic steps India has taken so far in engaging with the leaders from the Gulf nations. So all of these developments is expected that Prime Minister Modi will be in fact sharing them with the chief ministers of several states at this moment. It's a virtual meet that's taking place on the West Asia war. It's only the chief ministers from the pole-bound states which are not taking part in this meeting, as MCC, that's a Model Code of Conduct, is already in effect in these states. But other than that, several chief ministers are taking part in this meet with Prime Minister. All right, now viewers, the central government on a Thursday cut excise duty on petrol and diesel for oil marketing companies, and the centre here slashed excise duty on petrol to about 3 rupees per litre, down from earlier 13, and the diesel duty has now been cut to 0, and this is down from 10 rupees per litre. Now the move here aims to help oil marketing companies reduce their recoveries amid the ongoing conflict in West Asia and absorb the larger shock from the global economic crisis that we are witnessing from the near closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Take a look at this report.
A day after Nayara Energy, India's largest private fuel retailer, hiked petrol prices by Rs 5.30 per litre and diesel by Rs 3 per litre, government has now stepped in to absorb the energy shock. The central government has announced duty cut on petrol and diesel, a move seen as a huge relief to oil firms struggling with the global energy crisis.
The centre has stepped in to cushion the impact of the rising crude oil prices globally by cutting the excise duty on petrol and diesel. The excise duty on petrol, which was earlier levelled at 13 rupees per litre, is now brought down to 3 rupees per litre, and the diesel, which was earlier levelled at 10 rupees per litre, is now brought down at 0 rupees per litre. Now, this step has not yet yielded any results for the consumers yet, which means that this change in price will not be directly impacting the consumers yet. The prices remain the same, but this is in simpler terms a step from the government to cushion and to absorb the shock which was caused to these oil marketing companies, be it Indian Oil, BPCL, HPCL, which were losing huge funds when the global prices of the crude oil was brought over $100 a barrel.
क्योंकि विदेश में मार्केट में दाम बढ़ रही है क्रूड का, उसके कारण पेट्रोल और डीजल का, एटीएफ का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये चाहा कि कंज्यूमर का प्राइस बढ़ना नहीं है। उसके कारण हम निर्णय लिए हैं कि ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट दें और जिससे वो ज़्यादा दाम में खरीदने वाली चीज़ों को सरकार उनको मदद करेगी, मगर जनता के ऊपर रेट बढ़ाना नहीं होना चाहिए।
The excise duty for petrol per litre has been reduced by 10 rupees and now stands at 3 rupees per litre, while for diesel the excise duty has been entirely waived off by the government. The duty cut is also a big relief for retail consumers. This as the government is bearing the cost of the crisis and oil firms will now be expected to keep the retail prices stable for consumers. The government also decisively quashed the rumors of a lockdown, saying there is no shortage of oil.
हमारे देश में गैस और ऑयल कितने कम प्रोडक्शन होते हैं और हम बाहर से निर्भर रखते हैं। आम जिंदगी में सबको गैस चाहिए, सबको पेट्रोल डीजल चाहिए, तो इसको किसी तरह से दाम ना बढ़े, नियंत्रण में रखे, इसके लिए इतना बड़ा फैसला लेना, वो भी पेट्रोल तब 3 रुपया एक्साइज ड्यूटी रख दिया, इतना कम आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, और डीजल में 0 कर दिया।
Amid the ongoing war, another LPG tanker, Pine Gas, crossing the Strait of Hormuz, is set to dock in India. This as India secures itself against the energy crisis.
And now here's on to a controversy that's brewing in Karnataka. Now, Congress netas have been seeking free IPL tickets, and the state government has now come out. In fact, the Deputy Chief Minister of the state has come out supporting this stance. It's a height of VVIP racism that we're now witnessing in Karnataka, wherein Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar himself now says they're part of the government. It's their right to seek a free IPL ticket. Now, that's the statement coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar, on several Congress MLAs are demanding free IPL tickets. Let him quote him here. In fact, he says, MLAs have the right to ask as they are part of the government. I want to see that our MLAs will be accommodated. He also goes on to take a jibe at the BJP leader. He now says that against the BJP leader Tejasvi Surya, let Tejasvi give gyan. I will try and see, I will speak to Chairman, President and those people and try and get our MLAs accommodated. Let's listen in to the reaction.
The MLAs have right because they are the part of the system, they are part of the government, and we have to, earlier also some respect has been given to all of them. But now with lot of difficulty, with all the pressures only, we have permitted them. Though I may be a member, that is a different question as my personal capacity. But now I speak to the chairman, president and those people. I wanted to see that our MLAs will be accommodated. I think today I am on the job. The MLAs have right because they are the part of the system, they are part of the government, and we have to, earlier also some respect has been given to all of them. But now with lot of difficulty, with all the pressures only, we have permitted them. Though I may be a member, that is a different question as my personal capacity. But now I speak to the chairman, president and those people. I wanted to see that our MLAs will be accommodated. I think today I am on the job.
And now we are shifting focus to what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. A massive ruckus broke out in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly as several NC leaders disrupted the proceedings of the House in a show of protest. And this protest is against the US and Israeli strikes on Iran. Now, this was followed up by the protest staged by the BJP leaders who criticized the ruling dispensation for raising the price of petrol and diesel and for allegedly obstructing the establishment of a national law university. Now, take a look at this report that talks about how this chaos unfolded in the assembly.
Chaos broke out in Jammu and Kashmir's Legislative Assembly. National Conference leaders entered the assembly carrying Iran's former supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei's picture, raising slogans in his support, waving posters, disrupting the budget session.
मैंने कॉल अटेंशन भी दिया है, मैंने एडजर्नमेंट मोशन भी दिया है। हम समझते हैं कि जिस तरीके से आयतुल्लाह सैयद अली खामेनेई साहब का कत्ल हुआ, जिस तरह उनको शहीद किया गया, किसी भी मुल्क का कोई भी हक नहीं बनता है किसी मुल्क के ऊपर हमला करना, और एक मजहबी लीडर को बे तरीके से जिस तरह मारा गया, वो हम उसकी निंदा करते हैं।
The protest over Iran war soon turned political. NC leaders raised slogans against Prime Minister Modi, prompting a response from the BJP leaders. The result, a full-blown scuffle broke out between Congress MLA Irfan Hafiz Lone and BJP MLA Yudhvir Sethi. The situation spiraled. Police had to intervene to restore order in the assembly. In view of the continuous disruption, the assembly was eventually adjourned. This was followed up by BJP legislators gheroing the assembly in protest.
मैंने उस दिन भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी। ये लोग अपना ₹2 इन्होंने पिछली बार भी बढ़ाया, ₹2 इस बार बढ़ा रहे हैं। करोड़ों रुपया ये लोग कमा रहे हैं, फिर भी NLU देते इनको तकलीफ है, फिर भी युवाओं को रोजगार नहीं मिल रहा, फिर भी जो सिलेंडर मुफ्त देने थे वो नहीं दे रहे, फिर भी बूढ़ियों को जो इन्होंने पेंशन देनी वो भी नहीं दे रहे। इसलिए सिर्फ खाने का काम है, बांटने का ये सरकार नहीं करती।
BJP leaders demanded for establishment of a national law university in Jammu. BJP leaders also protested against the hike in petrol and diesel prices by the state's government. This comes as Indian government slashed the excise duty on petrol and diesel for oil marketing companies, a big relief that will cushion the pressure on the end consumers.
Now here's coming up on the other side, Congress. Big boost for defense forces. India signs a ₹858 crore deal for Tunguska missile system and P-8I jet maintenance.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching World at War with me, Rakshita Mishra, and I have my colleague Gesu also joining us in the studios. We'll tell you about how Donald Trump is continuing with his carrot and stick approach. He has extended the deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz by 10 days now. It's going to be the 6th of April. That is going to be the deadline for Iran. But Gesu, we also have, of course, much more that we are going to cover in the next 25 minutes.
Right, Rakshita. In fact, we're also talking about what's happening to the Israeli Defense Forces amid the multi-front war that it's fighting, one in Gaza, simultaneously the other one in Iran. Now, Israeli military chiefs have raised alarm saying that the Israeli Defense Forces are on the verge of collapse, and this is a security disaster. The Israeli cabinet is divided, and we're getting you all the details. But first, let's take a look at your headlines for the hour.
US report claims major face-off between JD Vance and Netanyahu. Reports say Vance questioned Israeli assessment on toppling the Iranian regime.
Big relief to oil firms. Centre reduces excise duty on both diesel and petrol. Retail prices remain unchanged.
Massive defence push by India. Proposals worth 2,28,000 crore rupees cleared. The Dhanush gun system, runway aerial surveillance system, part of the deal.
Big boost for armed forces. India signs 858 crore rupee deal for Tunguska missile system P-81 jet maintenance.
And Prime Minister Modi interacts with chief ministers virtually. The meeting begins. West Asia on the West Asia war preparedness. All right, viewers, let's start with the top story at 7 p.m. this evening. The U.S. president has put on hold the bombing of Iran's energy power plants, saying that Iran had requested this pause. While we see the firing continues, the strikes continue. Now, the deadline this time set up by Donald Trump is the 6th of April. And this comes after he had earlier announced a 5-day pause for the energy strikes on Iran. Now, at the same time, Trump claims that negotiations are also underway. Talks are being held with the Iranian leadership to seal a deal. While Trump claims there is also, we can see the mobilization of the troops happening on ground. 7,000 of U.S. troops continue to build up the presence in West Asia. The big question now remains, is this a genuine pause or just a tactical breather for the United States to inflict what is being touted as the final blow?
From treading on a complete offensive against Iran,
dark at night, no moon, no light, every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that.
To now again extending the deadline, speculations are high on what is next for the United States in the Iran war. US President Donald Trump said he had extended the deadline for Iran to strike a deal with Washington to April 6th after Tehran sought more time. The US President said Iran had requested a 7-day pause on possible US strikes, but he is granting a 10-day window, calling it a flexible approach. This is in addition to the initial 5-day deadline set by the United States. This time, Trump warned that failure to reach a deal could trigger US strikes on Iran's power infrastructure. Trump also claimed that Iran allowed 8 oil tankers to pass the Strait of Hormuz as a goodwill gesture, though this remark remains unverified. Tehran, on the other hand, seems to have rejected the United States proposal, calling it one-sided and unfair. This development comes as the United States boosts its military presence in West Asia, raising fears of escalation. However, the markets did respond a little positive to Trump's extension, this as global equities showed recovery and Brent crude also dipped after a sharp surge. With markets desperately hoping for a respite but no diplomatic breakthrough in sight, tensions still remain high in West Asia.
Viewers, that is the Prime Minister speaking to the Chief Ministers of different states over the ongoing tensions in West Asia war and the energy repercussions that India has been dealing with since the beginning of the war that has now spread into a wider region. Now remember, just today, before this, the Petroleum Ministry also flagged that India has secured about 2 months of LPG reserves and that there is no shortage at all. Not just that in fact excise duty was also slashed on petrol and diesel. From an earlier 13 rupees, now on petrol it comes down to 3 rupees, and for diesel from an earlier 10 rupees it has now come down to 0. Now the Prime Minister is all set to address and is in fact continuing the address with the Chief Ministers of different states. In fact, Rakshita, what we know about the meeting so far is the fact that not just the West Asia crisis, but also government's constant diversification of supply routes will also be discussed. Not just that, but states have to now weigh in on the responsibilities and share the responsibility with the central government, especially when it comes to distribution of LPG, PNG, LNG and even petroleum in different states.
Right. Just, in fact, we have Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor also joining us. Abhishek, well, the Prime Minister is holding this meeting with the Chief Ministers, and this is with focus on the Team India model that he's been talking about, and it brings back the measures taken for a crisis, something like as big as COVID crisis. Of course, it brings a lot of haunting images when he mentions the COVID crisis. But yes, there will be measures that will be taken. What are we expecting in this briefing, in the measures that will be suggested?
Well, in fact, there have been multiple assurances, Rakshita, that we are nowhere near COVID-like situation, that there are not going to be any lockdowns, that the government is in control of the situation, except for, of course, some stress building up insofar as gas supplies are concerned. On oil, which is like petrol and diesel, we are good, and we would be able to tide over the crisis, even if the war prolongs, and the signs are that the war might not prolong. There might be a bump where we might see an escalation in action from the American and Israeli side, of particularly the Americans, and then a pullback. But still, there has been a disruption, and it has been a massive disruption. And the fact that we could survive it with just a bit of hustle here and there is because the government was prepared. There were proactive measures put in place, and over a period of time, capacity has been built up. Having said that, on the issue of, on the front of gas, LPG specifically, and even in that ecosystem, the gas cylinders issue is something which has been an area of concern. So the Prime Minister really wanted all the states on board and to coordinate better. He has already had a cabinet committee on security which had extended invites to other ministries and ministers like from port and shipping, from agriculture, from road and surface transport, etc. So that all ministries, departments really come together to seamlessly tackle this situation in terms of logistics, because logistics becomes the most important aspect of handling this kind of situation. So the Prime Minister wanted all the states also to be on board and to be briefed about the exact situation. This is essentially in a spirit of cooperative federalism that this meeting is taking place. The officers are, of the respective ministries, including Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, including the Ministry of Energy, including the Ministry of Ports and Surface Transport and Foreign Secretary. They are all sort of going to brief the Chief Minister so that they know what all is being done and what is expected of them. The Prime Minister would speak. The Chief Ministers, if they have to give input, would be speaking on the agenda, of course, is to make sure that the essentials, the essential commodities, which includes, it's not just limited to fuel, by the way. Fuel is the most important aspect, but where the government, of course, does most of the heavy lifting. But issues like pharmaceuticals, issues like food supplies, vegetables, fruits, etc., their movement should not get disrupted for want of fuel. So all those things are being discussed in this meeting. We would know in a while if there were some collective decisions taken and what they were.
Right, Abhishek. In fact, we're also being joined by CA V. Subramaniam, who is a senior economist and is going to speak to us about what's been ongoing. Sir, thank you very much for speaking to Republic First. Now, I want to understand from you, in the looming threat of the entire energy crisis, India says that they have been able to secure 2 months' worth of LPG. What does this mean? And also speak to us about the fuel costs as well. The shock absorbance system that's been put in place by the government. They have absorbed all extra shocks of price fluctuation, and that's what the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has said, and excise duty on top of it has also been slashed.
No, as you rightly said, I think government as Ministry of Finance has taken the step boldly to reduce the 10 rupees per litre on petrol and as well as diesel, the excise duty cut since this morning. Okay. Oil marketing companies, they are incurring loss of 2,400 crores every day on the price increase in the crude oil. If you track the crude oil prices past over 1 month, it has moved from $70 per barrel to $70 per barrel to close to 120 barrels per day. On an average, you can say $100 per barrel, okay, which means 3,000 rupees in Indian rupee, the barrel cost has gone up which gives about 22 rupees per liter. One barrel can accommodate about 133 liters. That's the thumb rule. So we can say about 22 rupees price increase has been these oil marketing companies were facing for past 1.5 months. So they were in the really very, very big losses. So government has taken a step, at least 50% of that, government can bear it. This kind of steps have been taken in the past when the Russia-Ukraine conflict were going on. So government has taken that 10 rupees on excess duty, if we can pass on the benefit, we can pass on to the oil marketing companies. End of the day, oil marketing companies' losses will be funded by government ultimately. When the central government, when they prepare the budget, oil marketing companies are going to incur a loss. Finally, the public sector undertakings have to be strengthened by the central government finance only. So what I said is, okay, 10 rupees we will reduce it, and whatever the losses you are incurring now, which can offset, partially they can offset the prices also. So that there will not be any price increase, further price increase to the consumer, ultimate consumers like you and me. Because there is a company called Naira, so they increased the petrol price by roughly about 5 rupees and diesel price by 3 rupees. So if PSUs also start increasing the prices, then directly the consumers will be impacted, like 1.4 billion people who are day in and day out consuming petrol and diesel for their daily livelihood. So then it will directly impact their savings, and indirectly it will go and increase the inflation. Right. So that is why I think boldly, about 2 weeks back, I believe, Nirmala Sitharaman Madam, our finance minister, she has announced government has created 1 lakh crore as an emergency fund to meet this crisis. I'm sure this 10 rupees excise duty cut will be met out from the 1 lakh crore what they are going to set up now. So I think because of that, probably we can have a little breathe for next up, maybe about 2 months. And they said we have an energy supply or energy safety for about 60 days in terms of LNG. I think for overall energy, overall crude oil and LNG together, gas together, we had about 75 days of emergency stock. You know that India is maintaining the strategic reserves, oil reserves under the ground for about 75 days. And we have a plan to increase it for another 15 days by 2026 end. So there will be a 90-day stock at any point of time, we'll be having it. Parallelly, we are having talks with other countries. I think there is a talk which has been opened with the Russian country that we are going to import liquefied natural gas through Russia. I think this was happening prior Russia-Ukraine conflict. Now that door is started opening now. I think we are going to start now. I think 2 weeks back when the Russian energy minister, deputy energy minister was here, the talks have been held with our energy department and their energy minister. I think the things are in a right track. Hopefully, I think the chief ministers and prime ministers meeting, what we are having today, these things will be discussed, and I think the proper strategy will come out after this meeting.
Very quickly, Mr. Subramaniam, I want to understand from you, in very simpler terms for our viewers, for the common man, how does it really impact inflation? Are we going to see a serious hit in the future, in the near future?
No. As I told you, when the oil price per barrel was increased from $70 per barrel to $122 per barrel, which means oil marketing companies were paying anywhere between 30 rupees per liter for importing the crude oil. So which means directly it has to be passed on to the normally, typically when the businesses, when there is a price increase in their input, there will be obviously the correlation in the output price increase also. But we are able to maintain the petrol diesel prices in the range of 100 rupees, 94 to 100 rupees, both petrol and diesel put together. So which means government is absorbing, the oil marketing companies are absorbing the cost, and some of it is partly funded by the central government. That is why we don't see any price increase beyond 100 rupees per liter. If it starts increasing, then it will have a direct impact in the inflation. That is why government has secured 1 lakh crore funds. They are going to fund the oil marketing companies for the losses what they are undergoing now. And OMCs also will have a strategy to how recover their losses. They will have an internal strategy, right? Optimize the profit or reduce the losses. So there will not be any price increase from the layman perspective or common man perspective like you and me.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Subramaniam, for joining us with your insights on the story. Gesu, well, that's of course what we understand with the analysts telling us that it could be not so much of a case to worry for India. But yes, we do expect more to come out from this meeting as it's still underway.
Definitely. Now, viewers, for the first time, a blunt and extremely unusual warning has been floated by the Israeli Defense Forces military commander, who says that the defense forces may just be on the verge of depletion. Now, he said that this is because of a prolonged multi-front war, many wars that Israel has been fighting for yesteryears now. Now, just in the West Asia war, over 5,000 Israeli Defense Forces personnel have been injured. Not just that, with every strike that hits the Israeli soil, concerns also mounting over their armament and their inventory depleting fast. Not just that, inside the Israeli cabinet, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stands to face a clear divide from the opposition that says that resources are being used ambiguously and there is no streamlining and there are structural stresses over the Israeli Defense Forces. Take a look at what's brewing inside Israel.
A stark warning from Israel's top military commander, raising concerns over the IDF's long-term sustainability. Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir told leaders he is raising 10 red flags, warning the army could collapse in on itself if urgent reforms are not implemented. Zamir stressed this is not an immediate battlefield collapse, but a warning that the current system cannot sustain prolonged pressure. Zamir has called for urgent legislative fixes, including new conscription laws, reserve duty reforms, and extending mandatory service. The IDF is facing a shortfall of around 12,000 troops, including thousands in combat roles.
אני רוצה לומר שאנחנו חסרים בצה"ל כ-15,000 חיילים, מתוכם בין 7,000 ל-8,000 לוחמים. אנחנו נדרשים למנעד משימות. מנעד המשימות יתרחב, שטח הפנים של המשימות יתרחב, הוא לא כמו שהוא היה בעבר. שטח הפנים ביהודה ושומרון יתרחב. החזית בלבנון, מרחב ההגנה הקדמי שאנחנו מייצרים, נדרש לעוד כוחות צה"ל, גם בעתיד, לאורך זמן. גם בעזה, לאורך הקו הצהוב, נדרשים עוד כוחות. גם בסוריה אנחנו נלחמים כמו שאמרתי, ואנחנו צריכים להיות ערוכים למשימות העתיד. לשם כך נדרשים עוד לוחמים בצה"ל. את זה אמר הרמטכ"ל. ותראו, הרמטכ"ל מחויב להביע את עמדתו ביחס לכשירות צה"ל.
The strain is being driven by simultaneous operations, airstrikes linked to Iran tensions, ground fighting in southern Lebanon, and increased deployments in the West Bank. The warning also comes amid political deadlock over expanding recruitment and sharing the burden more evenly. Opposition leader Yair Lapid has hit out at the government, accusing it of entering a multi-front war without adequate planning. Despite the warning, the IDF continues active operations and retains significant military capability. But the concern remains sustainability over time.
So as the war in West Asia continues, there are statements that are coming in. There's a contrast if you see what Trump is saying and what Tehran is saying. Now, on one hand, you have Donald Trump claiming that Iran is eager to strike a deal and end this war soon. He talks about how nicely they've been talking and they want an extension. Meanwhile, Foreign Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, says that Tehran will continue to defend itself as long as it is necessary. So the sharp contrast in this messaging is only showing that there is uncertainty. You can't even trust who's saying what. And as we see, Trump continues to change his goalposts also. He continues to give out those deadlines as well, extending those deadlines. He keeps on saying that there are leaders from Tehran that are talking to him, wanting to talk to him. Tehran says he should name the leaders he's talking about. So there is messaging that is giving out some mixed signals. And the question remains, who is going to blink first?
As the dynamics of the West Asia war continue to shift rapidly, contradictory statements are emerging from US and Iran, signaling that the conflict may not end anytime soon. US President Donald Trump, in his latest remarks, claimed that Iran was eager to negotiate and that the war could end soon.
The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, you know, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
But Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has openly denied US's statement. He said that Iran will continue to defend itself and its territory as long as needed.
In the face of earlier manifestations of lawlessness and atrocity in occupied Palestine, Lebanon, and elsewhere, indifference and silence in the face of injustices would bring no security and peace. It would invite more insecurity and right violations. The United Nations and the core values it embodies, as well as the overall human rights framework, are at serious stake.
Araghchi also asserted that Iran has the right to defend itself against what he called acts of aggression and that US cannot so easily absolve itself of killing school children in Minab.
Among the most harrowing manifestations of this aggression was the calculated, phased assault on Shajarat Tayyebe Elementary School in the city of Minab, south of Iran, where more than 175 students and teachers were slaughtered in cold blood. This barbaric attack is but the visible tip of a far bigger iceberg.
Not only this, Araghchi issued a direct threat of strikes as he asked people to evacuate areas near US-Israeli bases, saying that they might be struck. Even as questions grow over negotiations that were reportedly underway before hostilities began, the West Asia war is now nearing its fourth week. Iran has repeatedly argued that under the UN Charter, it retains the right to defend itself against what it calls external aggression. With US claiming Iran wants a deal and Tehran insisting the war will continue as long as needed, the future of the conflict remains uncertain, leaving the geopolitical situation in West Asia increasingly unpredictable.
Now joining us live is Sanjeev P. Yadav, who is a geopolitical expert. Sir, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. You know, this difference of statement that US President Donald Trump on one hand saying that there are truce talks, there is going to be a ceasefire, and then Foreign Minister Araghchi just hours later talks to the media and says that they are not the ones demanding for a premature ceasefire, even as Trump goes on to say that Iran is the one begging to make a deal. How do you read this?
Well, I think we can know a few different things quite clearly. One, there is a struggle for leadership at the top in the IRGC, in Iran, and there's most assuredly chaos going on in terms of various factions and forces. And I think part of the narrative control that President Trump exercises with his truth socials and his commentary is that he's constantly probably even feeding into that chaos and this fear within different factions about who's talking to whom and who's engaging with whom. Now, it's clear from the multi-party or multi-nation coalition that is involved in facilitating these talks that the talks are happening. But I think the talks also achieve a few different things. One, they are allowing the United States to buy time as they continue to mass forces in the region for potential operations in Iran or around Iran in the Persian Gulf with Karg Island. There's reports that an additional 10,000 troops might be sent. You have the reports about the deployment of the 82nd Airborne Division. The Marine Expeditionary Force has been heading to the region and likely has arrived. So a lot of these different variables are coming into play. And I think it's quite clear that there are talks going on with different factions within the leadership. There are even reports out of, I think, Pakistan and some of the other countries that are involved in the talks about even specific requests have been made about not targeting certain individuals in the IRGC in ongoing strikes by the Israelis or the Americans going forward, given that those are the counterparties that are actually engaging at this time. So it's clear talks are going on based on many different reports from different parties. And I think we are seeing that on one side, you have the American forces massing in the region with a clear signal about what might be upcoming. Yep. And you have an IRGC that is trying to figure out how they survive and live to either fight another day or live to continue to control Iran. And within that, you have a fractured leadership with most of the top leadership taken out in the first wave of the attacks, and a fractured remaining leadership that is trying to survive. So I think we need to keep all of that close to mind in terms of how we view the ongoing conversations and talks going forward. And I think we need to keep one other fact in mind, which is the president and the Americans are going to have a summit with the Chinese, I think around May 14th. Yeah. And a lot of the thinking that is going on around this conflict will be sending signals to the Chinese in advance of those talks. Yeah. So there's a lot of different messaging coming out of this.
Yeah. Mr. Yadav, also the fact that there are cracks that are now coming to the surface as far as the US and Israel are concerned. And the latest what we're learning is that, J.D. Vance had a really heated conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu. The fact that he says that, not really an appropriate war has been sold to Trump. That's what, in short, we understand with the international reporting, the headline that are doing the rounds. The fact that he was too optimistic. Vance says that Netanyahu has been too optimistic about the idea of, eliminating the Iranian leadership is concerned. And there's a lot of question about who really is the leader. Does America, do they really recognize the new Ayatollah as, or rather, his son, Ayatollah Khamenei's son, as the Ayatollah, as the leader? Who are they speaking to? There's no clarity on that. On the other hand, you have J.D. Vance, who is expected to lead the talks if they happen for a deal, as Trump says. There are cracks emerging. You think that this will weaken the United States and this entire conflict and their stand as well here?
Well, I think there's two things there in your question. One, obviously, the reported call between Vice President Vance and Prime Minister Netanyahu, where I think the reports are that Vice President Vance expressed frustration that the likelihood that was sold of possible or potential regime change is not bearing out potentially. Whether that's the case or not, I do think obviously we've all known since day one that the Israeli objectives, while in a larger sense are aligned with the Americans, their specific objectives may be divergent. But I do not think that there's any significant daylight between the Americans and the Israelis going forward, nor will there be, depending on what decisions President Trump makes in terms of whether America comes to a ceasefire agreement or a deal with the Iranians, or America chooses to move on. I think the Israelis will likely work alongside the Americans going forward, because this is a quite cohesive and strong alliance. Tough conversations are always needed in conflict between coalition partners. And I think on the second part of your question, really, I think going forward, that is the question, right? The Americans are not going to name who they're talking to specifically or who they think is in charge, because it's not clear yet anyone has proven that they are in charge. We've never seen Mojtaba on camera, or I think even with significant legitimate recent audio. So on the IRGC side, they haven't been able to prove who's in charge, who's the leadership. You're seeing whether it's the president of Iran or the foreign secretary, foreign minister, when they go on making commentary over the last 4 weeks that diverges from the actions that are actually taking place in the ground realities in terms of what various forces within the regime are doing in terms of missile and drone attacks. So I think the confusion, the chaos is prevalent in the regime and will continue to grow with time. And I think that is where the Americans are pressing the lever of pressure. And the talks are actually going to further feed into that chaos and that doubt and that worry among various factions about who's talking to who's making deals with whom, and how's that going to impact me and my survival.
Right. Mr. Yadav, many thanks for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your insights into this situation. Viewers, now we shift our focus to the other aspects. Gesu, well, this is a war that's only widening. And now let's tell our viewers about the impact it's having on the crude oil prices and how India is dealing with it. Over to you.
Definitely, Rakshita. Now, viewers, a big relief comes in for oil corporations and companies in India as the central government has now removed the excise duty cap on all petrol and diesel that's being sold at the Indian pumps. Now, remember, earlier selling at about 13 rupees per litre with the excise cap has now been slashed to 3 rupees for petrol, and for diesel, this cap has come down from 10 rupees earlier to now nil. 0 is the price that they've placed right now. Now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman also spoke to the media, and she gave a very important statement saying that they have used the shock absorbent system where the government has taken and the oil corporations are going to take the hit of the fluctuating global prices, but they have made sure that they put in layers and layers of softening and security in between so that this price fluctuation does not trickle down onto the consumers, onto you and I. Take a look at this.
A day after Nayara Energy, India's largest private fuel retailer, hiked petrol prices by Rs 5.30 per litre and diesel by Rs 3 per litre, government has now stepped in to absorb the energy shock. The central government has announced duty cut on petrol and diesel, a move seen as a huge relief to oil firms struggling with the global energy crisis.
The centre has stepped in to cushion the impact of the rising crude oil prices globally by cutting the excise duty on petrol and diesel. The excise duty on petrol, which was earlier levelled at 13 rupees per litre, is now brought down to 3 rupees per litre, and the diesel, which was earlier levelled at 10 rupees per litre, is now brought down at 0 rupees per litre. Now, this step has not yet yielded any results for the consumers yet, which means that this change in price will not be directly impacting the consumers yet. The prices remain the same, but this is in simpler terms a step from the government to cushion and to absorb the shock which was caused to these oil marketing companies, be it Indian Oil, BPCL, HPCL, which were losing huge funds when the global prices of the crude oil was brought over $100 a barrel.
क्योंकि विदेश में मार्केट में दाम बढ़ रही है क्रूड का, उसके कारण पेट्रोल और डीजल का, एटीएफ का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये चाहा कि कंज्यूमर का प्राइस बढ़ना नहीं है। उसके कारण हम निर्णय लिए हैं कि ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट दें और जिससे वो ज़्यादा दाम में खरीदने वाली चीज़ों को सरकार उनको मदद करेगी, मगर जनता के ऊपर रेट बढ़ाना नहीं होना चाहिए।
The excise duty for petrol per litre has been reduced by 10 rupees and now stands at 3 rupees per litre, while for diesel the excise duty has been entirely waived off by the government. The duty cut is also a big relief for retail consumers. This as the government is bearing the cost of the crisis and oil firms will now be expected to keep the retail prices stable for consumers. The government also decisively quashed the rumours of a lockdown, saying there is no shortage of oil.
हमारे देश में गैस और ऑयल कितने कम प्रोडक्शन होते हैं और हम बाहर से निर्भर रखते हैं। आम जिंदगी में सबको गैस चाहिए, सबको पेट्रोल डीजल चाहिए, तो इसको किसी तरह से दाम ना बढ़े, नियंत्रण में रखे, इसके लिए इतना बड़ा फैसला लेना, वो भी पेट्रोल तब 3 रुपया एक्साइज ड्यूटी रख दिया, इतना कम आप कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, और डीजल में 0 कर दिया।
Amid the ongoing war, another LPG tanker, Pine Gas, crossing the Strait of Hormuz, is set to dock in India. This as India secures itself against the energy crisis.
And we welcome CAV Subramaniam, senior economist and political analyst, joining us this evening. Sir, what, in simpler terms, this piece of news really mean for the common man? Does this necessarily mean that the retail prices will also be cut, or is it a preventive measure?
No, every day whenever we are going to wake up in the morning, so the common man question rises every day. So what is going on? Crude oil prices are going up. Whether if I'm going to fill my petrol for my bike, whether I'm going to pay the petrol price, whether it is 100 rupees or 110 or 120. So that panicking mindset is there in everybody's mind now. So that has been put to rest now. So government said there will not be any price increase at the pumping stations or oil pumping stations, right? So there will not be any price increase for petrol or diesel. The shock has been absorbed by the central government. Like Madam was telling, 10 rupees per litre for diesel and as well as petrol. Petrol was charged at 13 rupees excise. Now it has been brought down to 3 rupees. So the 10 rupees government has given a reduction to the oil marketing companies so that whatever the money they are paying to the crude oil suppliers, so they can meet out some losses from there. Similarly for diesel, excise duty was levied at 10 rupees. Now it has been brought to 0. So the oil marketing companies need not pay any excise duty on the diesel. So public people like you and me can be rest assured that there will not be any price increase when we are going to fill petrol or diesel for our vehicles. So that is the measure what government has taken. Also government is taking a measure to charge export duty. I think some of the petroleum products we are exporting for a better refined products. For that export products, the export duty has been increased, which means I think there is a government information which says about 1,500 crores for 15 days of export. Or put it simply, 3,000 crores we are going to get an additional revenue from export duty. And by cutting down the excise duty, government is going to lose 7,000 crores, which means net to net, government is going to lose a revenue of 5,500 crores for 15 days. Yeah. On a monthly basis, 3,000. On a 6,000 crores and 12,000 crores. So on an overall, if you see on a yearly basis, we'll be incurring about 1,30,000 crores on a yearly basis for the government. Against this, they have benchmarked about 1 lakh crore from the emergency fund, which they have kept it aside in the 2 weeks back. So people can be rest assured that price increase will not be passed on to the customers, end customer, and government is also talking to other alternate countries where we can get the energy supplies very quick and fast on a turnaround basis. So that is the message what we can hear from the finance minister's talk today this morning. And obviously, Prime Minister is having a talk with all the chief ministers of the state. Right. So maybe after the meeting, there may be some outcome how to handle the energy crisis by optimizing the usage of resources, by optimizing the prices, right, or optimizing the taxes. All those things we can wait for some update from the Prime Minister's office.
Right, Mr. Subramanian, thanks so much for joining us. And now we shift our focus to the images that are coming in from the war zone. Gesu, the first one is from Lebanon.
The smoke that was seen rising over the Beirut skyline now, Lebanon's capital completely blown off by the continuous strikes. Now remember, Israel is not fighting a one-faceted war. Israel is also fighting against the proxy Hezbollah, which sits deep inside the Lebanese territory. As a part of those strikes, Lebanon's capital can be seen burning.
And in fact, we also have visuals coming in from Iran. Now, we see the wave number 82 of Operation True Promise 4 is being carried out using drones that target the US and allied military sites across this region. This is coming in from different parts of Iran. And this is, in fact, not really, this is from Iran. But they are, of course, carrying out these strikes in different parts of the Gulf, in Israel, and different bases and those infrastructure that is connected with the United States of America. And this operation continues even as Donald Trump claims that there are talks underway.
Right. Now for the third visual that we have lined up for you, the Israeli army continues its ground incursions in southern Lebanon. Now troops are dismantling Hezbollah infrastructure, locating their weapons, their armament and carrying out strikes from both land and air. These are the visuals on your screens of troop advancements in Lebanon.
And in fact, the next video that we're showing you is how America is continuing to maintain that it completely obliterates